I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright. stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 My losing, no, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time, memories stuck in mine. Never believed I'd start again, that our search was at its end. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say that you will. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will.
Last week on the WREC, our top 8 teams were reduced to a final 4, and on day 1, it was Team Dark that we would say goodbye to. They put up their best fight against Na'Vi in a 3-game series, but unfortunately depart the tournament at this stage. They gave us some of the most interesting compositions and different picks that we didn't see from other teams, and we will see Team Dark in the last chance qualifier, so it's definitely not the end of their run from Europe. Second game of the day is Zero Zone with the team on the losing side from Team Queso, who are one of the titans of the bracket, and Zero Zone. We've seen some great performances through the open bracket, but it would be Team Queso advancing through their lower bracket run. We swapped up to the upper bracket to check out Viv versus Game Lord, and Game Lord are one of the final teams that we're expecting to make it all the way through, and Viv gave them a run for their money. Game Lord looking very strong with Redemption Seraphine to get them through to an upper bracket finals showdown against WREC, who had a dominant objective control game, despite the fact that Formulation actually had the gold lead. WREC would 2-0 their way past Formulation for a showdown in the top of the bracket against Game Lord later today. That meant we had to say goodbye to 2 more teams, and it would be Viv advancing in the lower bracket with the biggest play we've seen so far in the WREC. Massive set ultimate would crush through as Viv would advance to the lower bracket finals, and their opponents would be an upset. It was Formulation upsetting the bracket, knocking out the defending EU champions, and advancing to a showdown today. That's where we start. Let's see who makes it through.
Welcome to the official Riot Games Corporate EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we get hype. Everybody round, 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 everybody
more damage down in these team fights, but Zephyr's quite tanky in the front line. You can see all this shielding coming through, and Joey this time gets charmed up and gets taken down, and that's exactly why Hester has been picking this Rakan and has looked insanely good on it. Now this Yuumi is not enough to keep everything alive.
I think we can take down WREC, obviously. We are not playing to our top level. We are actually in a slope right now, and we are doing the best we can to come back from that slope, but
Probably end the game as that's the hook onto Kamara. Kamara is going to fall. Absolute Zero gets blocked, and I was hoping to see a little bit more from Formulation, but WREC have absolutely destroyed them as random on that signature. Darius is going to go for the triple onto the killing spree. Yes, he said.
You know, I feel like when it comes to this, there's two types of people. There's people who predict WREC and they're consistently correct, and there's Stress who consistently predicts against us and is always wrong. So I think if you want to be not like Stress, you should probably predict WREC for next week, and yeah, I think we'll be able to take the series against Gable.
From long range is going to get Mullet the kill. Now they're trying to chase down onto Franders. Kranix hasn't really felt his impact in this fight yet, but there's a double kill for the set. Gonna chase through as our nation forced to stasis. He's absolute zero.
We knew we could win, so we never gave up, and we just played our game. We knew what to buy, we knew what to play, and I think we did it pretty well.
It's going to be a long time before that Herald actually gets the tower. Acolyte in the front line for the time being. That's a really huge bullet time. That's a awful play for Team Queso right now. They managed to trade 1-for-1 for the time being, but they don't actually get the reset onto Acolyte. Oh, they played that. I don't know, man.
In my opinion, BAB, like, they're pretty strong. Like, you can call them like dark horse, you know, for a European team. Like, they have pretty solid team comps. They have pretty solid players. And I think it's gonna be like pretty good match.
Well, if you are not hyped for our finals weekend of the Open Bracket yet, I don't know what's going to get you hyped. Welcome, everybody, to the WREC. I'm Stress, joined by Hells and Stuart once again. And this is finals weekend. This is exactly where we want to be, Hells. I mean, we have two incredibly good matchups today. You know, looking forward to Game Lord versus WREC. We'll touch on it all the way through the broadcast. How hype is that series?
Dude, after watching that video even more, that video just pumped energy into me. I will have to see these teams play against each other. And we're gonna see it today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Man, this weekend is gonna be a banger, Stress.
Yeah, we have the possibility of seeing multiple matchups happen a couple of times throughout. When we look through the upper bracket, you can see it's Game Lord versus WREC. As we said, this is the winners final. So this won't determine who exactly is going to Barcelona for our finals yet, but the winner gets obviously an advantage stepping up into the grand final. Our first series today is gonna be Viv versus Formulation. That's an important one to determine who will be in the lower bracket final. It's all very easy and straightforward once we get through. And you can see our games for Saturday and Sunday are determined by the result of today's games. So really, really important things to start with. And we actually do have some important news that we need to touch on before we get into our first games of the day. So first of all, this week there was a competitive ruling that came out against Na'Vi. That means they've been disqualified from not only this bracket, but also the last chance qualifier. So unfortunately for Na'Vi, they will not be in any contention now for the spots in Barcelona or for the spots later, obviously, for Worlds. A different set of news was released by WREC on Twitter, and that goes to the remaining spots for our Barcelona finals. They will be added to the European last chance qualifier. That means there will be 3 spots coming from that last chance qualifier. And Stuart, I know you've been keeping a really close eye on how those last chance qualifiers have been going. Which teams are we expecting right now that are in that top 4 set area?
Yeah, this week was the last chance qualifier open qualifiers. So we saw teams like Unicorns of Love go through, Virtus Pro went through, Team Dark and also Team Sapphire. So they're definitely the teams to look out for the last chance qualified playoffs, which will be happening next weekend as well. So even though we have finals this weekend, it starts all over again next weekend as well. And we get to see 4 European teams battle it out in Barcelona with the Turkish as well. So it's going to be really, really fun.
Yeah, really fun. And we're looking forward to that. But we still have some really, really good series series to get through before we get that. And let's take a look at our predictions. Snitch, I heard you. I see you. You've been tweeting me. You've been doing interviews about me. And if I'm so wrong, then you're in trouble today, because I'm finally on the bandwagon. I'm finally here. I mean, with the rest of the cast of Team Xandra, I'm pretty sure tweeted Game Lord win as well. But Stuart, you're the only one here from today's broadcast team that are going for Game Lord against Rix.
Yeah, I'm going for Game Lord, even though they've had a bit of a rough patch. I believe in Game Lord. I mean, this is what we love to call like the El Clasico of Wild Rift, Rix versus Game Lord. All these players have been around the scene for so long, and they played against each other so much. But Rix didn't look too comfortable against Formulation. I think both these teams coming into this didn't look too, confident going into the next round. But that's going to be the big one at the end of the day, and I cannot wait for that one to start. I
can't wait for that either. I'm going to let you head off, get ready for an interview, and then, of course, analysis on the rest of the day as Hells and I jump a little bit deeper into some of our headlines coming out of last week. And we got to start with the day of upsets. I mean, we always have our favorites on paper. We look at the likes of Team Queso to be upsets, but Hells, it did not go that way last week.
Yeah, definitely. Viv Esports. I did vote for them, but obviously they were still the underdogs, right? Up against a big team like Navi. But damn, the underdogs showed up, and they were not the favorites, but they did win. And Viv Esports especially showing such an amazing performance. And the other team as well, Formulation Gaming, like, how do they do it? They won against Team Queso. We thought that Team Queso is one of the top teams of Europe, and they were so powerful, right? With players like Andres and Acolyte especially. Formulation Gaming did it, and now we're going to be seeing those two teams that did the insane upsets play up against each other, and that's what makes this game such an incredible game to watch, Stress.
Yeah, it was a really fun game to watch. I know that it's one that people have been keeping their eyes on. From our upsets, we look forward a little bit more to some of the players that remain in the tournament and just these top teams and how jungle focused. Like Europe right now, I feel jungle is perhaps the most stacked role that we have. There's so many insane players from that role.
Yeah, definitely. SC7, Tyrus, Zefta, etc., etc. There are so many names to call out. Andres, as I said, from Team Queso. All of the junglers are, for some reason, so incredibly good. It honestly, I want to give credit to everyone, but it just feels like jungle is on another level. The junglers are so good. Also Vex from Navi, such an incredible player. Just all of the junglers so good, and I'm hoping to see more of it in today's games. Right? We're definitely going to see more of it, Stress.
Oh, totally. And I think the most interesting thing for me as well is it's not even just like every team is playing the same play style with great junglers. We have teams like Team Queso who they put a lot of focus towards the jungle, so many resources, and then you see Rix who it's like SC7 goes and plays for random in topside and just so happens to carry at the same time, right? It's like you have such a good different focus across the role. I think it's the most exciting role for us to watch right now in Europe for sure. And I know that obviously from jungle goes to objective control, which I know that Stuart has been looking a little bit into our objective control over the last couple of weeks. And there was a really key point from last week's series that Stuart wants to hone in a little bit more with Smart Stuart.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm back for another segment of Smart Stuart. We're taking a look at Team Queso versus Formulation, the last game of series from last weekend. And the most important thing to note from this series, or this game in particular, you've got the vision control from Formulation. You can see it with the pause screen here. The two wards on the side of Formulation didn't get sweeped out at all by the side of Team Queso, which might come back to haunt them. And at the same time as well, in this situation, you have the Baron lane minions, which the minion wave control for Team Queso wasn't there, but because Elder Dragon was up, Team Queso didn't want to go over to the opposite side of the map, because if they do, then other members of Formulation can start off Elder. You can see that Don tries to go for an initial engagement onto Team Queso and onto Andreas. Didn't really work out for it, unfortunately. We get into this little first team fight that happens, and funny enough, it's actually Team Queso that come out on top in this team fight, actually trading 2 for 1. You can see Joey in the backline here trying to survive, and UI in the end not being able to get any kills. But the problem is that Baron minion wave, as you can see on the mini map, is still pushing into the base, and that means that both Joey and Mephanot have to go back to base, and they'll probably have to buy teleports as well to try and get back. You'll see that teleports are being bought on the side of Team Queso. Mephanot has to defend the base. Joey is now teleporting back to the Dragon as well, and now we're in a bit of a 3 versus 3 situation. Veos has to go back to base because he's very low from the previous team fight. You can see he's the one now that's going to defend defend that Baron lane minions, because you can see they keep pushing on, and that means that Formulation can keep team fighting as well, because Team Queso can't really do much against Formulation because they have that Baron late wave pushing. So you can see that at the moment this is a 3 versus 3. This could have been a 4 versus 3 on the side of Team Queso if they didn't have that Baron lane pushing. You can see as the team fight plays out, Joey kills Feko but dies himself. But as you can see, this is another team fight win for Team Queso. However, you have Don coming back alive, and you also have UI coming back alive, which again, they buy more teleports. Don comes in, cleans up Mephinork, UI comes in to clean up Veos, and by this time, Andreas does come back to life, does try to defend the base, tries to go for a little miracle play on the Elder Dragon, but in the end, they weren't able to do it. So just remember, vision is key, and also controlling the Baron wave minions are also key. So back to Stress and Hells as we get into today's first game.
Cheers, Stuart. Yeah, we always talk about how important minion waves are around objective control. One of the reasons I just don't play jungle as well. I don't want to be responsible for those kind of moments where I'm like, I still have to think about smiting while thinking about minions. How's your smite fights, Hells? Are you the confident jungler, or do you just avoid jungle?
Well, no, I like to play jungle. Jungle was great, and especially after seeing the games, I just love to play jungle because you can direct the game as a jungler. You're like the kingpin in the game. You decide what happens, and I really love that about the game, and that's especially what I love to see in Europe as well, because the European teams have such incredible jungles. Really inspires me to play more jungle as well, to be honest.
Yeah, you're also responsible though of all the dare I say it, flame when everyone's like, hey, you didn't fix my lane after I went 0-5 in lane. Anyway, that's enough about solo queue. We have exciting series today. Let's jump into our very first series of the day. Taking a look at the rosters for our first series between Viv and Formulation. I think some people wouldn't have expected these teams when we were looking at that Formulation versus Team Queso matchup, but when you look at the lineups of Millip, Tyras, Shargs, Kranix, and Floor on the side of Viv, and then for Formulation, UI, Kimau, Don, Feko, and Zawa, I think two very interestingly and different style teams in the fact that Formulation, we've seen their team fighting presence be really good. These unique picks from Feko in that bottom lane makes them a really interesting team to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And not only the unique picks from Veko, right? Like we've seen him play Misfortune and Seraphine, but also Dawn. Dawn playing champions like the Irelia, for example. Like no one is playing Irelia except for him. And then also Kimau showing some crazy picks in the jungle. Like Formulation Gaming is very unpredictable in the draft.
I think so. I think exactly that. I think the one thing on Viv's side is I think individually that they're really good as well. So we'll dive into it a little bit more as you and I head into the cast. Let's hear what Stuart has to highlight before we get into our first series today.
Thank you again, Stress. Yes, I'm back with the key points, and you mentioned it already. It's the battle of the underdogs, really, in this lower bracket. We didn't really expect Viv and Formulation to come this far in the tournament. They took down both Na'Vi and Team Queso, so now we're going to see who's going to come out on top in the battle of the underdogs. We talk about the pocket picks as well for Formulation. Hells mentioned it very, very briefly there, but Feko loves to play these very interesting picks that we haven't seen before. He was the first one that brought out that Seraphine duo lane, Misfortune last weekend. We also saw Galio in the duo lane as well, so don't be surprised if we see maybe a few more interesting picks in this series. And last point is playing as a team. Both these teams like to group up together. They like to focus around them objectives and like to roam around the map as a 5. So as you're watching this game, make sure to keep an eye on that, because if anyone splits up from their team, they could be caught out, and that could be the most crucial point in this series. That's everything. Time to get into picks and bans for game number 1 with Stress and Hells. Back to you.
Let's get into draft 1 of the day. We're ready. I think there's some key picks we have to highlight here. Specifically, like I want to call out one for Viv as we get into the draft. I think Shargs Gragas has been like one of the best mid lane Gragas performances that we've seen. And then in the first series that Floor played, they paired like Janna Gragas together for this really interesting, like should be disengaged, but was actually really aggressive composition for Viv. So I'm interested to see where that draft goes. Get your votes in chat as well to see who you predict going through game 1. But Hells, I mean, we're still on the same patch, 3.0.B. The regular picks that we should anticipate being banned in drafts are going to get put out there really quickly.
I mean, to be honest, they're regular picks, but I feel between these teams especially, we're going to be seeing some weird bans. Because as I said, right, like both these teams have some very weird picks, that worked out great, right? Like, for example, Tyrus on the Vi. I mean, who the hell would ban Vi? But now it's like, you could consider banning out a champion like that. Same for the Seraphine, right? Same for the Irelia, etc., etc. So getting into the draft, we see an instant Kha'Zix ban. We saw Kim Yao on the Kha'Zix. We saw how good he is on it. Makes sense that Viv Esports bans it away. Olaf ban is a standard ban that we've seen a lot, right? Tyrus incredible on the Olaf. We've seen him on that as well. And then a Thresh ban stress.
Taking it away from the Sour. So we see a lot of like, if you're not going the engage route with like Rakan and Ziggs, you see a lot of Thresh Ziggs and safety where you can pull champions out. That's a red side Galio ban, which Formulation I always think of as one of the teams that are going to play Galio. So obviously an incredibly high priority on that coming out of here. And it's Viv that have banned the Gragas. So we know Gragas flexes. We talked about Shugs having a really good Gragas performance. So here comes some of those non-standard bans. So when you look at it, like there's a lot available, like Fiora's up, Jace is up, Set's up.
Everything is available.
A lot of things are available. Garen banned out. So now we get to see where the power picks lie.
Yeah, Rakan, Ziggs, Fiora, Camille, etc., etc., etc. There's so many picks open right now, and now it's all about the mind games, right? Like, do you pick the Ziggs as your first pick? And I talked about this with Snitch, for example, right? Like I told him, do you pick the Ziggs as the first pick? Because some teams try to counter the Ziggs, but what Snitch mentioned is you shouldn't try to counter the Ziggs. You should just pick it because it's such a broken champion. Same could be said about the Rakan, which is the first pick right now. And as Formulation Gaming, you don't want to be giving Ziggs Rakan over to Viv Esports.
No, Rakan, just to give people a tiny preview, is so good that I know you'll be talking about Rakan a little bit later on in the show. Like, he's a very, very high priority champion that we've talked about. Set now going to get picked up on red side. We'll see whether the Ziggs pairs up with it. Formulation are one of the teams that I think have shied away and have gone towards a few other picks from that bottom lane. But, you know, Snitch has a good point on there. It's Fiora that gets picked up. So that's a pretty strong bruiser and fighter top side of the map so far.
No Ziggs stress. They didn't pick the Ziggs. They're actually giving away the Rakan Ziggs to Viv Esports. Now, the real question is, are they actually going to pick it? I mean, to me, it would be a no-brainer, right? But these are pro teams. There it is, of course. Like, it is indeed a no-brainer. They picked the Rakan Ziggs. And even though you have the Fiora to kind of counter it, because Fiora has the right post, I would say it's very, very dangerous to give away Rakan, Ziggs, and then Camille as well. Honestly, like, this draft is looking very strong for Viv.
This is a lot of backline damage already. Like, there's the dive with Camille and Rakan. You've got the long-range ultimate from Ziggs. That being said, Formulation have a composition that right now want to go forward.
Yes.
And here comes the Seraphine from Fekko. So what Seraphine can do is out-sustain. The problem is, though, if the damage is up front and is too much front-loaded and bursts people down, like Ziggs ultimate can do with a Camille jumping on you, Seraphine doesn't get enough time to heal you.
Yeah, and I feel like this could potentially be countered with a Locket, but still it's obviously dangerous, right? Like, the first two picks of Formulation Gaming, which is a Set and a Fiora, don't really get hurt too much by this combination that Viv Esports picked. But how else are you going to counter it? Is Formulation Gaming going to come through with that Irelia? Because Irelia is one of those champions that can work. And they did ban Vi. We talked about it. Formulation Gaming banned Vi. And let me tell you exactly the reason why. Oh, and an Irelia ban. I mean, we're just completely predicting these drafts right now. Like, it's so obvious what these teams ban. It's target bans, and it makes sense. And I'm gonna take some time to explain it because it's a lot. So Vi ban, it makes sense because Vi combined with Camille. Vi ults, Camille goes in as well, and Ziggs can just completely demolish your backline. It makes sense to ban it because Seraphine cannot stop the Vi. And for Viv Esports, it makes sense to ban out the Irelia because Irelia is a champion that can avoid the Rakan and the Camille. Irelia can just dash around, go for the Ziggs and kill him. So these bans make a lot of sense, Stress.
Yeah, they make a ton of sense. And, you know, this is exactly the situation that we kind of anticipated to be in when we were prepping for this series this week. And you know, as you said, the bans make sense. Both of those champions can avoid the Seraphine ultimate. Now we need to see where else do where else do the picks come from. Jax has been banned as well. So a lot of jungle presence towards Tyra is drawing many respect bans. We're actually like 6 junglers deep into this right now. That is a Yuumi ban. So no Yuumi Fiora combination. That could have been pretty deadly as well, balancing the healing with the crowd control, as well as the damage that comes out of Fiora. So Formulation, where do they go here? Is it going to be... So they could be looking for mid lane. It could be support as well. But that set can go many, many different places. So there's a lot of options still available for Formulation.
It's a bit hard to think of what they can go for because they can go for multiple routes and they actually picked the Renekton. And like this is kind of the problem that you have as Viv Esports, right? Like Viv Esports did pick the Ziggs and the Rakan, but you don't do too well against these bruiser types of champions. And Formulation Gaming is deciding to go for bruiser jungler, bruiser Baron laner, bruiser mid laner. Because we can counter you with that, right? Like, that's also why the Aurelia was banned, because that's also a champion understood. So, Formulation Gaming doing a surprisingly good job at countering this draft stress.
Yeah, doing a good job. However, Viv are now looking towards the pick route with Camille, Ari, and then some damage from Ziggs. We should also keep in mind, Set may be going down into the support role. I think typically when we see Seraphine, we've seen a lot of like Seraphine Sona, that type of thing. Yeah. So that would be where I would expecting things to go. That Ari picked up for Shags. If the damage doesn't stick up front, Seraphine is going to heal up through it. You're going to need some anti-heal pretty quickly for this double AP composition. And now an AD champion that can carry. I was going to say AD carry. Yeah. So there's some attack damage coming through as well. Could be jungle, could be top, or either jungle or top, as that Camille will find his spot as well.
Yeah, and I like the Riven a lot because Riven can actually deal with those bruisers because of the way that she works. And Zed, I love the Zed pick. I absolutely love the Zed pick because that is how you play against the Ziggs. And now it's going to be incredibly interesting to see how Kranix plays the Ziggs into this composition because he's up against 3 bruisers, the Seraphine and the Zed. Like, it's really hard for him to stay alive, right? Like, it's going to be incredibly hard for him to stay alive. So it's basically going to be a battle between, is Viv Esports going to be able to destroy Formulation Gaming before Formulation Gaming reaches the Ziggs? And oh man, these fights are going to be messy, Stress. They're going to get real messy.
Yeah, Formulation have a pretty good ability to carry from either that Fiora or the Zed getting into the backline and messing up Kranix, as you said. I think for Viv, it's so much more about great Ziggs ultimates are going to be required in order to allow Ari and Riven to finish the kills. Like we always, when we look at a Ziggs team, in my mind, I'm always looking at like who actually is going to get the kill credit after that ultimate has gone down. Riven can absolutely do that with the ultimate, that second part where the wind slash goes all the way through. You've also, as we said, got the Ari there if she can tidy things up. So I think there's flashes of these unique picks that we've seen. I just want to get onto the Rift and see who comes out ahead. Yeah. Formulation have been great team fighting in the past few weeks, but I think Viv may have the individual upper hand when it comes to like player versus player in my mind.
I would say so as well, actually. I would definitely say so as well. And looking at these compositions, like we know both these teams are really good at what they do. And it feels like both teams are playing to their strengths, especially Formulation Gaming. As we get into the game, we saw Formulation Gaming pull off compositions like this incredibly well. So yeah, let's see how they do it in this game, Stress.
Yeah, we've got a couple of different movements early on. We saw Don going up towards the top side. We've got supports around mid lane as well as Zhao here with Floor, trying to get that early push on just to be able to help around those initial crabs, get the early push into the jungle as well as Shags is going to roam up and try and spot out Kamau. No engages though to begin this one out, as I mean both duo laners are fairly safe when it comes to like the Ziggs and Seraphine, so you can afford to roam out of lane for a little bit at the early game.
Definitely, and I want to mention something. Formulation Gaming running the set support Stress, and even though I guess it can work, I really don't like it into this composition of Viv Esports, because if you look at Ziggs deals a lot of sustain damage, and sure, Ziggs ultimate is a lot of burst damage, but how often are you really going to be using that second ability of set like on a good way, because you're just not dealing with that much burst damage?
Yeah, that's a fair point, and I think it kind of eats into some of the potential sustain of Seraphine Sona, that kind of thing, but it does offer obviously a lot of crowd control, and that's one thing that I think Formulation I wouldn't have struggled with without an engaged support, but I think only having that Seraphine ult to set up a fight is pretty easy for Viv to go, okay, well, all we got to do is just not get Seraphine ulted, and it's really hard for Renekton and a Fiora to get it onto you, but they're going to go for first blood up in the top lane as Millip is able to survive through. Viv, 1-0 on the board.
And Fluor also with the rotation, even though he didn't actually do anything, he gave a shield to Millip right there, so Millip wouldn't even die if UI used his Ignite. Like, so amazing seeing these rotations from Fluor, just like last game, and here we're going to be seeing a gank.
Yeah, now it's going to be Formulation looking towards the bottom side as Kranix is trying to cut the wave and does just in time to deny the dive from Formulation. Well played to know if the minions aren't there, there's no dive available.
Definitely, and as we look into our replay here, this is what I wanted to talk about. Millip caught UI, but then here, as we can see, UI did still have an Ignite. He didn't even bother to use it, but if he used it, Milup would have died without the Rakan. So Fluor basically made sure that Milup got that kill and stayed alive. Like, this is what I really love about these supports. And on the other hand, let's take a look at Formulations Gaming's vision game stress. Look at the bottom jungle. Oh my god, how were they able to get so many wards right there? And this is going to give them a massive advantage. Like, how is Viv going to gank that bot lane now?
Yeah, they actually have, 5 trinket wards and a crab, or they did at least, as one died in the topside jungle. So like Formulation really heavily focusing their early vision. I love to see that kind of play where you know, they're actually investing in it, because Stuart already in his segment walked through how good Formulation are at using their vision and making picks around it. So we're going to have to track that as this game goes on.
Definitely, like in the replay that Stuart shows, Formulation won because of their vision. And we can see them clearly going for it again. Tyrus is sweeping away some of them, but it's still very good. And I want to talk about Dawn on the Zed as well. He's playing Zed in the mid lane, right? It's an incredibly aggressive champion, same as Ahri. These are both champions that love to gank. So we haven't seen any ganks from them quite yet. As we haven't engaged in the Baron lane.
Yeah, UI may have baited Milup in. Milup, no flash from that engage in top lane, but they can't quite close the distance. Kimau is going to throw out the grand challenge. I think that was a little bit ambitious because there was no more crowd control. And this is the problem. Once that stun's down from UI, you're relying on somebody stupidly like throwing crowd control at you that you riposte. Like that's it's not going to happen.
Exactly, and that's what I feel like may lack a little bit from Formulation Gaming's composition. We have another little fight, but not too much is going to be happening right there. But exactly, they're really heavily relying on Vecco on that Seraphim to go all in. But Milup may be looking for some trouble
this
here.
Time Zawa's here, he gets pulled in, and this time they're going to be able to block. I think he blocked the hook shot by the looks of it. It's going to spell the end, and that's a big kill onto UI. Looked like the suplex was right in time for that hook shot, if I read that correctly.
Definitely, they countered the hook shot perfectly with the suplex, and they're trading objectives, they're shaking hands, which is honestly fine for both teams, right? Formulation Gaming taking it with Herald, they're very likely going to be taking the first turret as well, or they're going to be saving it for the mid lane turret. I would assume they go for the first turret. They're giving away the Ocean Dragon to Viv Esports, which is not a bad deal, considering that they have a lot of burst-heavy champions like the Zed, so I really like this call from Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, Kamau may very well have been in trouble as he was forced to flash away. UI is going to be able to slice and dice his way back to safety. Rift Herald will charge, and it was just defended in enough time that I think that they can kill the Rift Herald and actually maintain that tower's health. So that's going to be a tough one to crack without a regank.
Formulation didn't even get the first turret right here, which is really bad for them, as it gives a lot of bonus gold to get it, and that's really why you're giving away that dragon, right? Like to get that first turret. So Formulation Gaming has to look for that turret as fast as they can.
Yeah, Zawa gets a little bit of damage tagged onto him, will back away. And this is one thing that we always look at, like Zig's probably the best mid lane clearer. Seraphine's pretty good at it as well, but that Seraphine is so much part of your composition for actually looking for picks and trying to get crowd control that she almost has to push mid and then try and move away, which is really hard against the Ziggs.
Definitely, and I want to talk about something that I find very weird, which is Dawn's build. He instantly rushed Asura's Grudge, and I feel that he did that because of their lack of CC, because he gets those slows, and we're gonna have a fight here.
Oh, UI is trying to bait in as well, but look, Milup and Flower know that like basically the supports have been here the entire game. Here's the roam from Seraphine though, as Fecco has the ultimate available, but once again, no more minions means that Viv are able to dissuade another tower dive, and that means Ziggs gets free time clearing in the bottom lane, and Sharks has been pushing in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, this is really bad for Formulation Gaming. They're just desperately trying to get that turret, but they're losing pressure on the other sides of the map, and we have another fight.
Zawa's on a ward, doesn't matter though, as Zawa's going to be able to dash back out. Here comes Tyra's into the fight though. Here comes the Ziggs ultimate as well, and it's all been Formulation trying to force things through the top lane, and it's Viv that are the ones that pick up the kill.
Formulation is not going to get that turret stressed. Formulation is not going to get that turret. Viv Esports is going to make sure that Formulation doesn't get that turret. And as we can see, actually, Formulation Gaming is the one that's getting ahead into this game. And Formulation Gaming's pushing of waves has just been much, much better in this game.
Oh, Viv backing away from topside. Yeah, Viv have themselves just under 1,000 gold lead. It's a little bit shy as Formulation pick up a couple of waves.
Yeah, definitely. And as we look into this replay, Zaur with a beautiful ultimate, but it's just not enough. Fluor escaped with his ultimate, and there we see it, the Ziggs ultimate, providing so much value from such far away. Tyrus did fail his flash combo, but it's okay. He's playing the Riven, which works very well into this composition. Just Viv Esports doing an amazing job in this game right now.
Yeah, Viv certainly controlling the pace, even though it's Formulation looking for the plays. The fact that Tyra's picked up a kill, Millip has picked up a kill as well. Like, these are two champions that the later the game goes, they are going to be tough to deal with. Obviously, Kamau's Fiora scales very well later into the game, but
And
Camille can pull people really wide across the map and make problems in side lanes very, very quickly. So we'll have to see whether Kamau can actually match that the later this goes. They're cutting in for flank into middle lane here. As you can see, Flower is starting to collapse with the rest of the team. Riven from behind, that's a beautiful knockup, is going to start this fight. The Seraphine ultimate goes wide, but there have been no kills so far. Hextech ultimatum is, however, going to lock Kamau in place for the second kill. 2 kills over to Tyra's, and Viv are looking great. Oh, Charman's over the wall as well, looking for Dawn. It's not going to be enough.
Wow, and Formulation Gaming couldn't escape anywhere. Viv Esports from the bottom, from the top, from the left, from the right. They came from everywhere, and now they're the ones looking for a first turret.
Yeah, they're going to try and dive topside. It was top tower that fell first as Renekton was able to get it, but at what cost? Because that's a mid lane tower and those previous kills going over to Viv.
Tyrus is still alive. The Dawn went all in on Tyrus just to be able to get that shot down, but unfortunately he was unable to get it. And in that last teamfight, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing a replay of very soon, Vecco was just caught off guard. He was caught in the middle of it, and he's playing the Seraphine. Seraphine needs to be in the backline. Like, that's what I mean. And as we look into the replay, there it is. Vecco just standing in the middle, not really being able to do anything, and Tyrus just catches the free kill. And then when the Seraphine dies, that's when the composition dies as well from Formulation Gaming, because Seraphine is the one that's healing up and the one that's bringing the CC to the table.
Yeah, that's how well Viv have played around this committing into the top side by Formulation. They were able to push the wave back out and then cut all the way through Formulation's jungle to set up that play with the flank. Beautifully done, as Viv are going to try and defend bot lane while holding mid as well. It basically means Formulation can't get to an objective yet. We'll see which one Formulation opt towards, as everyone's floating towards the bottom side for that dragon.
Yeah, and Viv Esports is the one that wants to fight, and Formulation is the one that wants to shake hands right now. We can clearly see it, right? Like, Viv is looking, which objective is Formulation going to start? We're going to take the fight, and a fight is definitely going to be happening very soon. As Formulation Gaming starts to understand what's happening, right?
Yeah, UI is so far away from this, and we're still committing towards top lane, because there is a wave stacking like coming towards Formulation top lane. However, when they show one mid and one bot, I think Viv may have the time to just rush this down. Seraphine's going to recall that. They're handshaking on nothing at this point. They're saying, okay, you take the dragon. They can't even get to that Rift Herald because of the way that Viv have been playing around mid lane.
And that's exactly what Viv is supposed to be doing. They shouldn't handshake. They can fight so easily because they're ahead, and their composition allows it. They got the second dragon, and now they're going to make sure Formulation doesn't get their hands on this Rift Herald either. And I feel like Formulation is going to go for a desperate player, but Viv Esports should be able to defend.
Yeah, Flower has done such a good job of being at least just around whenever UI wants to engage. Renekton has that one stun, and if his target gets away, it can be really hard for him to get further into the fight. Viv are going to clear out the vision and apparently start the Rift Herald as well. Formulation is set up for this if they can get that. It's going quickly. I think Formulation are going to back away. They don't want to take the fight. So a lot of objective control going over to Viv. It's only the one Rift Herald early that went to Formulation. Everything since has been Viv.
Yeah, exactly. And Viv just playing the macro game perfectly this game. They know the powers of their composition. We saw them struggle with this a little bit before, where they didn't go for those power plays before, where they basically shook hands when they shouldn't. But now we can clearly see they've learned from their mistakes, and they're playing this game absolutely perfectly macro-wise. They've secured 2 dragons, they've secured a Rift Herald, and very soon, they have actually already secured the mid lane turret. Very soon, they may even secure another mid lane turret with that Rift Herald that they just took.
Yeah, and they have side lane turrets they can start looking to play towards as well. This is where that Camille getting a kill fairly early on, even though it's even in the lane, allows Camille to have now her 2 items completed. She starts getting really difficult to deal with, and you can see that's where Flower's going towards that Camille. Rift Herald's popped in the bottom lane. Ultimatum's going to lock Don in place. He's going to try and buy time, but his exit route is cut off by the Mega Inferno bomb, and it's bottom tower going down before Rift Herald even charged. It's so far back in the lane that's going to charge into the inner turret eventually.
Yeah, and absolutely no chance for Dawn right there. We saw him with a desperate ultimate, but Fluor coming in with an ultimate, just making sure Dawn cannot even use his abilities to go for that fight. And they're going to be going for another turret stress.
Yeah, they're going to dive with this Rift Herald, and Kranix, his ultimate is not available, so that big AoE damage is not there, but all they need is a little bit of damage down to that satchel charge, and they haven't got the minions to do it. This tower will not fall. You need that tower lower, so satchel charge will actually destroy it. So a little bit of a blunder, but they just couldn't get the damage down. I do like, however, that Viv don't just overcommit and say, well, we have to make the play work. They're like, this one doesn't feel 100%. Let's not commit everything.
Yeah, definitely. And Kranix did actually miss an empowered attack. He shot it. I don't know if he missed it on purpose, but he shot an empowered attack from Ziggs, which deals a lot of bonus damage to turrets, by the way. He shot it on an enemy, and I feel like if they had just focused the turret a little more, the satchel charge from Ziggs would have been able to secure it. But it's as you said, right? Viv Esports were like, whatever, we're not going to overextend. They took their win, and they went back. And this is exactly how you want to be playing when you're ahead. You take those wins, you go back, you don't give the shutdowns. Because if we look into Tyrus right now, he has a big shutdown. He has 3 kills, 0 deaths. And I love what Tyrus is building right there. He's going for the Solaris charge-based stress. And we know how much damage Riven can do when she gets that item.
He wants to one-shot people. He just wants to get there and, like, within a second blow people up. Yeah, I always think of it as, like, when you're ahead like this, you just want to win more. You don't want to give the opportunity away to, like, start losing. Baron has spawned, Dragon not up for another 30-plus seconds at this point in the game. I think, realistically, if Viv get this next Dragon and can move towards a play on top side, it's going to be really hard for Formulation, save for an overextension from Viv, to actually contest objectives, because this gold lead is growing, the objective lead is growing as well, and Viv have a really dangerous composition to fight against.
Definitely, and I want to highlight some builds again, which is the Dawn, right? Like, yet again, he's just going for the Cerulda Black Cleaver. What I always like to say personally is no matter what, you always go for the Yumos Ghostplate on set, because it's so good. But he's choosing to go for this build, and I feel like he's being a bit punished for it, because we saw in the early game he did go all in with some ultimates, but he didn't get those kills. I want to stop talking those stress, because I feel like something's going to be happening right there.
It does feel like a fight's coming, as Floor is in a position to go aggressive. Set goes in, as that's a big Ziggs ultimate to deal damage across the board, but it's actually Millup that has fallen to begin this one off. Formulation, they're low, but the Seraphine healing, if it can come through. There is no anti-heal on the side of Viv. I was going to bring it up right before this fight, and it's such a key moment. They cannot quite get the damage down from Don, as that's a big charm. Kimau is going to riposte off the damage from the Orb of Deception, and now they can continue on to the Dragon. That's a big fight from Formulation, and it indicated to Viv they absolutely need healing debuff at this point.
Definitely, Millup diving super deep, trying to get to Fekko, but Fekko with amazing positioning, making sure they actually secure the kill on Millup before that fight had even started, really. Sure, Viv Esports had a beautiful Ziggs ultimate, but Fekko was being kept alive. And as you look into this replay, Formulation Gaming actually had the vision advantage right there. Viv Esports didn't know what they were running into. And as we look into this replay, look at Millup. He just got caught. He died before anything happened. And even though you engage super well, if you lose Millup in the process and turn it into a 4 versus 5 position, that's a disastrous team fight for you. And Tyrus did a really nice stasis, because they did all in Tyrus, but like Formulation Gaming showing that they can still win team fights. And the later we get into this game, the stronger the Seraphine gets stress.
Yeah, especially if there's no anti-heal. That's another catch, maybe this time on Tyrus, who was extended over into the top lane. And this was working so well for Viv early. Early Viv were playing around Tyrus, playing around Millup, and bringing Floor up in time. This time, split second, the jungle is down. There's no smite. And, I mean, this Baron attempt from Formulation, all they've got to do is balance the damage, and they should be able to take this very easily. That's a Ziggs ultimate coming through. Big damage down on, as they're going to get more as they hop over the back. Formulation are trying to back themselves away as Fekko has fallen. Formulation, I don't think that they watched the Baron damage video that got posted this week. Zawa will be able to get on with that shield to absorb a lot of the damage down, as that's a double kill for Don. Can they actually finish off Kimau, though? It's a big fight for Viv. It's gone back and forth as 3 members of Formulation are down. Zawa's going to get out with Kimau. Tyrus is back available, but it's only 3 members of Viv up as well.
Yeah, Formulation Gaming definitely needs to take a peek at that video that Jinko made about Baron, because their armor and magic resist exactly was being reduced by the Baron. And I feel like Formulation Gaming went for that play because they had a Seraphine. They were very comfortable thinking like, yeah, we have a Seraphine anyways, we're just going to use the shielding, which they tried to do. But before Seraphine could even use anything, she just got hard CC'd. As you can see right here, she was not even able to do anything. Like, they changed CC the target that they had to change CC, and they went all in. And then with the armor and magic resist reduction as well, you just die as Formulation Gaming. So they got way too confident right there, thinking that they could just survive whatever was coming to them and outsmite the enemy. But no, the Baron deals damage, the Baron debuffs you, and then the Seraphine healing is just not enough stress.
Oh, Fekko may very well be caught though as he gets stunned by Tyras. That's the charm lands as well. The healing is down as UI. Big pull in from Zawa on this set is going to dissuade the fight for now, but here comes Millip from the side. Ultimatum's going to lock onto UI. Don's going to go in with a death mark. Can they get the damage down? They don't really have much more damage to stick as Viv, it looked shaky from a moment after Tyras got caught, but they are right back into it onto the Baron.
Basically, the composition what Formulation has. Keep
Kranix
alive,
watched the video. Kranix saw the video. Look at him do it.
yeah.
He's standing in the same spot. So Jinko posted a video this week. You should go check it out on Baron. Basically, if you stand in the spot that Kranix is as a ranged carry, and every time the attack falls from the sky, you just got to sidestep it. You take 0 damage. You don't get your armor reduced. You don't get your magic reduced. Kranix watched the video. We know it.
Oh, that's so amazing to see. It's so amazing to see that they know how to play the Baron. But talking about Formulation's game is composition. Basically, the way that they win the game, keep Fekko alive. If Fekko dies, you lose the game. And we can see that Viv Esports knows this as well. They charmed him with Sharks on that Ahri, and then it was done deal already. Formulation Gaming lost the teamfight when Fekko died. That's basically it. So the team fights that we're going to be seeing is Viv Esports all-inning Formulation Gaming, just going for Fekko. If they kill him, they win. If they don't, they lose.
His heal is down, but his flash is up for this next fight. As really, that's one of my worries about this composition is like they rely on so much damage to come from Kimau and Don, and wow! No way! What? Fekko just gets destroyed, and that's exactly what we were talking about. Is that burst damage can just eat through Seraphine? No way did Seraphine just get one shot by that ultimate. That's the game done. That's it. They've got Baron buff. There's almost no wave clear here. They just need to push through Bot Tower and take the Infernal Elder Drake. Like game over.
We talked about it.
Hextech Ultimatum into the knockup from Flowers. Flowers going to back away. Perfect charm lands from Sharks, and they are just turning the pressure up as Viv say they want to advance in the lower bracket. Viv want to go 1-0 in this series. Kamau now under pressure. He's going to stasis. Isn't going to be enough to keep Viv in this game. These Baron minions are going to push it through. There's enough damage down. This isn't even all of Viv pushing through. Damage out of Sharks is going to end the game. The Infernal's gone as well. Viv Esports take everything and just annihilate Formulation from one Zigzalt at the end of that game.
What? I'm still stuck at that part. What?
Yeah, I know. Same. I was like, wait, he disappeared. Like,
so what happened? Ziggs threw his first ability and hit the Seraphine once, and then he ulted her, and he destroyed her from like 70% HP. We talked about it. The whole thing that it's about is killing Fekko on that Seraphine, right? Like, that's the big task. And then Kranix is like, whatever, big task, I don't care. I'm just going to do it myself, and then we're going to finish the game. What an incredible game, Strat.
That's insane. We definitely, I think we'll see a replay during this package. I want to see it again. Some of these fights showed the strength of Ziggs, that even if Ziggs isn't picking up the kills, like the damage done is enough that the rest of the team just comes and tidies up. It's so hard not to fight in an area where Ziggs hits at least 3 people with an ultimate, that this composition that wants to stand around Seraphine, in my mind, is totally undone. Like, this Baron is just easy pickings for Ziggs. He just throws it down.
Yeah, exactly. And this Baron plane, as I said, is way too greedy, right? Seraphine is not going to save you from the Baron and the Ziggs. Sure, Seraphine has nice healing. Sure, she has a nice barrier, but it's not enough. And funnily, she was not even able to use it because Viv Esports did a great job focusing down that Seraphine. Fluor going in with the Rakan ultimate. He didn't even allow. And this, there we go. Oh my god, I could watch that all day, Stress.
The increased damage on that middle like target point is so rare that you see it happen so like definitively that it's just like, no, the one shot, done.
That was crazy. That was absolutely amazing. And just Viv Esports doing an amazing job playing that composition correctly, right? Like, even though they did make some mistakes, which cost them some team fights, at the end of the day, they understood the assignment, right? Kill Vecco, kill the Seraphine, win the game. And that's exactly what they did. They got the Ziggs fight. As you can see, Vecco is actually 0-4 on that Seraphine. They constantly did an amazing job just making sure they kill Vecco. And I want to see the damage graph, to be honest. I want to see how much damage Kranix did in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. I think the key thing is 0, 4, and 1. Like, Fekko only assisting 1 kill. That's actually less damage on Phoenix than I think we were expecting. Millip outputting huge amounts. But, like, when you got a Seraphine, half of the thing is, like, she heals up her allies and everybody else gets kills as well on top of her. So, like, 1 assist on a game like this tells you how hard it was for Formulation to actually get good fights for themselves.
Definitely, and I want to look at Flora as well. 16 assists. He got 16 out of those 17 kills. That's because he was constantly roaming around and getting those ganks, and in teamfights as well. Like, you know, we shouldn't ignore how much Fluor did in that game. Just did a phenomenal job on Rakan, and this honestly should show Formulation Gaming. You don't leave Rakan and Ziggs open. You don't just give Rakan and Ziggs to any team, especially VIF Esports and Cryonics, because oh my god, that guy is an incredible player on a lot of champions, but especially Ziggs.
I think the unforgivable thing is the fact that Ziggs passed first rotation on red side, like when Rakan's already there.
Yeah.
We will dive a little bit further into the bans and picks later for our second series. Let's take a look at our play of the game from game 1, Viv versus Formulation. Is it going to be Seraphine just getting destroyed?
I just want to see Seraphine get destroyed. But actually, we take a look at a team fight because that was obviously not an actual play. Here we can see it. Like, you can see VIF Esports, they have hard-focused Vecco. Kairos went in, knocked up Vecco, and then Sharks followed up just instantly with his ultimate. And this is exactly how VIF Esports wins the team fight. And I really love that we're looking at this team fight especially, because here we can see whatever Formulation Gaming does, they're just not going to win the team fight. And it's like not even close. Like, you see VIF Esports all full HP. Only Millip is at like 70%. But that's what happens if you play your composition correctly and destroy the power pick in the enemy, which is Vecco on that Seraphine.
Yeah, just could not really survive through. Even though we were talking about sustain on Seraphine, when everybody's got to be right next to one carry, that Ziggs ultimate is going to do real work. And the rest of the damage from Viv as well, from that ribbon, really carrying strong. That's only game 1, though. It's a best of 3 Viv versus Formulation. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a few minutes.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promised it's you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us?
back, everybody, to the WREC, where we are in between Game 1 and Game 2 between Viv and Formulation. Viv looking very, very strong after the first game. Their early game, I would say, is like almost impeccable playing around Formulation's attempts at dives.
Yeah, definitely incredible. And I would like rate Viv Esports as a top team right now. Honestly, like after seeing that, I would definitely rate them as one of the top teams, you know, even comparable to Game Lord and WREC. And that's a big thing to say, but it really seems like they're just doing everything correctly. The draft, the macro, the early game, the objectives, the players are incredible, just everything, Stress.
Yeah, they've been on the uptick ever since we saw them in January playing under the moniker Free Team, then being picked up by Viv Esports. Let's head over to Stuart, see what Stuart took from game number 1 and what maybe needs to change for game 2.
Thank you very much, Jess. Yes, I've been watching in the sidelines for game number 1. First, we want to talk about target bans. It was really interesting to see the bans coming out from the first stage of the draft. Viv Esports banning champions like Kha'Zix and Thresh, which we don't really see too much, but they're more target bans. And what that does, opens the draft on the blue side. So they first pick Rakan, they go for that draft priority for the duo lane. And even though Formulation pick up the Set and the Fiora, they could just pick Ziggs and Camille straight afterwards. So many power picks were left open in this draft, and you can see that both teams are going for a different sort of play style. When going into the game, Viv Esports went for this perfect team fight comp, which works really well against Formulation, because Formulation wanted to group together with the Seraphine to get all of the shields. But when you're against a Rakan, when you're against a Camille and a Ziggs, when you land that wombo combo on the side of Viv Esports, Formulation just can't do anything about it. And you saw that in the rest of the game, rest of the series as well. And going into the second game, it'd be interesting to see if Formulation stay on the red side or if they move over to the blue side themselves, and how they're going to adapt going into this second game. But that's it for the key points for now. Back to Stress and Hells to get us into game number 2.
Totally agree on a lot of the discussion there around team fights. I mean, you know, your interview with Snitch, he was talking about how teams that are trying to counter the Ziggs should just pick the Ziggs. I don't even really know that I feel like Seraphine's that much of a counter unless Ziggs is like super far behind. I think we saw Seraphine just get one shot by Ziggs. So if she's not alive, how are you countering anything?
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Ziggs can reach her with his bombs. But if you can survive that, she can heal back up. Her ultimate is amazing. But Seraphine mainly works against melee compositions. That's how her whole kit is revolved. So she doesn't necessarily counter a Ziggs. It's just a good pick. But yeah, we saw last game. She had no chance.
She does not counter this giant area of effect. Bam, instant one shot on the spot. So now we're gonna have to see how things change for our second draft. I think the priority, I imagine, will stay similar on the target bans. Like we saw Don's Irelia get banned out. I think that's a fairly straightforward ban. If that second rotation, he hasn't picked it up by then. The Galio and the Gragas priority probably still the same as our first game of the day there as well. But I wouldn't be surprised, considering Formulation are on the red side, to see one of Rakan or Ziggs banned away in this.
They picked the red side again.
Yeah.
And indeed, Rakan and Ziggs, right? Like these are the big ones. These are the big ones, and they are definitely gonna get banned. Like I'm not even gonna think about it. They are gonna get banned by Formulation Gaming, unless you just want to lose again. Either Rakan or the Ziggs is gonna bang. Like sure, maybe you can counter the Ziggs, right? There is champions that are good against it, but Rakan Ziggs, it's just overstress.
And I think the thing is, like, Rakan works with so many other picks as well that I think so does Ziggs, but I think we saw Viv say, okay, well, we'll prioritize Rakan first because of how good the champion is. A couple of bans already coming through, same as last game on the side of Viv when it comes to that Kha'Zix and that Gragas. They're actually going to focus out Millup's Camille. It did give Formulation quite a bit of trouble up in the top lane, where they tried to dive it about 3 times and it survived a lot, and then really locked down Don from being able to do anything on that assassin.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Milup as a player has evolved a lot, because in the beginning, I'm gonna be honest, we didn't see too much from him, but now Milup on the Darius, Milup on the Camille, you know, we see him just show an absolute dominant performance, where it even gets so far that people are just target betting against Milup. And honestly, very proud of a player like that, because you now not only have Kranix and Sharks and Fluor and Tyrus, you also have the big Milup to take care of, and so big that they're even not like, they choose to not ban out the Rakan and Ziggs and just ban out his Camille. And we saw last game how good it was. But then the problem that you have, you can just pick something else.
Yeah, there's a lot still available for that top lane. You know, we're going to look at it. Set, Jace are going to be up. That is a Vayne ban out. So that tells me Zawa at Formulation are going to pick a lot towards tanks in this game because typically, like, that's what Vayne deals well with. It's like tanks that can't really close the gap. Galio immediately picked up. That does leave Rakan and Ziggs both available for Formulation if they want it. I feel like you have to take at least one of them here. Yeah. And at this point, maybe it's the Ziggs because Galio could very well be down in that support role.
And Rakan, Galio does counter Rakan pretty hard, actually. Pretty hard. But not Ziggs. You still want to be picking up that Ziggs, right? Because Ziggs is such a power pick to have. Honestly, it feels like both these teams are kind of trying to play mind games. Yet again, we've heard teammates, players say that they've tried this before, but it just didn't work because of how strong Ziggs is. So let's see if Formulation Gaming and Viv are going to be playing these mind games yet again. But no, they do not, right? Okay. They know that they cannot pick the Rakan into the Galio because Galio is such a strong counter to it. But they do pick the Ziggs because Ziggs can deal with it fine.
Yeah, I like this. I think this basically is the way that you have to move forward in this draft in my mind. Looking at how game 1 went, cannot really afford game 2 to do the same, even if it's not quite the strategy that Formulation would be looking at running. So who's going to go diving with the Galio? That's what I always want to look at next is Vi is going to go diving with the Galio. Just in time, you got it.
I knew it.
Exactly that. You ult the Ziggs with the Vi, Galio's going to follow up. And then you've got a late game damage carry yourself with Corki. We didn't see priority in the first game, but the last few weeks, Corki's had a lot of priority here.
And if you counter Ziggs, this is how you do it. You start with the Galio pick, then you basically deny the Rakan. If they pick Rakan, you can counter it. And exactly, Vi. I knew that Viv Esports was going to do it. I know. Tyrus is an incredible Vi player. Vi does what she's supposed to do. And now you not only have the Vi stress, you have the Vi and the Galio. And this is what they had prepared against the Ziggs. And I feel like Viv Esports might as well be able to just completely destroy the Ziggs with the combination. Because the only thing that Ziggs can do is use Stasis and Chant. Besides that, he's just dead. Because he cannot avoid Vi's ultimate. He cannot avoid it with his satchel charge. He just cannot.
Yeah, he can't avoid once it locks on. You're going to have to deny it a little bit. One thing I think you can do here is when you have so much towards like single target crowd control, like the likes of a Vi, bring a secondary threat because you can't ult 2 people. So in this case, potentially Kamau on the Fiora is going to play as a second carry here later on into the game. Was a struggle in the last game though. Kamau's Fiora did not have the same impact that they would have liked to have had, and the impact that, for instance, the Kha'Zix has had for Kamau. Rakan banned, Ahri banned, all the way through the second phase. We're seeing some of those targets and some of the picks from the last game taken away.
Yeah, definitely. And Lee Sin is still open, however. Although I feel like you don't necessarily want to be picking Lee Sin into the composition of Viv Esports because they do have the Corki with the package. They have the Vi that becomes unstoppable, right? So Lee Sin actually losing his priority. We saw in the beginning of Esports that Lee Sin was an absolute priority pick, but not anymore with the current draft. And yeah, Viv Esports banning out the Irelia. Yet again, just a target ban, right? They just don't want to deal with it, as you mentioned earlier. And Garen ban from Formulation Gaming. Now the picks are going to be very interesting. Ooh.
Whoa, that's a Leona picked up. And if we're assuming it's Galio and Corki, I mean, Leona can help peel Ziggs when Vi gets there, but I don't know that that's all that useful. Leona's best at going in, like with the ultimate, Zenith Blade in, get the stun on target. So maybe they're trying to follow Kranix on this Corki.
Oh, I don't like it. Like I don't like the Leona pick right here. And yeah, Diana coming in from Viv, an incredibly strong team fighting champion with that ultimate, right? Especially after following up the Corki package. To me, it already looks like Viv Esports is going to be the one dominating the objectives. And we saw how good they can play around these types of compositions where they basically never shake hands and go for everything. So unless Formulation Gaming picks a super strong early game champion, yeah, the Darius, right? Like this is what I mean. Millip is not going to get counted. He's just going to pick the Darius and do the exact same. So what the hell was Formulation Gaming going to pick into this stress?
Yeah, there are so many threats on the side of Viv. Formulation, they like their AD assassins. If they go towards Zed, again, that's one option. I'm looking at what else is available. There's not that many picks that work in this situation. Yeah. Maybe like I don't know what else Don has. The only other AD picks are like Yasuo if they want it, but it doesn't really fit. I wouldn't really want to play. Okay, Riven. I'm forgetting the obvious one that people play. So likely to be Riven mid lane, Fiora jungle, set top lane, I guess. Or, you know, we can mix top and mid, however it works. I just don't know how this Leona plays into it. I think there are too many problems for Leona to actually defend against or engage against. And there are way too many damage threats from Viv to get onto Feko, to get onto Kimau and actually take them out before they can ever really get that damage down.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with Leona, you're like, your ultimate hits multiple enemies, but you're never going to be able to hit multiple enemies because Viv Esports is all over the place. With the Vi, with the Diana, with the Darius here, and then the Galio ulting, and then also the Corki with the package. Also, regarding the last pick of Formulation Gaming, I had absolutely no idea what they would pick. That's why I gave it to you. But honestly, I feel they've been outdrafted severely again. Maybe they'll surprise us, but to me, it looks like Viv Esports does have the response to Ziggs, and we're going to be seeing it in the game very shortly. This one is going to be a banger, Stress.
I think that's the funny thing about Formulation is every time I think they've lost draft is always when something just clicks in a way that I either haven't seen before or didn't understand as much in game. Maybe there's a possibility that Don goes off on this Riven and they're able to get team fights to work, but I just think Viv have too many ways of dealing with the likes of the Ziggs in team fights. We're going to have to see how it plays out on the Rift, though. Formulation have been very good at team fighting historically. Viv looking very good in game one, playing defensively. And this Galio gives them the same option, right? As soon as you have that ultimate available after that early roaming phase, ultimate's going to allow them to cross the map as well.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, I personally think Formulation has no chance to win this game. Obviously, they do, but that's what I think looking at this draft. And they already go for a gank, just super aggressive from both supports. Not happening too much right there. And this is also going to be the battle of supports, Stress, because we saw Fluor and Zaur. Both of them like to roam around a lot. And who's going to be getting the most kills? That's the real question, right? 93%, by the way.
That was 50-50 after game one. I feel like I've seen this mid-game story before, mid-lane story before, I should say, where both supports come to mid lane. It happened in game one. Sharks actually got the push and got the plant to get the vision over the early game, so they know exactly where Kamau is. They can kind of read where Tyra's is as well, as there's a lot of trading in middle lane. As this early game, bottom lane exchanges, Feko is incredibly low. Zawa's gone in, only level 1 though, so doesn't have access to the crowd control. We already saw that he'd picked up that, I think a Shield of Daybreak, that W that is going to be able to keep him alive a little bit stronger.
And I want to talk about a very important early game thing right here. Historically, we know that Tyrus on the Vi likes to do a full clear in the jungle, which he's not doing right now, by the way.
No, he's around this jungle, or the river, I should say, is Kamau. It has been caught. Damage comes out. Tyrus gets himself a little shield, will back away, but already trying to force damage down onto the jungle here from Kimau.
And I like that Tyrus is changing up his game right here, because every game that he played Vi, pretty much, he went for a full jungle clear. And I feel like Formulation Gaming knew that, and they were readying for it. Because Kim Yao was going for the gank, but now Tyrus is like, okay, whatever, I'm not going to do it.
UI trying to get damage to stick, has the ignite available. They can get this dive to work if Kamau can get there in time, but there's no minions under, and Sharks knows they put the ward down and they're able to defend again. Viv have played so well against the early game aggression from Formulation now 2 games in a row.
Yeah, definitely. Viv Esports just doing the right thing constantly. We see that both teams are kind of shaking hands in their jungle right now. I really like how both teams played this out. Both teams have amazing vision. If we look around the map, right? Formulation Gaming, amazing vision on the top side. Viv Esports, amazing vision on the bottom side. Both teams are just shaking hands on the blue buffs. They're like, okay, whatever. Each one of us takes our own blue buffs. As you can see, both teams exactly the same goal. This is like a mirrored matchup, Stress.
Yeah, it's so close, but I mean, for Formulation side, as Don is maybe going to find Sharks if he can get the stun, has the ultimate available, wins, slash! It's going to slash through for the first blood, as that's Formulation with the early game lead they did not get in game 1.
They got it right there. D-Don with the ultimate, getting the quick kill on Sharks. And it's important that he got that kill because he's going to have his ultimate available for the first objective again. He used it very quickly, and they may as well go for this gank, Stress.
Yeah, this time Miller pushed back, doesn't have that barrier. If they can get the minion wave under the tower, they played around it last time. Miller now has to be careful. Doesn't quite get the solar flare because of the flash. But again, they're trying to eat through as much utility in those summoner spells as they can before these first fights.
Exactly, and yet again, Zaur is gonna have his ultimate nearly up before the first objective, and Melup lost his flash. They're doing Formulation Gaming doing an incredibly good job burning those important abilities, getting those kills when they can. And as you can see, Formulation Gaming being ahead by 1,000 gold because of those early things right there.
Yeah, it's this is the formulation that we've come to expect a little bit more, where like they're very good at setting up objectives beforehand. Don, I don't know that you're in a position to be taunting, my man. Like you're a game down here in a basically a game that'll send you out. That's a good pullback into the suplex from UI as Millip now has the grand challenge. It has been thrown down. Millip gets his ultimate absorbed by UI, and that's Leona picking up the kill, not where the gold wanted to be going, but nevertheless Formulation have the man advantage now going into this first big set of fights of the game. Fekko has his ult, but he's all the way down in bottom lane.
Corky with a package, by the way.
This is dangerous. Yeah, Zawa forced to flash away as Vi will come through with the Assault and Battery. Solar Flare does land to buy a little bit of time. Don trying to get there, but Formulation, they're pushing bot lane in exchange for this. They had the setup. They had Darius dead for this Rift Herald, but they didn't commit from the bot lane.
Yeah, no. This is not how you do it, Formulation Gaming. They did have the advantage, and while it's really good to be pushing that bot lane turret, they basically just gave a free kill to Viv Esports, which they shouldn't have. They could have just given the Rift Herald and given the turret to the Ziggs. Why did they give that kill? Because now they're very likely going to be losing the Dragon as well.
Yeah, that feels weird to me. It's like, you've already got that bot lane turret, so maybe a little bit of a misread and miscommunication between Formulation when it came to where their priority was going to go. They'll clear out mid lane. That's going to allow them to cut down towards the Dragon. I don't think they can rush this down in time. Tyrus will get there quite quickly.
Viv Esports is doing the same thing, by the way, Stress. Now it's actually Sharks. Oh, no, he's not. He is rotating, so they're looking for the fight near the Dragon. They don't have the Corky package this time, however.
Yeah, they dropped Rift Herald in mid. That means that Tyrus is going to be late to this. The smite's going to go down. It's going to be a back away. I don't even know that this is going to end up worth it for Viv, because they can't get the damage down onto this turret behind it. But if they can get the engage, maybe they can. Solar Flare locks one in place. That's a big Mega Inferno Bomb as Formulation have defended the play middle lane, and off a weird play in the Rift Herald, Formulation have denied the attempt from Viv.
And Formulation Gaming with a huge comeback in this game. Now they are the ones being ahead by 2,500 gold. And if we look at like 1.5 minutes ago, they were the ones that were behind. And if we look at this replay, this was after, like, Viv Esports cannot do anything right now. And Tyrus just getting chain CC to death. I mean, look at him taking every single thing, basically being stunned down for like 5 seconds. And that is the problem. After you do your initial engage with Vi, if you get chain CC'd, and that's what the Leona is so good at from Formulation Gaming, they were able to get that kill for free, Stress.
Yeah, Leona brings some of the highest frequency of crowd control when you look at it. So many of her abilities will interrupt or stun or all of those types of things that one person struggles to get away from Leona. Leona struggles when she has to deal with multiple threats, but anytime that Tyrus is going to ult in, that's what we were kind of talking about with the peel on the fight. Millip knows that there's multiple people there, knows that he got the connection on the brush on Decimate, and will back away. No objectives up, so I'm not expecting a fight in the next couple of seconds as both teams are going to reset.
Yeah, definitely. And Formulation Gaming just taking a massive W right there, being ahead so much gold. And especially Vecco being super ahead right now. He got that bot lane turret. He got the first tower gold. And another thing that I want to talk about, if there is no fight, but there is one.
Should back away, because Kamau surely knows that Tyrus, and of course with the Galio, the ultimate's not available. I was going to say that they can play around Floor's ult, but if they had the timer on that, maybe they can do it as Don is going to try and go aggressive onto Sharks as there is an engaged top side. The ultimate comes out from Diana, the ultimate comes out as well from Riven as there was a disengaged top lane. No full commit from either side, no deaths, and everybody's still alive.
Yeah, and we have 2 exhausts on Formulation Gaming's side, by the way. Vecco and Sour have the exhaust. And trying to think about why they would do that. Obviously, against the Diana, you want to use exhaust against Diana, but who else do they need that exhaust against? I feel like it's maybe a bit of an overkill. We're going to have another fight right here.
Yeah, UI is going to go in, gets the suplex, but he's the one in trouble now. Flash to try and get the damage in position. He's going to say, get over here and take out Floor. As there's another kill going down. This time it was Kamau picking one up. There's an exchange in return, though, as Sharks picks up a kill, but it's 2 kills in favor of Formulation Gaming. Oh, they're looking for more as Don couldn't quite get the engage onto Kranix. Does force the flash. That's a big cooldown gone, and it'll back away.
Wow, Milip doing a great job, but UI doing an even better job. And they may go for this dive as well. They're just desperately looking for that Baron lane turret in this game. And the next Rift Herald is spawning as well. Yet again, Corki's gonna have a package. And did the Corki just not pick up a package? But first of all, let's look at this fight. And honestly, I feel like Fluor did make a mistake by picking up a stone plate. You do not want to be picking up a stone plate against a set. We saw that happen last time, right? We saw that happen, Stress. Where a set, I don't recall which player it was, but he basically nearly one-shotted the entire enemy team because a Garen used the stone plate. So right now, I'm not quite sure whether or not Corki took his package. If we can look at Corki right now, he didn't. Corki did not take his package.
Yeah, right when an objective's coming up, that's not a real thing that you can make the mistake over as Viv. Trying to back themselves away as Don is trying to close the distance. Sharks is desperate to get away, but the Ziggs ultimate is going to cut them in half, and Galio goes in, but that's put Floor in a really tough situation. Kamau couldn't quite get the block on Floor's Justice Punch, and now going to try and cut behind the tower as Rift Herald's pushing in. They have the Ziggs. It will be enough to take it down with the Satchel Charge if they can just get it in position. It's going to fall. That's a beautiful taunt, though, from Floor.
There he goes.
There goes the set ultimate as UI is going to cut through him again, and now the engage is on to Miller, but gets the heal from Decimate, but he is not going to be able to survive through enough. Doesn't get the execute off as well, and we thought the composition was a little wonky from Formulation, but they are dominating this early game.
They're definitely making it work with their composition. And like UI is such an incredible set player. He's constantly waiting for the Galio to use his stone plate. As we look at this replay, Galio stone plate, boom, he goes in with it. And the later we get into this game, the bigger this damage will get. And honestly, I just feel you have to sell that stone plate. You cannot build a stone plate against UI on that set because he's constantly focusing on it. And Veko, that early game turret that he got, is really proving worthy right now. And now we can see Kranix with the package, but no, it's way too late. You've already lost the two main objectives. 7,000 gold behind, and this is a wasted package, Threats.
This is an odd timing from Kranix. It's likely to set up this top lane play and hope that it's back available, but I think it's going to be mistimed now. It's going to be desynced for the next set of objectives. So really odd kind of mistake. I'm going to call it a mistake from Kranix because it's such a big power play, power tool, and it times out, or at least he has to use it to get it away from the fight. So that's such a big factor that it's basically the equivalent of an ultimate not being available.
Yeah, it is the equivalent of an ultimate not being available. And yeah, I cannot really cherry talk it. Indeed, it's maybe desynced for the next objective as well. So Formulation Gaming knows that as well, right? They know that the cooldown is 150 seconds. I believe it's 150 seconds. So they could choose to rush the next objective. And if Formulation fights against Viv without the Corki package, they just win. It's as simple as that. They just win right now in this moment of the game. The Corki package is the massive thing that Viv Esports have. They have the Galio ultimate, they have the Via ultimate, and then they have the Corki package to go right through the fight. And they need it.
Yeah, and you can see Formulation, the fact that they can cross from bot to mid so quickly, thanks to that Cloud Drake, thanks to the vision control they have, means that they can they looked at a play against Miller in that bottom lane and they went, no, it's not on. Okay, let's defend mid. And this Corki does not push quite as fast as Feko clears. Like, Feko can just clear that out, even from a distance with that ultimate. It's one of the real terrors of playing against the Sixes. You can never get that push onto mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. It's you can never get that mid lane turret anymore against the Six. Formulation Gaming were able to get that mid lane turret with the Rift Herald, and right now Formulation is just in such a strong position. It's going to be really hard for Viv Esports to get control in this game. Also, vision control, and we know how good Formulation Gaming is in it. When Formulation Gaming is ahead in a game, when they have a mid lane turret, we saw it against Na'Vi as well, you cannot do anything against them. So it's going to be an incredibly hard task for Viv Esports to get back the control in this game, to get back the vision game. And Formulation Gaming is already starting to look for something right here.
They're right around the corner. Viv are going to face check in. Solar Flare into the Mega Inferno Bomb. They haven't got the damage to stick down onto Kranix yet, but they have taken Floor out. And that is Formulation using their vision control exactly how we've come to expect from them.
There it is, just as we talk about it. Formulation Gaming's vision game, and now with the Ziggs, you can see how fast Ziggs takes those turrets. With the Satchel Charge as well, boom, easy turret. And a Baron is spawning, which I feel they're not going to go for this time. They're not going to do the same mistake as last game, even though they're up against a bit of a weaker composition during Baron fights. But the next dragon is spawning up as well. And Corki's package should be coming very soon. I hope for them that it will come before the first dragon. But that is basically the only chance that Viv Esports has to potentially win a fight, Stress. There it is, the Corki package.
Okay, so I was a little off on my timing of it being desynced, but this is the vision control.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the vision control. Fluor walking in, Chronics, Tyrus, they escape, but Fluor is dead. Right? Even though he's the tanky support, he's just dead. He cannot do anything against that. Formulation Gaming just really utilizing the advantage that they have in this game and then putting it into a third. And this time Chronics did pick up the package. Oh, no, sorry, that was a replay. Yeah, now Chronics is picking up the package. And yeah, this is it. This is it for Viv Esports. This is all or nothing. You have to go for it. They have a beautiful ward sitting all the way in the top right there. This is the team fight that they have to win, Stress. So let's see if they're actually going to do it.
Kamau just picked up red, so is going to head down towards the fight now as Dragon is spawning in 2 seconds' time. They've seen Corki show in the middle lane. That package is going to give him increased movement speed to be able to get there. And there is a ward in the back of this pit, so I think Formulation can't really afford to commit here. Kamau is going to be the one to clear that ward out. They've pulled the dragon out. There's another ward goes over. They'll clear that one out too.
As well.
Yeah, the dragon will die quite quickly, but I mean, Formulation have to be careful that there's no rush on here for an engage. 3,000 health is a little too healthy for Tyrus to come over the wall. Oh, that's a good stun onto 2, and they're going to get the damage down. Floor once again finds himself pulled out of the fight. It's stolen though by Tyrus, and Tyrus is trying to get away. Kranix has already backed himself out. Tyrus with the Guardian Angel isn't going to pop thanks to the shield from the passive. Oh, it's all on. Millip gets one with the execution before he falls. It's a double kill though for Kamau. 2 members, I say, of Viv still alive, but Formulation going to try and rush down that Baron.
Viv Esports did steal the dragon, but at what cost? And now Formulation can go for the Baron. Let's take a look if they do the thing again, right? Where they don't take a lot of damage. And Veko is doing it as well.
No,
it's so amazing. No, but yeah, as we look into this replay, we can see the Corki package was just not that valuable, right? Like, it just didn't do too much. He came from the behind of the bush. Tyrus doing an amazing job stealing away the dragon, but Formulation Gaming showing the superiority with their composition. Kimiao on a level 13 double buffed Fiora. You just cannot deal with that Stress. And right there we can see Formulation winning the team fight very comfortably, and they were able to secure the Baron as well. So now Formulation Gaming is going to be pushing those turrets to secure this victory.
Yeah, Formulation have a lot of push potential. They have a lot of strength on the side lane here. If that Fiora goes into the side lane with Baron minions, towers will melt in front of them very, very quickly. And you know, we came into games saying, oh, don't know how Formulation are actually going to make this composition work for themselves. But Don has had a lot of damage. Kamau has been great, but I think UI has played way better than we saw in game 1. Like, UI was able to get fights started with Zawa and actually make sure that the crowd control stuck. Ooh, Don may be in trouble, trying to get away. Can he flash out? No, because he's not available. Stasis is going to buy him time, and UI is here now as well. They're going to go back aggressive as Tyrus is getting melted through. Force the Stasis on himself, and there's the apprehend that connects from Millip. Damage down on top of it as well, and they just cannot get the damage onto Formulation. Viv, they had the numbers advantage, but they can't get it. This is going to be the end of the game.
This is game over. They're going to get 3 turrets. They're going to push the game, and there is even more happening right now.
Yeah, Kranix gets caught out by his tower, but look at how far ahead Formulation Gaming are. The Nexus goes golden, but it doesn't even matter. There's too many minions, too many Baroned up players, and that is Formulation evening up the series 1 game apiece.
I was wrong, Stress. At the beginning of this game, I said, the game is already over. But no, it wasn't. Formulation Gaming actually dominated, to my surprise. They pulled off their composition perfectly. And this, wow, the 3rd game, man. Ooh, I'm sweating already, and we still have Game Lord and Rix coming later today, and I'm already at this stage. This is gonna be crazy, Stress.
Yeah, this is a great day of games. I mean, I was right there with you with I don't know how they can keep the Ziggs alive, but you know, I kind of underestimated how well UI's set would play. I think so many of these fights were kind of denied by set that there was no time that I felt that Feko was actually in trouble. Unlike game 1, where his Seraphine just got removed from the fight instantly. This time, I don't even know whether he died. I didn't take a look at the kill counter, but I mean, he did a great job of staying alive.
Yeah, UI did an amazing job. Also doing an amazing job constantly countering that stone plate, right? Like Darius, Millop on the Darius and Fluor on the Galio. They both had stone plates and UI was constantly waiting for it. Every single team fight, he was waiting for it. Whenever there was a stone plate being used, boom, that's when he went in. That's when he took him and suplexed him into the enemy team. So if there was a good scenario, he would have dealt so much damage with it. Basically, they couldn't use their stone plates. They couldn't use their stone plates effectively. We saw them being very careful with that. Just UI showing an amazing presence in the game. And if it wasn't just damage-wise, just showing that he's there and you cannot do this against me. Because if you do it, I will destroy you. And if you don't do it, my Ziggs will destroy you. So phenomenal job by UI in this game, Stress.
I think we saw the difference though in the draft priority payoff is like the Galio being available. I feel like Viv went, oh, well, we have to pick it then. And then they picked it and struggled with it because this Galio, as strong as it is, we just saw Set go, okay, well, I'm just going to lock you in place and you can't really do too much more. I don't feel like Fluor actually had the same impact in this game that he did on the Rakan from game one.
Yeah, definitely. They thought that they could counter out that composition with the Galio, but it didn't work out for them, right? It totally didn't work out for them. He went for the tanky Galio, which UI absolutely destroyed with the set. And Fekko, 208. Easy. No deaths. Dawn, 406. Kimia, 406. Just a very clean game from the carries from Formulation Game. And as you can see, everyone doing their part, doing a lot of damage. And Tyrus actually sitting at 3,900 damage. Tyrus was struggling a lot into this composition, Stress.
Yeah, really struggled. I think I wouldn't mind Vi having, kind of low damage on single target if all of that damage has stuck onto Fekko and got a bunch of kills, but it hasn't. That was the problem with this composition, is they never found that engage from the Vi, and Formulation played very well around that concept of single target engage getting denied. And I mean, Formulation, they hang on in this series. They go 1-1 here, and I'm so glad we get to see a game 3 because I think now the draft is going to adapt again. I think Set probably going to get banned out by Viv this time, or at least pick for themselves because it was too good. And play of the game, I'm sure, is going to at least involve a Set ultimate, maybe on somebody that got a stone plate, because so many of the fights went exactly the same way.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the play of the game. There was so much happening that last game. And it was the team fight that Viv Esports could have potentially won. They did steal the dragon, but here we can see. I actually want to look at Kim Yao right here. He's playing the Fiora, just chasing down whoever he's onto and taking 0 damage. He has the double buff, level 13 Fiora. Whatever happens, he's not going to die. He's going to get all of those kills. Millop desperate to trying to win this fight, but there it is. Like, just the composition from Formulation Gaming, all of them were strong. You just lose the team fight.
Yeah, they had so many threats that there was just a lot of damage, a lot of crowd control in that fight, and it was difficult for Viv to actually hold on. And Viv and Formulation are going to game 3. We will see who advances to the lower bracket finals, which will take place tomorrow. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes to round out this series.
body rock.
You ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC, where we are in Viv Esports versus Formulation Game 3. We're very hyped after a very close series. Like, Game 1 was Viv being dominant, Game 2 was Formulation kind of doing the same kind of thing. I wonder what's going to happen now in Game number 3.
I wonder what's going to happen. And that's why game 3s are always amazing stress, right? First one team wins and then the other one. And as you said, it was actually quite similar. Both teams showed like a similar way of winning the game, just very confidently taking the right objectives, making the right plays in the early game. And then the other team really being left alone, not being able to do anything. So as we look at this on social media, here are the WRC champion stats so far. And Fiora with a 72% ban rate. 96.7% pick and ban rate. We remember it was one game where she wasn't picked. I don't know why to remember which one it was, but there was one game where she wasn't picked. Only one.
Yeah, one game. But I think in this series especially, we can just like forget most of that and just put a big picture of Ziggs. Because I think that's been like part of the reason why game 1 and game 2 were so one-sided. That was a similarity between both games. That's my analysis, but that's why I'm not here for analysis. So someone who is here for analysis is Stuart. Let's hear his thoughts on game number 2.
Stress the key points for the third and a final game. We saw in the second game that Formulation did adapt to their bans. They didn't ban out the Galio and instead kind of baited Viv Esports in a way to pick the Galio, which Stress mentioned ever so slightly. And that means that they were able to pick the Ziggs up for themselves, which is going to be really, really interesting to see if they do the same things. And Viv Esports went for the exact same bans, you know, from game number 1 and game number 2. But I think game number 3, they're going to be changing up a few things. And when it got into the game itself, Formulation did really, really well to split up Viv Esports. You'll see in these team fights when you watch it back, the team fights were very, very split. Viv Esports were never really together and they weren't able to get onto the Ziggs. This is great for champions like Leona, Set, Riven, that were all picked for the side of Formulation. And then the last point is the vision control. When Formulation do get ahead, they play the vision control game perfectly. I said it earlier on in the broadcast. I think Hells and Stress both mentioned it as well during the game. So if Formulation can get ahead in this third and final game, I've got my eyes on them, and I got my eyes on that vision control as well to see if they can close it out. But we'll see who's going to make it through to the lower bracket final as we head back to Stress and Hells.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, we are going to keep our eyes on that. We're all celebrating, ready to go. Get stretches done for game 3.
I'm preparing myself for this game.
Yeah, basically, like let's like increase the weight and go for personal best on this kind of rep for game number 3, because that's what I'm hoping for. And I think so. We were told by production that Viv choose blue side. I think as Formulation, you have to ban Ziggs. I know Rakan got through in the first game, but I actually think that you've shown that you can leave enough open to have other support picks. And I think if Ziggs is off the board, it becomes a totally different bot lane game.
just stop trying to counter Ziggs. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
Just stop trying to do it. Play the game normally, ban it out, and whatever. You're like, there's so many different champions, but Ziggs is one of those that you just don't want to deal with it. Just ban it out, and you're done with it, basically.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you do? Like invest in 3 lockets and just like, oh, he's pushed ult. everybody use locket and absorb the damage. No, that's not realistic. Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. However, Viv, same ban maintains with Kha'Zix. The next one would be Gragas if it's the same as game 1 and game 2 with the Camille taken from Formulation. That was the adaptation after game 1. We'll see whether they continue to adapt for game number 2. I think Ziggs has to raise up because Viv, I imagine in this point are like, okay, we just need to get that for ourselves, deny it from Formulation.
Yeah, and I would be very surprised if the Ziggs doesn't get banned here. Like, I would be so surprised. Like, Formulation has to ban the Ziggs here, right? Because, yeah, actually Viv bans the Ziggs. They don't want to first pick Ziggs. I find that interesting. Now they're leaving like a target ban open for Formulation Gaming. Formulation Gaming can now basically choose who to ban because Ziggs is already banned. They're not forced to ban it anymore.
Yeah, and you know the Galio wasn't the first pick problem here. So maybe you ban the Rakan and stop Viv from getting that. And then we look towards like, okay, it's going to be a Fiora, it's going to be a Set, it's going to be... So they maintain the Vayne. I mean, we've seen Kranix, I believe, play Vayne in previous weeks for Viv, and it's looked very strong. The funny thing was, Formulation, if I remember rightly, was Vayne banned in game 1 or was it left open? I can't quite recall. I think Set
in game 1 it was left open, I believe.
Okay, yeah, Set gonna get picked up for Viv. We saw how good UI Set was in the last game, and I think that's a really important denial there from Formulation.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that Viv Esports is actually picking Set above the Galio or the Rakan even. Rakan is being left open. Yet again, these are the mind games, right? Because there are some counters to the Rakan, which exactly is the Galio, as we can see right here. So now Viv Esports picking up Rakan is, you know, it may not happen because they're up against that Galio who can deny the Rakan.
But Formulation, since January, have been playing Fekko on Galio as a hybrid kind of like carry engage champion from the Dragon lane. So we'll see. They have just a slightly different edge that other teams haven't. And I think with this Fiora picked up, gives them a really strong carry as well if they can get that to work.
Yeah, and I feel like as Viv Esports right there, you cannot pick Rakan because you're also up against the Fiora, who does have the right post, which can also counter up the Rakan. Formulation Gaming is basically saying, pick the Rakan, I dare you to pick it. And Viv Esports actually picks the Garen. And this was banned away in the second game. And Millip is going to be playing the Garen this time, Stress.
Yeah, Millip is going to pick the Garen. Random question, if this is out of nowhere. I'm wondering, since Yuumi is available, if Yuumi is on a Galio and Galio ults, does she come along for the ride as well? Okay, that's one. Yep. We'll take a look at the bans because remember, game 1, Viv banned out the Yuumi, so it's possible that they'll go for it. Darius picked up from the top lane as well. We saw the Corki picked up, although I didn't feel like Kranix on Corki had the same impact as in the Ziggs in previous games.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to talk about Yuumi that you mentioned earlier as well. I honestly don't quite understand why there's really no priority on the Yuumi. She's not being picked or banned too often. We only saw her being banned as like the last champion. Yuumi is powerful now. She got a massive buff and she works incredibly well with a lot of different champions. Yeah. I don't quite understand why these teams are not picking Yuumi, especially up against champions like the Ziggs, for example, who likes enemies to be sticking together, because Yuumi, basically, like, she is essentially not there because she goes into a champion and it becomes 4 champions. So Orianna ban coming through from Viv Esports as well. They just don't want to be dealing with that AoE magic damage threats.
Yeah, they want to remove that, even though we know that Galio could very well be playing from that dragon carry role. Yeah, Nunu banned away. Now, Nunu is very good at denying fights in the sense of, like, he puts down absolute zero, people can't cross it to get to the backline. So Formulation with something that does look strange, but I like, we've seen teams play compositions that are like anti-engage, and that's where it makes sense. Riven banned away as well is going to take away another strong carry threat. There's a bit of a mismatch in composition right now from my side from Viv, though. Like, Set and Corki and Garen are all good individually, but like, they need somebody to be able to kind of start a fight as well. Set can do some crowd control, but I want to see where they round out the rest of this composition.
Yeah, like a massive engaged jungler. Yet again, the Vi, right? We know about the Vi. This is potentially going to be a champion that's going to be picked up by Tyrus again. Although it is a bit dangerous against Formulation Gaming, because Galio, you know, he does good against those types of champions. Darius can't survive a Vi engage. And then also Fiora with the Ripost, of course. So You know, yet again, Formulation Gaming challenging VIF Esports to pick the champion, like they challenged them to pick the Rakan. VIF Esports didn't fall for it, but are they gonna fall for the Void Trap? That's
I wonder. That's a brand. Likely the bot lane carry then. Obviously some flexibility, going to bring the magic damage, AoE in the fights. That's one thing with Set and Garen. They stick pretty close together. So we'll see how that goes through the rest of it. That Senna ban is to take away the ability to play the fasting Senna with the Galio that we've seen in previous metas gone by. Now we'll see where Viv go.
Man, I love Veko. I love this guy so much. He just picks these champions that are so fun to watch, right? Like Brand is also going to be so fun to watch, and Janna combined with the Corki stress. That's a strong composition right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of disengage coming through from the Janna. So they're actually looking to absorb the engage from this Galio and the Fiora and then say, okay, let's disengage and reset and play for like longer distance fights. Something that Garen's not so good at, but nevertheless, we'll see whether Viv can make that work from their bot lane duo.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, Darius the Lee Sin. Finally, we see a Lee Sin being picked. The strong early game jungler. He's going to be ganking constantly. And yet again, VIF Esports has the composition to get the advantage during the objectives. Yet again, are they going to be able to make it work this time? Like, it's all about the Corki packages, but they also have the Lee Sin this time and Set. These are all very strong champions, especially if you when you're up against a champion like a Brand, who is more of a scaling champion in the late game.
Yes.
He needs those items to scale up, right? So yet again, the first objective is going to be very important, and there we see it. A power pick coming from Formulation. The Diana. Incredible late game champion as well. Incredible team fighting champion.
So that leaves us in a situation where it's likely Feko on that Brand with the Galio going over to Zawa. As you said, that Diana kind of rounds out a little bit of the early game team fighting with Darius. So there's maybe a little bit of difficulty getting fights started with initial engage, whereas on the side of Viv, like they have the Lee Sin if they want to get picks. They have the ability to disengage with it as well, and with the Janna. So it's all about that execution on these early fights. Formulation, once again, they're bringing us something a little bit different from that bottom lane. We've seen Brand in previous metas. It's nothing absolutely new, but still, it's the first time that we're really seeing it out of Formulation.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like looking at these compositions, it's all about the early game for VIF Esports, dominating the jungle, dominating the objectives. But once we reach the late game, when Veko and that Brand starts to come online, when we have the Diana as well, I feel that Formulation Gaming may take this one. So is VIF Esports going to be able to apply enough pressure in the early game to make sure they shut down that strong late game composition from Formulation Gaming? We'll find out in this game, Stress.
It felt like they could, looking at game one. This series has kind of been dictated by like a team taking an advantage in the early game and being able to hold it and build on that advantage throughout game one and game two. There haven't been that many opportunities for either team to come back in these games. So if they can hold on to it, Viv will advance through the lower bracket, put themselves in the lower bracket final tomorrow. Whoever wins this series will face the loser of our second series of the day of WREC versus Game Lord. Some tough competition there, but it's all about this one game now between Viv and Formulation. Win and you make it to tomorrow, lose and you go home. Let us know who you think is going to win this game in chat. Let us know on social media as well, because this is another hotly contested game. Again, supports roaming to mid lane, or at least it's Zawa trying to push out that bottom lane into mid lane.
And the chat is still going for VIF Esports, actually. 68% for VIF Esports. And Milup is trying to look for something against UI. Now it's actually Milup on the set. Last game it was UI. UI will know how to play against the set, right? We saw how good he was at the set. So if you're good at a champion, you obviously know how to play against a champion as well. And while this little fight is happening in the mid lane, I want to talk about Tyrus on Lee Sin as well. I haven't seen Tyrus on Lee Sin before. I may be wrong, but I personally haven't seen it before. How is Tyrus going to play on that early game champion?
We'll watch that as Flower drops low. Did absorb the ignite from Zawa. Tyrus is Lee Sin. The best Lee Sins are always the ones that are just active, constantly doing something. And now going for the invade after he's gone red buff to blue buff. We'll see whether Kimau actually, responds with a blue buff invade of himself.
They spotted Lee Sin.
Yeah, and Fiora should be spotted on that ward as well. May very well have skirted around the edge a bit, as they haven't been able to deny Tyrus the invade. So now it's kind of just down to come out to make up for lost time. He's on crab for the moment.
Ooh, imagine if he had lost that one. That would have been disastrous. If the Galio stole that away from him, he would have lost a lot of experience and gold. We can actually see Kim Yao is not going for the invade. VIF Esports is going to be able to deny that invade, and they're going to be able to secure that side of the jungle as well. Tyrus getting 3 sides of the jungle.
Oh, Kamau doesn't know that he's spotted on a ward now, and that means Tyrus can go aggressive. Don is there. That was a really tense moment because I thought Kamau had already showed on Shug's ward, and Shugs went over, warded the blue buff. Real advantage coming out from the jungle, utilizing this Lee Sin's early game to be able to take 3 buffs. And UI doesn't have an ultimate available, so unlikely to get a kill here through the barrier, but just puts damage down.
Definitely. And if we look into the gold amount, it's actually nearly the same right now. But Viv Esports is very likely going to come on top a little bit because as we can see, Tyrus on the Lee Sin is 200 gold ahead of the Fiora. And we have a fight, but no real fight. It's just a little bit of a skirmish. But Tyrus is doing really good in the jungle, and Zawa is waiting for it.
Yeah, Zawa has actually come up here to compensate a little bit. Like, I feel like they sensed that Tyrus would make it faster than Kamau. Now they both have level 5.
Joining the party.
Yeah, Kamau here as well. Millip, he's got to know, right? He goes aggressive. Can they get the crowd control to land? Suplex is going to come through. Millip has created enough space. Zawa now drops low. Kick doesn't get the kill. And if Kamau can buy enough time or even go aggressive, riposte from afar picks up first blood once again for Formulation.
That's an absolutely disaster for Viv Esports, losing the early game already on the Lee Sin. That's amazingly played by Formulation Gaming right there. Milup had an amazing ultimate, and we can see Fekko actually wasting his ultimate right here, which is a very dangerous thing to do before the first dragon, especially up against Viv, who have the stronger composition. Like, sure, you're winning the early game, but now they've wasted the brand ultimate, which is such a huge ability during teamfights. So first objective fight is gonna, I feel, may even be the game decided already, Stress.
Yeah, and one of the things actually about brand Galio is like Zawa spent so much time out of lane. He's only just got his ultimate. He's only just, you know, active on the map in that fashion. And Fekko is down in gold by a decent amount. He's had to compensate by trying to pick up a little bit where he can, and down in experience. Like, Kranix has been level 6 for a while. As this top engage is going to be attempted by Formulation, they managed to get the apprehend into the taunt and rip Millip from the top lane under his tower. Formulation looking really strong, focusing out Millip again.
Exactly. Formulation Gaming don't want to deal with that early game composition from Viv Esports. They go for the gank in the top lane with 3 people, easily securing the kill in the middle. Whatever, they lose Dragon, but they're taking a turret. And this is how you play a composition that cannot fight during the first dragon. As you can see, Kranix on the Corki picking up the package right now, but Formulation Gaming is trying to rush down the Rift Herald before they even have a chance to go in.
Yeah, they're going to try it. Millip is going to be here as well as Kranix is too. There's the package in. It's going to split Zawa away. Double taunt may buy the rest of Formulation some time to get away, but that is UI. Luckily, the tower that they've taken down gives him an exit route, but Formulation do end up losing the Rift Herald as Viv picked that one up. You mentioned, though, Tower First Blood's already gone down, and Diana's pushed the bottom lane as well.
Exactly. I'm not quite sure why Formulation Gaming wanted to go for that Rift Herald as well. They were very, very greedy. Right now, Formulation is going to lose that mid lane turret as Viv Esports is pushing with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Brand has got there as Fekko used his ultimate. So did Don, though. We've got a fight in mid and a fight in bot as mid lane, they managed to dissuade the push, I think. Yeah, they got the charge, but didn't get the tower.
Yeah, definitely. Viv Esports actually wasting the Rift Herald. They tried to use it way too early, and they weren't able to get that mid lane turret, which is huge for Formulation Gaming. As I said, like, not quite sure why Formulation Gaming went for the Rift Herald as well. As we said, like, they cannot fight Viv in these early game team fights, especially when Kranix has that package. You just don't want to deal with that. So they did an amazing job getting that kill on the top lane, getting that first turret, and then also split pushing with the Diana on the bottom side. But going for the Rift Herald, that was a mistake. And Viv Esports right now, they were able to secure the turret.
Yeah, that's really important that Viv got that play to work, as the rest of Formulation had backed away from the tower. And I mean, game 2, Viv tried the Rift Herald play as Dragon was falling, but they never got that tower down behind it. This time, at least they're able to get it on the second phase of that play while there are no objectives available and Formulation couldn't defend with the fight.
Yeah, and we've seen how important mid lane turrets are, right? Like, even though Formulation Gaming skills better into the late game, Viv Esports may actually be potentially looking for a huge dive right here. But Milup and UI are fighting in the top side.
Yeah, as UI is going to get pulled in by Millip. Millip has still got that shield available. Remember, as UI is going to try and sidestep the damage and gets the kill. Didn't get it with the execution, so doesn't reset the ultimate, but a kill is a kill in the top lane right now for UI. He's played now the other side of this matchup and is coming out ahead thanks to all of that investment that Formulation gave him early on.
Yeah, that was surprisingly close. Millip actually nearly won that fight, even though UI on the Darius had his full blood stacks. He had his full blood stacks for a very long time, but UI definitely coming out ahead in the top lane. He's 1,000 gold ahead. He's playing the Darius. Just Formulation Gaming enabled him to do that, right? With that early gank where they traded off the dragon for that kill. Now it's proving worthy because not only did they get a kill and the top lane turret, now because of that, UI was able to kill Millip. So they're basically getting ahead and ahead and ahead because they gave away that first dragon. So definitely a worthy trade for Formulation Gaming.
Ooh, Shug's got the opportunity to flash out. I think that Justice Punch may have just missed. One thing I think that Formulation have to deal with, Kranix has got a lot of gold. He's actually the most fed on the map at this point. Slightly behind UI as UI picked up another wave of minions. But like the fact that Corki is in a situation where he's equal to all this investment may give them a good spot as Shugs. He's very tanky on this Garen, and the rest of the team are coming down. Kranix is in pursuit down into the river. Galio ultimate is going to come back in and actually put Zauer in a really rough spot after UI. This is still now a 2 versus 4. Formulation have overextended here, trying to buy time for Fekko. They've managed somehow to get him out. No, the Brand ultimate whiffs. The first bounce doesn't happen, and that is not what Formulation needed from Fekko. They're going to back away from the tower, but that was an overcommit, and Flower is going to try and make sure they take even longer so that it sets Viv up for the dragon.
I love how Flower was absolutely ready for that Brand ultimate right there. You mentioned it. He instantly ran away from his teammate, so Brand ultimate wasn't able to hit anyone but Flower. And if Flower hadn't done that, Brand could have possibly gotten some kills right there because that ultimate hurts. That ultimate and the passive of Brand hurt a lot. So amazing job by Flower right there. Just, going away from his teammates, being calm and collective, knowing how to deal with the Brand ultimate, and now yet again stress. Brand ultimate wasted for the first dragon.
Yeah, there's Kamau even gets tagged by Kranix a heavy amount. Kranix has himself the package this time.
Yeah,
I mean, we called it out in game 2. This time it's been a lot more aptly timed from Kranix. It's been there and available when they want it, and it means they can get Dragon and still have it available for an attempt at the Rift Herald. They can cut this wave if they need to use it already, but big teamfight tool still there for Viv.
And this is how you play the composition that Viv has. This is how you play it. Yet again, they made mistakes in the early game, but this is how you do it. You get both objectives, and if Formulation goes for a fight, you should win with that package. Ooh.
Yeah, package did have to be used there as it was going to time out. So just throwing that damage down, package is always going to deal a ton of damage to whatever's standing on it. So allows them to burn the Rift Herald down. Back-to-back objectives for Viv and Formulation. They started to fall a little bit behind. They need to buy a lot more time for Fekko to get into this game, but he's struggling to find gold outside of that middle lane.
Yeah, definitely. And as we talked about Viv, right? Like they are the ones to do the early game pressure, and this is the pressure that they need. They've already secured 2 dragons, and now they secured the Rift Herald as well. So they have the Rift Herald, which honestly, more importantly, they denied the Rift Herald from Formulation Gaming than the fact that they got it. Reason is the mid lane turret, right? Like if Formulation got that Rift Herald, they would have very likely been able to get that all-important mid lane turret that Viv Esports has right now. But now Viv Esports denied it. Formulation cannot take the mid lane turret as easily anymore, and it's just going to be so annoying for them to deal with because Viv Esports can constantly run away while Formulation Gaming cannot.
Yeah, Formulation, they kind of have to stick and fight on anything they do. The other thing is like Brand's damage is a bit slower than Ziggs. Ziggs is like a big impact of one bomb, whereas with Brand, you need that ultimate to bounce. And really, the most of his damage comes from when his passive actually procs, and you get that third hit so that it explodes out and keeps burning people over time. Hang on.
This is dangerous.
Brand died solo mid. Fekko died solo mid, and UI is now apprehending Tyra's on the tower. He's got a Guardian Angel's Hour, cannot really catch on to this. Rift Herald pushes down the tower. Viv are going to back away. Kamau pushing bottom lane, trying to utilize this Fiora split push damage as much as possible. Really interesting passage of play. I hope we can get a replay of what the hell happened mid lane there as well. As Formulation are trying to rush Viv out of their jungle. Zhao is going to land a taunt. There's no damage to follow up. Kamau is behind. I think they were looking for a flank. That should spell the end of this engage.
Ooh, Kamau is gonna try to look for something right here. Is he gonna find it? He's not, because Viv Esports have their turret, as you can see. Viv Esports will have...
Flower face checks in. They don't have vision control here. Flower is gonna end up dropping low. Grand challenge does have to force out the stasis, and now Formulation may very well have been given a bit of a gift, though. Set comes into the fight with the suplex. Fekko drops low, gets a shield for himself, but it is not enough to keep him alive. Did get the ultimate out, but he just doesn't have the damage so far. Formulation, it looked like they were given an engage damage attempt for themselves, and now they're the ones running for the hills, backing away with 2 members dead. Viv only lost 1. It's only their support. They can reestablish a little bit of control in this top jungle.
Fluor literally walked in the middle of the composition of Formulation Gaming, and Don is dead here. No, he's not. He actually got saved. But yeah, Fluor walked into the composition. He died, obviously. But then yet again, Formulation Gaming was just not able to get anything out of it. Why? Because of Viv Esports' turret. Viv Esports was just very easily able to run under the turret and stay alive. And then Formulation Gaming was the one to annoy us. As you can see right here, really good engage by Don right there. And of course, Fluor dies. But here you can see it. Kim Yao tries to get the kill on Kazik. Kranix, not Kha'Zix, but he dies under the turret because there is a turret, and this is the big problem that Formulation Gaming has right now, and they have to play around it. They have to fight somewhere else. They just cannot fight easily near that mid lane turret because Viv Esports can constantly run away to it, and Formulation Gaming will just be left to death in like a desert in the middle for them because they have nowhere to run Stress.
Feko is really struggling to get into this game.
Yeah.
Like his flash was not available for that engage, and I think it went from that Garen engage in middle lane, which unfortunately we didn't get to see. There's been so much happening on the map that it is not possible to see it. He did just finish his Haunting Guys though, or I should say Leandries, as they're looking for this bottom lane engage, tries to get the damage. It's not that massive stone plate impact, but it does do enough as there's the package all the way through. He's going to split things up as Zhao is the first one to fall here. In go Viv as they're trying to finish this fight. UI drops so low, but he's been able to survive through. Feko's already used his ultimate, and the burn is coming through. Look at how low Viv are. 2 end up dropping, and Formulation, they haven't done enough to be able to contest this dragon, but Viv are very bruised and battered coming from that fight.
Definitely, and we can start seeing Formulation Gaming's composition come online, Stress. And now the game is really gonna start to get exciting because Veko, even though severely underfed, really, is starting to get online. Now the problem is, Viv Esports took 3 dragons. They have the mid lane turret, but Formulation's gaming composition is starting to get online. And as we saw in that team fight, as we look back at it, Viv Esports had a really good start with the Corki package. As you can see, like Seth with a beautiful engage, Corki with a good package. But if we look at this fight, after a few seconds, Veko was able to stay alive. And now take a look at what happens right here. Veko dealing massive damage to the backline, getting Kranix to like 30% HP. But yet again, look at Veko. Beautiful second ability, dealing so much damage with the passive of Brand, killing 2 people on the backline. This is the power that Formulation Gaming's composition has. And it's starting to get online slowly but steadily, even though they're behind, even though they have everything against them. They can still win this game, Stress.
Yeah, they can. Feko got at least 3 or 4 of his passives to proc within that fight.
Yeah.
And as soon as he's got an Oblivion Orb on top of it, that's going to eat through any healing. As Kimao, he's gone into the darkness. It's a rare mistake by Formulation. Riposte comes through, but it's not enough to keep him alive. There's the Janna healing off the Monsoon as Viv trying to do it. It's Don into the backline. He's going to get the Moonfall to hit on 4 people into the Galio ultimate as well, but there's no damage on top of it. It's done enough maybe to hold it. Execute comes through for UI, and Formulation have held on to the fight for now. It'll stop any Baron attempts as both junglers are dead.
Formulation can do it, Stress. Formulation can win this game. Viv Esports being at 6,000 gold. Formulation Gaming showing absolutely amazing positioning in that team fight. Feko positioning perfectly behind their... Feko positioning perfectly just to make sure he stays alive. Zhao with a beautiful ultimate, and we talked about it. Dawn with the 5-man ultimate read. And as we look into this replay, Kim Yao did get caught out by the Lee Sin, but let's take a look at this fight. Veko in the backline, and also UI in the backline, being able to get those stacks up on the Darius. And here we see him, Dawn, going in and boom, with a 4-man ultimate. And Veko just dashing out damage constantly. And right here, UI is just going for it. With these full stacks, going for the flash Q combo, and then destroying Lee Sin with his ultimate. Man, this is a banger game, and whew, Formulation Gaming can make the comeback, Stress.
Huge team fight plays coming from this one. Formulation down 6,000 gold in this game, but their composition will get harder and harder to team fight against for Viv. Viv, remember, they're 3 dragons up. They got a bunch of Rift Heralds, they got towers, they got damage in the early game, but this game is for that last spot in the lower bracket finals. We're going to see who they'll be facing in later today when we've seen our upper bracket finals, but only one of these teams can make it there. Viv versus Formulation, and Formulation have been so good at team fighting. For the last few weeks, we've seen them put out these compositions that team fight exceptionally well, and they're going to have to do it again. It feels like it's basically on Feko to keep himself alive, and the rest of the team to buy time for him and Don to put out damage.
Yeah, now the big dangers of VIV Esports are obviously the Corki and the Garen, right? Garen having 13,000 gold, Corki having 14,000 gold. Yet again, Chronix does not pick up the package. Now, is he waiting for the Elder Dragon?
He must be.
I feel this is a mistake because this is going to be a huge Baron, a 17 or 18-minute Baron. I feel you shouldn't necessarily wait for the Elder Dragon's threats.
I think without a pick, though, I don't know that Formulation can actually go for Baron, and Viv don't want to opt into it either. They've already got 3 dragons, right? And 30 seconds in, now Chronix should be the one recalling. He's massively ahead as Millip is going to try and get back away from this. Like, he has the Infinity Edge. He's looking towards a Void Staff, which is going to try and give him a little bit more of that damage. He's going to recall for that package. And if this Elder Drake goes over, it's Ocean Elder. It's not the most impactful like the likes of an Infernal, but still, with 3 dragons already taken by Viv, this is a huge pivotal moment of the game, and that's why they're trying to get onto floor. They're trying to even up the numbers, and there is no Millip in this fight yet for Viv. Viv know it. They have to just be 5v5 at this point in the game.
And I feel like this is the last moment where Viv can win this game. If Viv doesn't win here, and they lose this Elder Dragon, then it's just Formulation's game right there. But this is really hard to fight for Formulation because Viv does have that Corki package.
Which means that Formulation shouldn't be baited into a fight that they're not ready to take either. The longer this game goes, exactly, like if the Elder drops low, they're going to be forced into a fight, and that's exactly what Viv are going to do. Tyrus has started it up. They're going to get the damage, but it doesn't die too quickly to Lee Sin on his own. Oh, that's going to be an engage. UI dropped already to half health as Sharks put damage down. I don't know whether Formulation are going to get in place quick enough. Oof,
yeah, this is rough for Formulation Gaming. This is rough. Oh, and the Dragon resets, actually.
Oh, that's huge.
Corki
that's actually a big
package.
moment. This Corki's package expires, a Dragon reset, and Floor, Zauer, I should say, had to back away as Millip is forced to back out of this, and Zauer is trying to get any crowd control to land. They're going to do the Elder. I don't know that you need to 50-50 this if you're Formulation. I think the steal attempt from Tyrus is too potent, and that's why they back away. Formulation are playing this very tense, but very wisely. They need to deny a mid lane push, though, from Viv.
They need to wait for that Brand ultimate. Vecca wasted his ultimate again, but is Viv just gonna get a turret?
Wait, they're gonna go in aggressive on this. They haven't got that Brand ultimate, as you said. They're gonna try and get the damage to stick as Kamau is going aggressive onto Sharks. That's an attempted disengage out of Viv. They've already picked up Don, though, and is the damage there without that Brand ultimate? They just need some. They stack on top of the Pillar of Flame, and that is not what Viv want to do. Yes, there are Guardian Angels available, but they are so low, and the ultimate is back available for Brand. They cannot take this fight, and Viv barely hold on to that, but they have to be so careful.
Oh my god, in the next fight, now the advantage is towards Formulation Gaming. If they have that Brand ultimate, if they actually hit a good Brand ultimate, as we look into this replay, Galio with a very weird engagement just gets destroyed by Sharks on the Garen with that ultimate right there. And really nice ultimate by the Diana, but an even better ultimate by Janna right there. Just saving everyone, really. And he did get caught out here, unfortunately. And we can see the power of Brand, right? Like, we can see the power of Brand. This was all without his ultimate, by the way.
They've started the Baron. Kamau is over the back of it. Does know that it's there, down to 4,000 health. Teleport's coming through. They don't need to 50-50 it. They can just take the fight because Baron damage has already hit, although now Kamau is the one dropping. Flash away.
They go for it.
Protobell apprehend as UI. Flash over the wall from Kamau. Kamau drops very low. Guardian Angel still there for him, though, and he's actually going to get focused down under the Baron. Don gets the Moonfall, gets the damage down. Who's going to come out ahead of this fight? Is Millip with a huge shield in the Baron pit, and Viv have done it. Surely Viv have done it. They take the Baron. They take the fight. They're going to take the series, and Viv have weathered the storm. The team fight from Formulation was not good enough. Viv have crushed through the base, and one last wave of minions is going to be enough for Viv Esports to accelerate their way to the lower bracket finals.
Oh my god, Viv has done it. They won the game. They were just able to destroy Formulation Gaming during the team fight. That was just such an amazing fight. Sharks using his ultimate on the Fiora. Oh, what the hell. I really believe that Formulation Gaming could make the comeback, but Viv Esports maintained the snowball and threw it right into the face of Formulation Gaming right there and took this series with a 2-1 victory.
Formulation just... They couldn't find that last fight, but Viv, they attempted the Dragon, backed away. They went for the fight and backed away. And it was only like trying to rush down this Baron that kind of baited Formulation into just fighting and throwing everything at them. And they had scattered the fight well enough that this Brand damage just couldn't find itself. Like, Kamau didn't have any low targets to chase, but like this game felt like it was balancing on a knife's edge at these final moments.
Definitely. It was literally like a countdown for Formulation Gaming to just win the game. The stronger brand gets, the easier they win the game. And honestly, I feel like Formulation may have even reached that point, but like Viv Esports playing so incredibly well into that brand. They were caught off guard a few times by the brand, as we can see into this replay right here, but constantly basically separating each other just to not get destroyed by brand, because we know that brand is really good against enemies that are stuck together a lot, but they were constantly separating and just denying the brand damage. And Formulation Gaming just wasn't able to do it, and Sharks on that level 15 Garen in the late game with a full build, you just cannot get through that.
Yeah, no, not able to get through that. And I mean, this game really, like, Viv looked very good early game. I think like Formulation even played well through the early game, but they pushed this brand so far back in the game with just constant aggression and getting into the backline. And like Kranix, this Corki performance was way better than game 2. I think Kranix actually looked really strong in games 1 and 3. And there was just no threat against Corki for the majority of this game. There's just too much in the way for Viv, and rushing down that Baron, putting the damage down, and then getting all that damage to stick right at the end allows Viv to go 5-0 in a fight that really looked like either way Formulation could have taken it, but Viv are the ones that will make their way through, and much better performance from them.
Yeah, and Sharks on that 407 Garen, just like we talked about Kranix and Fleur and, you know, Veko on the brand, but I want to talk about Sharks as well. This guy, like, phenomenal job this game. Didn't even give a single chance to get a kill to the enemies. He even had that Guardian Angel. Like, even if you do kill him, he still has the Guardian Angel. So yeah, everyone doing a lot of damage on the side of Viv. Look at the brand damage though. This is what I was talking about. He was getting online 30,000 damage, but just every single time the ultimate not working out for them, and he didn't quite get to that turning point where he can just absolutely 1 versus 5 the team fights. Just Viv Esports doing a phenomenal job closing out the game as early as they can.
And that's the thing, is like that brand damage was a brand that was kind of behind in the sense of like got killed by Sharks, got put out of the lane, got like emphasized on in team fights, and still does that much damage. You can see it looks very much one-sided towards Viv, and ultimately that's the end of the game story that will be told here, is that like Viv continue to accelerate their lead outside from a few moments. But I feel like the way the game was going, it was way closer. Viv, however, do shut that game out. Viv very smartly play out the late game and balance where they could take those fights exactly as you'd expect from a team that's contending for our final 3 spots here in Europe. I'm exhausted after that game, but we still have another series to go. But before we get there, let's go hear from Kranix with Stuart for an interview.
Thank you very much, Jess. I am indeed joined by Kranix after an absolutely insane best of 3 series. Kranix, how do you and the team feel after that absolutely crazy, crazy victory, I guess, overall?
Yeah, we do feel really good. We knew we had to adapt in the 3rd game after the 2nd draft. We knew that our calls were not on the same page, and we definitely feel very good, very happy to win this game against Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, for yourself as well, you've been getting some target bans towards yourself. You know, teams have been target banning your Vayne and sometimes even your Corki as well. You showed your Corki in a few games. Is that surprising to you that teams are target banning you, or do you feel confident enough that you can bring out Vayne in any situation?
Especially with the bruisers matters right now, I think it's not only because of me that people ban Vayne, but also like Fleur always does a really good job on protecting me when I play those hyper carries, so it's not only my job, like the target ban on me, also like for Fleur. I do think I can play Vayne every time and Corki, but I think it just doesn't matter right now, so I just play what the team wants, and I think I'm fine with getting target banned with Vayne or Corki.
I mean, that's totally fine. You're able to win this series. You're in the top 3 now of the WREC. The next match is going to be WREC against Gamelord. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Who do you think you're going to be playing tomorrow in that lower bracket final?
I definitely think that WREC is going to win against Gamelord, and that we're going to meet Gamelord again tomorrow again in the lower bracket finals. I'm rooting for WREC actually, so I can hopefully play them in finals and not in the lower bracket. Yep.
That would be awesome. And what do you think your chances are of going all the way now? Do you reckon you can do it? Do you have the confidence as a team now to go all the way to Barcelona?
Yeah, I definitely think we have the confidence to go all the way to Barcelona and represent one of the 4 slots from EU right now there. And I do think we have a good chance of beating also Game Lord, Team Queso, WREC, and all the other teams, also the Turkish teams.
Yeah, of course, awesome stuff. And Kranix, thank you very much for joining me with this interview. Good luck for the rest of the tournament as well, and hopefully we'll be seeing you in Barcelona as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Always nice to hear from somebody who destroys me pretty regularly in solo queue. That's Kranix. It does go victorious with his team. 2-1, I should say, through that series. Let's take a look at the play of the game from our game 3. There's a lot of fights to pick from on this one. And Viv, they weren't winning every single fight. Let's just put it that way. So play of the game, I'm sure, will be one that actually ends it. I guess it's probably the last one.
Yeah, definitely. It is indeed the last one, right? Where Formulation Gaming thought that they could just finish off the Baron. But look at Sharks on the Garen. Boom! Just old scheme Yao, just making sure he doesn't get it. And then the Baron dealing massive AoE damage to Formulation Gaming right there. And just Viv Esports easily winning that fight. You can see Kranix on full HP. It was easy. It was an easy win. They just caught Formulation Gaming off guard. You know, Formulation Gaming got baited by the Baron, thinking that it was going to be a free Baron. Even if they took that Baron, they would have still lost that fight, by the way. Just Viv Esports, all in all, having amazing positioning right there. Just absolutely phenomenal job. And that was indeed worthy of the play of the game.
Yeah, that really did close that series in favor of Viv. That means we only have one more thing to do, and that is crown an MVP. Ooh. And we actually struggled on this one. There was some good plays. There was some not so great plays overall, just in the way that we saw Formulation bounce back in game 2. But it's going to be Kranix that takes it. I think his Ziggs in game 1 and Corki in game 3 were real standout performances.
Yeah, and in the first game, playing that Ziggs, what a monster. And also in the third game, not the best performance, but in the late game, perfect. Yeah. Only some minor mistakes and this right there. Oh my god. Like that one alone should be enough of a reason to just crown as an MVP. But if we look at all of these fights, like look at Kranix. Perfect positioning, maintaining full HP pretty much while his team is tanking up. So just amazing positioning play with that Corki right there. Shredding through the front line of Formulation Gaming as well. Absolutely deserved the MVP in this game, Stress.
Yeah, I agree on that. I think Viv had a couple of standout moments, and I think neither team played badly in any stage of the game. So Viv, we will now see tomorrow. We already heard that their thoughts from Kranix on who they think they're anticipating to face Game World. For Formulation Gaming fans, we will see them next in the last chance qualifier playoffs. They have secured their spot there already, but we have the big game, the big series coming up next. It's our upper bracket finals, Game Lord versus WREC. Stay with us. We'll be back in 3.5 minutes. This is going to be one hell of a series. There's nothing to come, and now Na'Vi are in the choke. Now in goes Juicy on the chart. Wow. This is exactly what Team Dark were looking for. This is the team fight. He's Acolyte out of there with his life. That's a huge moonfall, and that may very well be the downfall for Zero Zone. 2 members of Viv have already fallen, and I think this is just everything that they needed to. Lonely Kid is going to play defense around the corner. Dunk Master can still play point guard, and that is enough for Lonely Kid to get the execution. I was hoping to see a little bit more from Formulation, but WREC have absolutely destroyed them as random on that signature. Darius is going to go for the triple onto the killing spree. SC7.
They might. Oh, okay.
Joey's going. He has to use the stasis for the time being, trying to buy some time. It's very low. It's going to be a smite right now. They start with Baron. Now Shabesha gets away with it, and now the Acolyte comes in. He's going to start dunking. They're going to. Oh, they're going to try and catch out V for the time being. Taken down. Dropped. Oh, it's the stone plate. Oh, suplex stone plate. Garen is disgusting. Oh, that was absolutely beautiful.
For my personality, I really like to be good at a lot of things. And I'm already on it.
I'd rather be best at one thing.
Rather be the best at one.
I prefer being the best in one thing.
I'd rather be the best at one thing.
Definitely being the best at one thing.
I think I prefer to be good at many things.
Being better at many things.
Why not be the best at many things?
I think I prefer to be really good in one thing.
It's the best to be best at one thing, because you have to be at the top. Doesn't matter if you are good at baking, you have to be best at baking. And I want to be best at Wild Rift.
Put out more damage down in these team fights, but Zeph is quite tanky in the front line. You can see all this shielding coming through, and Joey this time gets charmed up and gets taken down, and that's exactly why Hester has been picking this Rakan and has looked insanely good on it. Now this Yuumi is not enough to keep everything alive.
I think we can take down WREC. Obviously, we are not playing to our top level. We are actually in a slope right now, and we are doing the best we can to come back from that slump. But
At the end of the game, as that's the hook onto Kamara. Kamara is going to fall. Absolute Zero gets blocked, and I was hoping to see a little bit more from Formulation, but Ricks have absolutely destroyed them as random on that signature. Darius is going to go for the triple onto the killing spree. Yes, he said.
You know, I feel like when it comes to this, there's two types of people. There's people who predict Ricks and they're consistently correct, and there's Stress who consistently predicts against us and is always wrong. So I think if you want to be not like Stress, you should probably predict Ricks for next week, and yeah, I think we'll be able to take the series against Gamelord.
From long range is going to get Mullet the kill. Now they're trying to chase down onto Franus. Kranix hasn't really felt his impact in this fight yet, but there's a double kill for the set. Going to chase through as our nation forced to stasis. He's absolute zero.
We knew we could win, so we never gave up, and we just played our game. We knew what to buy, we knew what to play, and I think we did it pretty well.
It's going to be a long time before that Herald actually gets the tower. Acolyte in the front line for the time being. That's a really huge bullet time. That's a awful play for Team Queso right now. They managed to trade 1-for-1 for the time being, but they don't actually get the reset onto Acolyte. Oh, they played that. I don't know, man.
In my opinion, BB, like, they're pretty strong. Like, you can call them like dark horse, you know, for European team. Like, they're pretty solid team comps. They're pretty solid players. And I think it's gonna be like pretty good match.
It is time to get our main event, basically, of this bracket underway. Although apparently I'm the one that's the target of Ricks at this point. The Snitch has decided to set his sights on me. He should definitely be focusing on Gamelord a little bit more. I'm Stress, joined up by Stuart. This is it, Ricks versus Gamelord. There is a ton on the line here. Of course, the winner of this series will advance to the finals on Sunday to earn that spot towards Barcelona. And Snitch, you know, you called me out for not predicting Ricks and saying I'm always wrong. Well, today I predicted Ricks, so if I'm wrong, then you know that means, Stuart, your prediction is going to go through as Gamelord, the team that you think are going to come out ahead from this.
I guess I'm the one that's turning my back on Ricks. I mean, I think I predicted for Ricks for the whole tournament, but I feel like this series is going to be really, really close. I mean, both these teams have made it all the way now to the upper bracket final. And it's just one more win now, one more series to go to that grand final. And if you win the grand final, you get to go to Barcelona in May. So a lot is at stake in this series.
Yeah, that direct seed is really, really important. And getting that advantage going into the last day of games is going to be a key thing. We'll see whether there's one pick that might rear its head. Let's head over to Hells and see what he thinks is broken as Hells this week.
Thank you very much, Stress. And obviously, it's going to be Rakan. We've talked about the Ziggs before, but then we also have the Rakan. I'm sorry. We also have the Rakan. And as they say, support is boring, but Rakan is not boring. This is an amazing champion. We saw players like Methanot, Shao, we saw like Fluor, and there's many more names play the Rakan and do so incredibly well. And Rakan indeed looking very cute in his splash art, but he's not as cute in the game because this champion is so incredible. CC, shielding, the insane ultimate, just the combos that you can do with this champion is insane. The mobility that he has, everything, he has it all. And then on top of all of that, he has so much damage too, because full AP Rakan is the way to go right now. And here we can see, being able to deny assassins as well. This champion has it all. There was no real counters to it. We saw teams desperately trying to counter the Rakan. We saw teams desperately trying to counter Rakan, but they just weren't able to do it. So we're definitely going to be seeing this being a priority pick in the current series. So back to Stuart and Stress to get into the series.
Hells is so much in love with Rakan in game right now. He's got him locked up. That's that chirping. It's not his bird in the background. That's Rakan in the cage, chirping away. Rakan's had a big impact in our first series of the day. We then saw the Galio come out a little bit and deny some of what Rakan wants to do. But I think for these two teams, we have seen a lot of presence towards this Rakan in the draft. And when we take a look at the rosters for both of the lineups, you can find out why from these support players. Because on the Game Lord side of things, we've seen Hester play those engaged champions a ton of things. These are star-studded lineups: Lonely Kid, Zefta, Ruiz, Redemption, and Hester on the side of Game Lord. For REC, it's Random, SE7, Snitch, Doom, and Clue. And while Clue, I think, is a little bit less likely to go towards the Rakan, it certainly is still within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, I think both these supports are really, really good at what they like doing. You know, they both like to roam around the map. Like I said, Clue not as much on the Rakan, but he can pick up the likes of the Galio as well, which was seen as kind of a sort of a counter pick now for Rakan. You're seeing teams pick up Galio as the first pick and saying, okay, if you want to pick the Rakan, you can pick it into my Galio, but you know that you're going to have a really, really difficult time. But yeah, looking at the rosters, I don't even know where we have to start with the rosters. You know, both these teams across all the way from barrel lane all the way down to support. There's so much that we can talk about.
Yeah, you can pick any lineup or any member of the lineup and you'll find something that is key there. I mean, that game where the Galio was first picked, they actually lost that one for Viv. So it's maybe not the best strategy for that going into it. We are narrowing our way towards the draft, but I want to hear what Hells has for his key points for this series before we get into game.
Quickly have some key points for you guys. I don't want to hold you too long for this game, so let's get through it very quickly. These are the two big titans of Europe, Game Lord and REC, right? This is it. Like, this is how big it gets. This is Game Lord against REC. And then the priorities that these teams have is the Ziggs and the Rakan. It's the same as the other teams, Ziggs and Rakan. And as Stress mentioned, Clue not as much on the Rakan, but definitely Doom on the Ziggs. This is going to be a pick or ban champion, like first pick or first ban. And then after that, the jungle rotations. This is going to be so incredibly important, especially from SE7. We saw the strategies that REC has. They can do it all, really. They can even put SE7 like as a split pusher and still make it work. Same as Game Lord. Zefta, I mean, what even am I supposed to say? So let's just not say anything anymore. Let's just get into it and watch it live. So back to Stress and Stuart to get into this game.
Yep, that's how good Zefta is from the jungle. We don't even need to say anything about him. He'll show us in game. Let's get this draft going. Let's do it. I don't want to make people wait any longer. I don't want to, as casters, we have the start game button. So, I'm just going to tell the players to get it going. I think Doom on Ziggs, not going to happen this series. I think Game Lord will be too wise towards that. The same with like Redemption and his Corki, I think is going to be gone. I think we likely are to find ourselves in a situation where we're delving deeper into that Dragon Lane carry pool.
I think the duo lane is definitely one good place to start off. You talk about Redemption, who he didn't really have the best of performances last year overall, but he's definitely feeling his own now. I definitely feel like he's improving a lot. And Doom as well. Last year he was in the jungle for REC, and now he's back on that duo lane role. So I think that matchup in the duo lane is going to be very, very interesting. Interesting enough, Fiora is going to be first ban on the blue side. So Game Lord saying to REC is like, okay, we're not going to be able to pick it up, and then there you go. There's the Rakan ban straight away for REC.
Hester has looked so good for so long on picks like Rakan, so now not going to be the factor here. And SE7 drawing a ton of respect. And remember, for those of you that have followed from last year and have been around Wild Rift Esports for a little bit longer than the WREC, SE7 is a new member to REC. Added him, as you said. Doom moved out of the jungle, so SE7 had a little bit of a rocky start in my mind in January with some other tournaments where it didn't look like they were on the same page, but he's become massive carry now. And we see a couple more picks banned away as Game Lord, going to remove the flex pick from the Gragas. There goes the Corki, there goes the Galio as well. You mentioned Clue has been playing that, but it's not available either.
Yeah, not going to be available. I think the two picks is I was going to say Set and Ziggs, but there you go. Ziggs is already the first one that gets picked up for Redemption down in the duo lane. We saw the REC were the ones last week that were prioritizing Ziggs as a first pick, and now it's the same. I mean, these two teams, we kind of call it the El Clasico really in Wild Rift. Both these teams have played against each other so many times, and I feel like this is a bit of a throwback to last year as well, because last year we always saw Ziggs as like a red side ban or a first pick, and now we're seeing it in this series as well. But the set is left open. That is going to be picked up for the side of REC again. Can be flexed around, can be played in the Baron lane, mid lane, or the jungle, and the Varus priority as well, interestingly enough. So with Corkin being banned out as well, the priority of Varus definitely rises up, and that's going to mean that we're going to need a little bit of AP damage on the side of Rex.
Yeah, I think the struggle comes though when you play a lot of bruises into Varus. He does struggle against tankier champions. Jace picked up. We have not seen Jace priority all day. That very well could be going to Zefta in the jungle. We've also seen it out of the top lane. We've even seen it in the bottom lane, but this time with Ziggs picked up, I do not expect it to be going down to that dragon lane. Camille locked in. These picks are coming quite fast through, so it could be Lonely Kids Camille there for the top lane.
Yeah, Zefta played Jace jungle twice last week against Viv, so that's most likely going to be in the jungle for Zefta. And then, yeah, like you said, Camille most likely in the top lane for Lonely Kid might be up against Random Set, which that's another matchup as well that I want to quickly talk about. You know, Random used to play for Game Lord last year, now on the side of Rex playing against Lonely Kid, who has kind of been hidden under the radar, but is definitely looking to, you know, improve and looking to become one of the best barrel laners. And if there's anyone that you want to try and beat and solo kill, I think Random's definitely the one person that you want to try and solo kill. And Thresh, interesting enough, getting a high priority as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Game Lord banning out some AP champions. They actually banned out the Riven that we saw SE7 play last week against Formulation. We're gonna have to try and see, because Dyna is still open for mid lane for Snitch. I'm trying to think of other AP champions that might have to come out as well for the side of Rex. But for Rex, they're banning out supports. Nami being banned away from Heste. Probably another support ban as well. This is 4 bans towards Heste. And you know what the funny thing is? I remember one game, I'm pretty sure it was in the WREC, where there was 5 bans towards Heste, and he still came out on top. He still picked up a support, and he was still able to play really, really well. So Heste's champion pool is so wide. And it just shows that even if you ban out Heste, it doesn't matter what he'll pick, he'll still be able to perform really well.
I wonder whether Rick will go early game here with something like Elysian or Kha'Zix. So I guess Kha'Zix kind of has good mid-game priority. I was going to mention the Ahri as one. And the reason I see this is, like, Jace is pretty low tankiness, so is Ziggs. And if you charm somebody like Camille, she will die fairly quickly compared to, like, a full tank. But this is Rick's going heavily towards, like, earlier game skirmishes with Varus and Ahri, picking off early picks and trying to get those kills to start a fight and deny Game Lord ever going aggressive. That's going to lock us into our solo laners, and our carry is done, as Vi is going to be out of the jungle.
I really like the Vi pick here, because Vi can lock down the Varus, can lock down the Ahri as well, even though she does have her ultimate. The Vi can, still follow afterwards, and Alistar being picked up. This is really, really heavy engage. I mean, we spoke about it before. A Unit Hells actually spoke about it before, kind of with the combo that Ziggs has with Vi, with Camille, and Game Lord have that combo as well. With Alistar on top of that, there's a lot of heavy engage, and I feel like there's just going to be a lot of team fights in this game, because on the side of Rex as well, they got the Varus ultimate, Chain of Corruption, they got Hook from Thresh, the Charm as well from Ahri. So both these teams want to fight, and the Kha'Zix, as you mentioned, is going to be the last pick here for SE7. But Ahri's quite an interesting pick. I don't really see Snitch play Ahri too much in the mid lane, so I'm really interested to see how that works out. It looks like it's going to be against Ruiz's Jace as well in the mid lane.
This feels like they're all inning for an early game advantage, and basically saying we just have to win early game and then close the game out with the likes of a Kha'Zix. Like, this team comp can have later game damage if Ricks get enough gold to just kind of punish Game Lord with their wallet, but Game Lord's late game is really scary. Alistar won't die to Varus. Vi will be able to burst down a single target. Camille will cause problems with that Ziggs ultimate combination. So, like, 2 different compositions where they want to play, but if Ricks get ahead, it could be a hard game for Game Lord to stay in too.
Yeah, that Ziggs priority coming up pretty huge at the moment, being able to, you can kind of create your distance as well. I don't think there's really anyone that can really jump onto Ziggs on the side of Ricks. Kha'Zix can try and dash forward, and same with Ahri as well, which they can try to, but it's going to be really hard to try and try and engage onto the Ziggs in the end. But this is it, game number 1. This is kind of the moment we've been waiting for today. One of these teams are going to make it through to the grand finals. I mean, even though this is only the first game, this is going to be really, really hype. I'm excited, because I think this series could go either way. Even though most people, and I think most fans, will go towards Ricks, I still think Game Lord has a chance, and especially with this first draft as well, Stress.
Yeah, I kind of agree off the first draft. I think you mentioned already how safe Redemption on Ziggs is going to be. It's going to take some pretty innovative flanks, I think, from the set, from Snitch on Ahri, because I kind of think you have to pick that Ziggs up and actually throw him into the fight, because if you don't, he's just going to waddle away. This is our first game of our upper bracket finals. It's Game Lord versus Ricks. These 2 teams are fighting for the first spot in the grand finals on Sunday. And this is a matchup that we have seen many times throughout the esports scene for Wild Rift here in Europe, and it's 68% of the crowd think RICS are going to take it.
Yeah, RICS fans coming out. They're coming out in their numbers as well, 68%. And Random versus Lonely Kid, I spoke about this. I spoke about this a little bit. It's going to be a really, really interesting matchup in the Baron lane, because both these players are two of the best Baron laners, and I think you could probably say that about the entirety of both these teams. I think the jungles, as well as Zefter and SE7, which, as you mentioned, SE7 at the start when he came into RICS was a little bit shaky, but I feel like with all the practice that RICS were able to get, with all the scrims and all the tournaments, that SE7 has definitely felt a lot more comfortable recently, and it's going to be really interesting to see him on this Kha'Zix, which you don't really see too much for him, but I'm sure he'll be completely fine. But it's going to be hard to try and split up the members for GameLord to try and get that isolation damage for Kha'Zix.
Random was forced to recall already and had already used his honey fruit from a top lane exchange, which Lonely Kid's Camille has been pretty difficult for players to deal with. We expect that Random, as being regarded as the top Baron laner in our league, should be able to play these matchups out. But you can see Lonely Kid's early game already having presence, and he's got wards around there as well, so they know that there's no way of SE7 getting up into his top lane too easily. Clue may very well be roaming. He's just recalled from bottom lane. He's going to head towards top lane and try and make something happen up there. But that vision control is already very strong through top side for GameLord.
I mean, you can see already, I thought Hester was doing the same as well, but he's going to go to mid lane. But yeah, Clue, and you can see, like you mentioned, all this vision control that GameLord have on the top side of this map, 4 wards on the top side of this map. So it means that even though Clue's going to roam, they're going to know he's there. Yeah. They're going to know that, there's nothing to do. And there you go. He's just going to recall, and he's just going to go back to base and go back down to the Dura lane. So unfortunately, they weren't able to make a play, but really, really good vision control by GameLord. I quite like this from GameLord, because we see this quite a lot from teams now, where the support likes to roam around to the mid lane, to the Baron lane as well, because if you can get these AD bruisers ahead, and because you're playing these mages and these long range carries like Varus, like Ziggs in the Dura lane, you can leave them by themselves. And you can see Clue is still not going down to the Dura lane. He's now in the mid lane. Hester going to the mid lane as well. And it's like I'm watching River Shen or something, this River Thresh instead. He's just roaming around. He's just like, I don't need anything at all.
Do we have that to look forward to with Shen release on 3.1? Please no. I mean, it's fairly telegraphed though in this exchange from Clue. Is like, Lonely Kid is feeling his oats. Like, he's already forced a recall out of Random. He's like, I'm ahead in lane. Don't worry, I've got this. That's where the support's definitely going to go to. But damage comes out onto Ruiz from Doom, as both bot laners have swapped, or I should say one has, as we still see Redemption down in that bottom lane. A bit late to the swap on the side of GameLord with the Ziggs, but they know that Jace can hold that lane just as well.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I mean, you can pair Jace up with Alistar completely fine, and Ziggs can do really, really well against Ahri, just clearing the waves and just playing passive. You do have to be careful as the Ziggs. You might get some sort of, Spirit Rush onto you and the Charm as well, so you do have to be a little bit careful of that, but 4 seconds until the Dragons and the Herald, and it is going to be Infernal Dragon as well, but looks like it's just going to be a handshake. SE7 and Snitcher around at this Dragon, so that's going to be the Infernal Dragon looking to go over for the side of GameLord, but now you can see that GameLord are focusing on the top side of this map. They're going to go for the Herald. They're going to try and shut down Random. They might try and look to get this Rift Herald straight up in the Baron lane. It looks like they are just going to do that. 3 members now up in the Baron lane. Clue is here, though, just in case.
Yeah, I think RICS will probably back away from this. Surely they won't just take this engage. Although GameLord are going to back away too. They've read that Clue's up there as well. In my estimation, I think that's a really important first Infernal going over to RICS, because they will run out of damage eventually.
Yeah, they will struggle to break through, like you said before. The the Alistar, the Vi as well. When he gets a little bit, she gets a little bit tanky, and you don't really have a lot of late game damage on the side of RICS unless they get a pick with the Chain of Corruption or the Charm, and they can follow it up afterwards. But if they don't, and if they wait until the late game to have a team fight, when you're against the likes of Jace, Ziggs, Camille as well with the lockdown, and Vi with the lockdown, I feel like the game will definitely have a stronger late game composition overall. And Clue, I'm pretty sure he's not taken any waves at all for like the past for the past 3 minutes. I'm pretty sure he's been right. I mean, same with Heste as well, to be fair. They're both just roaming around, and it's kind of like having a second jungler in a way. You can see it as like that, which is I've mentioned this before, but I really like how supports can make these plays, and Ruiz.
Forced to flash out. Charm didn't land. Flay does. First blood goes to Clue. He says, through the waves, I'll just take the kills.
Yeah, that is going to be first blood over to Snitch in the dual lane. The first tower does go over to Game Lord, though. I'm pretty sure they didn't use the Rift Herald as well. It seems like they didn't use it at all. And now they're going to look to try and rotate to the mid lane, maybe use it. Yes, Zephyr didn't even use the Rift Herald, so they still have that available. If they want to keep that for maybe the next dragon, they can keep it and they can say, okay, we're just going to use Rift Herald in the mid lane. Are you going to defend the mid lane, or are you going to go to the dragon? You see that happening a few times, especially now Game Lord have the first dragon, the first tower, and Rick's not being able to kind of counter that with the tower of their own. So a little bit of a lead for Game Lord. Even though they did lose first blood, they still do get the first tower gold for their team.
Yeah, it was a big ultimate out of Redemption, using exactly how they need to. Cut the wave, deny the push on bot lane, and say, okay, you got to kill, but that's the end of that story. And Game Lord have actually got themselves a pretty significant gold lead off that tower play in top lane, and that's a big benefit. Like, they have a Camille that scales well into the late game. Ziggs does fantastically, and we've seen how Ziggs can have that punishing ultimate late on in the game. Already about 500-ish gold ahead on the Ziggs. There's a big difference in top lane. 12,000. Jeez, I can't do maths. Numbers are hard. 1,200 gold. Yeah, 1,200 gold between these top laners, and that might only get worse now as Game Lord are going to be pushing down into that bot lane turret with the Rift Herald. Ricks need to maybe get something going in mid lane, but Lonely Kid and Redemption are a little bit too safe here.
Yeah, this is really good rotations by the side of Game Lord. Rick's trying to group in the mid lane, but when you're against the Ziggs, you just can't do anything. Ziggs can just throw out all his abilities. He can even throw out the ultimate if he needs to as well, if the mid lane tower gets put under any pressure. And again, Rick's are slow on the play. Game Lord go down to the dual lane. They use the Rift Herald. They're able to get the second tower of the game, and Rick's are just... I feel like they're a little bit lost at the moment. They're trying to trade in objectives. They're trying to maybe push out this mid lane. But as I mentioned, when you're against the Ziggs, you can't do that because there's no way that you're going to be able to have the minions there to be able to push in and try and get that. And a bit like you said already, a bit of an early game lead is, unfortunately the blue buff didn't go over to Redemption. I think the red buff in the end actually took that away from Redemption, so a little bit sad. But the next dragon is going to be Ocean Dragon, which is going to be spawned in 20 seconds, but also that Rift Herald as well. So Game Lord didn't keep the Rift Herald for this next dragon, but now it's going to be I feel like if Game Lord take this next Herald, they could look to try and engage mid, as Heste's a bit caught, but he should be fine for now.
Yeah, Ricks don't commit too much into that. Hester's going to have to back away and reset themselves for this next fight. I mean, both teams kind of taking this very slowly at this point. No real overcommittals in this game. As now we're going to go for Ricks starting that dragon. It's going to be that first exchange as they back away. Smite was actually just used by SC7, at least the first charge, so won't be available for a little while longer if they start up this dragon. Just about to be back up. And they're going to back away again. Ricks, we haven't seen this Ricks for a little while. They look a little bit lost. I'm just going to be totally honest with you. And I don't feel like they can find any engages, considering they are the early game composition. That does not bode well for them.
I think it's just the pressure of these two teams as well. I mean, if you win this series, then you go all the way to the grand final, and then you kind of just need to win one more series, and that's it. You're in Barcelona for the finals in May, and you can see the Ricks are, like you said, it's kind of not normal Ricks. This is a Ricks that's playing a bit more safe. As Clue looks to go. Great Charm.
Charm does land. Chains of Corruption doesn't, and Lonely Kid backs themselves away. That'll open up Herald for Ricks. But look, meanwhile in the bottom side, wow, that damage is already coming out from Redemption. Bottom side, they've already started up the Drake, or they had, but they're going to back away. Game Lord do not want to overcommit into this, considering that they would be in a very rough position should they lose a fight here and lose another objective. It would likely be mid tower as well.
Yeah, it looks like the Game Lord are going to start this because they see that Ricks have gone back to base, but their pings are coming in, the attacks are coming in as well. Even though they lose this dragon, they might look for a team fight. Kha'Zix uses the Herald mid, but I don't think they can even get anything from this mid lane.
They haven't got the minions there. It's going to get pulled back and headbutted away. Ricks just have not been able to find anything that they need here. They're trying to get it done. Rift Herald down to the Flash Charm is huge though from Snitch, and in goes the engage as Herald charges the tower. SC7 has fallen to begin this one, and Doom has evened it up with one kill, and Hester now. A Charm doesn't quite land, but the damage does. They've got Redemption. Have they got enough to finish these kills? 500 health left on the tower. Ricks rush it down. They're not quite able to get the execute onto Hester, and they will back away, but Ricks just about get the objective they're looking for.
That's what they wanted. They wanted to open up that mid lane tower, and that's exactly what they did. Snitch there with a huge charm, and even though Zefta was able to charge in with the ultimate and use stasis afterwards, the chain of corruption and the follow-up from Doom just zones out the rest of the game. There's nothing really you can do. You can see this again. Snitch being able to jump in, use that flash charm beautifully onto Zefta, and you can see the chain of corruption. It spreads to Redemption, to Heste, and even onto Jace as well, and Random as well on the set with the huge suplex. And afterwards, look at this E-flash. Boom! Straight onto Ziggs, straight onto Camille, and that's another pick as well. And as soon as that Ziggs is dead, they can break that mid lane tower. And that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to open up the map. They wanted Ziggs to play a bit more passive so they can roam around the map, they can roam around the river, and they can try and make these plays. So even though GameLord has a little bit of a gold lead, that was a huge, huge win for Rex.
Yeah, big win for Rix to at least, I might be sounding a little bit pessimistic here, but like if they don't get these wins, if these fights go to GameLord, this game will quickly snowball out. They've caught SC7, you can't leap out of that. Gonna try and invisible, gonna try and stasis, gonna at least absorb the Ziggs ultimate from here. Flash comes out, they're trying to get their Doom. Chains of Corruption will land, and it's not gonna be enough to do too much more, although there's the attempt from Snitch. He at least popped that Foxfire to try and get close enough, but it's not going to work. Rix lose one. GameLord will continue to try and advance through this middle lane as they got a lot of siege damage. Like they got a lot of poke from Ruiz's Jace and from Redemption's Ziggs. Like it's hard to stand and defend a turret if you're Rix.
Yeah, it is. The poke, you can see already the acceleration game shock blast by Jace, the bombs as well from Ziggs. There is a lot of poke damage, and it's quite hard to wave clear if you're an Ahri, because even though she does have pretty good wave clear, she doesn't have the biggest of ranges. So you kind of need Doom to come into his mid lane so he can use that piercing arrow to clear the minion waves. So Baron's going to be up in 25 seconds. So it was a good pick onto SC7, but they didn't really get anything out of it. It's just a kill gold, and that's about it. And we've only seen 5 kills in 13 minutes of this game. I mean, even though we've not seen a lot of kills, and it could be another kill though. SC7 caught again.
Caught again, and look at how Lonely Kid is just focusing out this essentially carry from Rix. Like SC7 has done such a good job in these games when playing on the carry like Kha'Zix of being the one getting aggressive plays and kills to work, and he's getting punished now. This Camille ultimate is stopping him in his tracks.
It's the lockdown that GameLord have, the Camille Hextech ultimatum, the Assault and Battery afterwards, the Vi ultimate, just being able to lock down a member. And that's kind of the difficult thing when you don't really have that, that mobility or that disengage. And Gragas is one that comes out to me. The Gragas ban by GameLord kind of denies most of the time all this engage from the likes of Camille, Vi, and even, Heste afterwards. But because they don't have anything like that, they have nothing really to stop the Vi, to stop the Camille at all. So they can just keep roaming around the map. It's kind of this pairing, Lonely Kid and Zefta is this pairing, which they have done for the whole of this game so far. Able to roam around and get the picks off. The next dragon is going to be Cloud Dragon, so it's going to get movement speed for the team that picks it up. It's going to be up and available, and you can see both these teams are around there. Hess is getting caught, but he's a tanky cow. He's got in!
Double knockup has done everything that GameLord needed it to, and it's going to be the stasis to come out, trying to save Random. Not going to be enough for Zefta. Has his Guardian Angel, won't get popped though. That's the exchange of kills as SC7 and the rest of Rix have a lot of damage in the tank. This is the early game composition. There's everybody forced to dodge the arrows. Big stasis used by SC7, and look, the damage on the back end. Ruiz can't complete the kill, but it is going to be Redemption that gets it. Snitch lands a huge charm over the wall, and Lonely Kid is just able to survive for now. Snitch has 2 low health targets in front of him. Redemption puts damage down, backs away. That was about as good as Rix could turn it around from the end, as GameLord had lose 2, and so do Rix.
Oh, that was such a close team fight. It was back and forth throughout the whole team fight. You can see the initial engage by Heste was huge, but Random with the follow-up, with the suplex into the backline, but he was just too low. There was nothing really else he could do. But the charms by Snitch throughout this whole of the fight. Unfortunately, the Chain of Corruption does miss, and it was a counter engage as well by Rix. But SC7, a little bit close, but look at that. SC7 stops the Hextech ultimatum with the stasis. It's just League of Stasis at the moment. Everyone's using stasis. SC7
back into a fight though. Charm onto Hesse. Random on the side doesn't quite pick up that first kill, as Vi is the one to get the kill credit, and Rix are going to have to back away. They need Doom to be healthier. He doesn't have his heal, and look, everybody on Rix is low health. Last fight, Doom did a great job of keeping himself in a secure position. Rix, however, lose 1 and will lose this dragon.
Yeah, they're going to lose the dragon. There's going to be 2 dragons over to the side of Game Lords. And honestly, overall, Game Lords have done quite well to shut down SC7 as well, because normally you see Kha'Zix as the sort of champion to do it. But when I look back at this replay, again, Snitch dashing in, trying to get it. But look at Heste again on this Alistar. You can ban 4 champions against this man, but he will bring out whatever it takes, and he will be able to do a great job. And Heste, insane engages. That's twice now he's landed the headbutt pulverize onto multiple members on the Ricks and allows them to engage. And again, it's Ricks are trying to look for that initial engage. At first, they landed a charm onto Heste, which then he followed up. Again, they tried to land another charm. And I feel like that's kind of the comp that Ricks have kind of built themselves here. They need to try and look for these picks. They don't want to get into team fights because you're against the likes of Camille, Jace, Ziggs. They need to look for more, like a charm, chain of corruption, a hook or something so they can try and get the pick. But at the moment, they can't do that because Game Lord are doing so well. They're rotating around as a team and kind of as this pairing as well, which is what Zefter and Lonely Kid has done to shut down Kha'Zix. And Kha'Zix is 0-4 at the moment. He hasn't been in this game at all. Currently about 1,000 gold behind, but you know, you look across the board, this game is basically even. There's basically not even a gold lead, and this is what we expected from the upper bracket final. This is what we expected from these 2 Titans. They go in again, he misses!
Doesn't hit from Snitch. And I mean, the thing is, Game Lord with the better scaling, though, with the gold lead they do have, is significant because it means Ricks are forced to try and make plays to come back into this. Even though it feels even, I feel like Game Lord are on the way to closing this game as Clue doesn't land a lot of the crowd control. And one of the reasons for that is, like, Doom has reached that point where he's about as strong as Varus can get. Every item from here is not as significant when the enemy are building armor. Like, we already have 2 armor items out on the Alistar. We've got some Death Dance coming in. We've got Asterix on Vi, a Guardian Angel already. Like, all of these items are making it more difficult for Doom to kill people quickly. However, Hester is the one maybe caught out here, or is it not? Because Snitch is going to be forced maybe to get back out of this fight. There's the suplex to come through. Well, I thought it was, but it's not quite as I thought Random was going to go for his Ziggs. Ultimate doesn't quite get the kill, and Doom is on the back line as SC7 may very well be caught here as Ruiz. Can they complete the damage? Oh, SC7 sidesteps the damage, but it will get taken down. Doesn't have any way of surviving, and this game has all been about Game Lord really punishing SC7 and making sure he's never available for objectives.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, they catch out SC7, which I'm not really too sure why he was there in the first place. I think it was in the enemy jungle. I'm not too sure if he was trying to catch someone out on the end. But again, another great stasis, this time by Snitch to deny the Hextech ultimatum from Lonely Kid, and just afterwards trying to land the charm. But you can see both these teams, the micro play, the reactions as well from both of these teams to land the status, to hit the stasis button as soon as Hextech Ultimator comes down, or flash at the perfect time, or the dodges, or anything like that. Something that you expect from these 2 teams. But at the moment, it is SE7 that is struggling in this game. I think he's 0-5 now, I think he is. And interesting enough, even though SE7 is not alive, Game Lord are not risking this. They know that they have the late game. They know they don't need to take any risks of taking the Baron or anything like that. So they're just going to keep farming up and, you know, keep scaling with this Jace, Camille, and ZiggsCon.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's something we talked about coming out of draft of, like, Ricks needing to find flanks so that they can kill Redemption and try and get the Ziggs out of the fight. And I wonder whether that's why SE7's pathing
they're doing Baron
so wide. They're going to try and rush it down.
There's no vision.
Random and SE7, are they stood behind? They are. Okay, so really importantly here, the way that they're positioned, although Random now repositions himself, there's a way of taking Baron with taking less damage.
SE7 might die!
Yeah, SE7 gets left alone in the pit. Miscommunication from these 2 as Ricks are now dropping low enough in this fight. And I mean, Game Lords are on the Elder Drake as well. That's Hester picking up 1 kill, as that's half health now on Elder Drake. Clue and Doom are going to have to dual damage from the back. And finally, the combination onto this Varus is going to be exactly what Game Lord need to lock Doom in place. 4,000 health on this Dragon is going to get shredded down. We've reached the point of the game where Game Lord can easily cut through Ricks, and Game Lord are likely to take a game 1 in this series, as they have taken the Elder Drake for themselves.
Elder Mountain as well. So if it was hard to kill Rix already and hard to kill Redemption, it's going to be even harder now. And Rix tried to go for a sneaky play, but Heste again, MVP for me in this game. You know, he's landed multiple combos in this situation as well. He 1 versus 3 stops Rix taking Baron. He's like, okay, I'm just going to jump in. I'm Alistar. I'm really, really tanky. Uses the Proto Belt to flash, to dash past the set so he can headbutt afterwards, and this was just that little skirmish as well. But we saw that the stasis reaction wasn't there for Doom. If he stasis just a little bit earlier, he could survive the Ziggs ultimate, he could survive the Hextech ultimatum, but unfortunately he does it just a little bit too late, and it's just scrappy from Rix. This is not the Rix that we know. This is not the Rix that we have seen before. It's just a little bit all over the place, but we're going to try and get another fight here, but oh yeah, it's just...
They're too far
so much damage.
Game Lord's comp is completely online from here. And despite the fact that Game Lord only have mid-wave pushing in their favor, Rix trying to hold on. Redemption is, you know, so unbelievably low as Rix. That might be enough. I mean, you have to always be careful of this Varus when you're low health. Wave pushing top and bottom. Is the side lane wave control enough to hold Rix in this game?
It looks like it will be for now. No inhibitor is going to go down yet. That's normally what you want to see when someone takes the Baron, but Redemption's stepping up a little bit too far for my liking. I think he has one of the longest ranges as Overwings against Snitch.
There's SC7. Can he get the first kill of the game for himself? If he can get the damage down, surely he can take out Ruiz. Ruiz takes the fight and wins. This has not been the game that SC7 wants as Rix. They've lost their jungler. They still don't have random from top lane, and Game Lord's the Baron buff is still active. They can push through mid lane. This has not been the game that Rix were looking for. Heste over the wall is going to destroy the hopes of Rix for game number 1, and Game Lords have looked incredibly good. They have bounced back as Random tries to suplex. It's not enough. This is a handicap match as Game Lord are 4 versus 1 against Random, and Lonely Kid is just going to hookshot his way through the base. The Nexus gets focused down, and Game Lord take 1 step towards the grand finals.
What an absolutely insane game 1. Give me 2 more games of that, please. Give me more games of that. What an insane first game. Ruiz in the end, our Horizon Cup representative that went, you know, to Horizon Cup for Team Queso, comes up with the clutch 2 versus 1 in the end as well. And unfortunately, like you said, for SC7, it just wasn't his game on the Kha'Zix. He got caught out from this guaranteed sort of engage by Camille and by Fiora, and in the end, is Game Lord that come out on top.
The thing about that is I totally agree with you that like SC7 couldn't find his game. I think so much of it came from picks like this Camille. You know, Camille received a bunch of nerfs and everyone was like, Camille's, you know, in the ground, she's not going to get played. Her ultimate, even if it's a lower duration, does exactly the same thing that it always does. We saw it work against Doom. We saw it work at least 3 times against SC7 here, where it's just like, you cannot escape. The rest of the team are there to put damage down. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit shorter of a cooldown. You get to focus down a target. And then SC7 was just stretching to try and get plays because the draft from Rix meant that if they did not find kills, they could not win the game.
And that's exactly that. And I spoke about it briefly before in like a key points section. I think it was last week about guaranteed engage and how easy engages can be as well. When you play the likes of Camille and Vi, it's just easy to play champions. You just, well, I was going to say click a button, but it's not really clicking a button. It's more, you know, pressing your thumb on the screen. But when you can just do that with the likes of Camille, with the likes of Vi, and just lock down the single target, and in this instance, and in this game, it was SC7, and this was the 1v1 in the end as well by Ruiz, the 2v1 onto Snitch and SC7. But yeah, when you have this guaranteed lockdown from the Camille, from the Vi, and then you have the follow-up from Ziggs as well, which is that first pick priority that we spoke about, and Hell spoke about it as well briefly in key points, this priority on Ziggs that we're seeing rising up and up throughout the entire WREC. And you can see the stats in the end there as well. Insane performance by Heste, even though he didn't get, you know, the best KDA. But I think there was 3 or 4 fights where he was able to land the, you know, the headbutt pulverize, or it was the Protobell into headbutt into pulverize, and him surviving and him stopping that kind of cheeky Baron play as well from Rix definitely made a huge difference.
A huge difference. I mean, Snitch, I think, had a actually pretty good performance on the Ahri in general. We weren't really expecting it out of Snitch. But I mean, Rix, I think the whole draft is kind of the issue. They drafted themselves into a real corner where there were no real options to come back into this game. At no point did Rix have a gold lead. And that's problematic when you draft for the early game, because Game Lord then said, okay, we just won't fight you early on and you'll run out of damage and we'll just win the game.
And that's what happens when you pick a scaling comp. And the kind of the problem that Rick's had is that they weren't able to roam around the map. They weren't able to get these picks. SC7 was trying, but he was always by himself. And when you're by yourself as a Kha'Zix against a Camille, against a Vi, you can easily be shut down. And that early priority that we saw on Set and Varus didn't really pay off. I mean, when you ban in the core key, when the Ziggs gets first picked, you feel like you have to go to that Varus, because if that gets banned, then you're going lower and lower down on the duo list. And when you have a star player like Doom in the duo lane, you want to get him on the comfort pick, and that's going to be really interesting now going into this second game. Is what are the changes going to be for both of these teams?
Yeah, that being said, we've seen Varus fall off a lot in priority. We've seen people trying to pick things like Kai'Sa in for the late game and that kind of thing. I wonder whether that's just as you said, they were trying to get comfort for Doom, where maybe that they really like over prioritize the Varus in this composition when there aren't enough other late game carries. Let's take a look at our play of the game and see where it all went so right for Game Lord in game one.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the play of the game here, and I want to see. This is the 1 versus 3 defense by Heste. Honestly, it wasn't a bad play at all by WREC. They tried to go for kind of a desperation Baron in the end, but you just don't have enough tankiness with the Set and with the Kha'Zix. You can see the Set was basically 1 HP, and then it's the combo that we spoke about, the lockdown. Camille ultimate, look at that, Vi ultimate straight afterwards as well, and Doom can't move at all. When you're playing in a mobile carry like Varus, when you mistime that stasis, which sometimes it's the little things, you know, one little misplay. If you don't press that stasis button, if he pressed it 1 second sooner, he would have been full health. He would have dodged the Hextech ultimatum. He would have dodged the Ziggs ultimate, and maybe he would have been able to survive. But a 1 second, a 1 millisecond difference between life and death in these games can mean so much, and so much for these teams.
And that is exactly why these two teams are in our upper bracket finals. That is the difference between them as well. I am not expecting Ricks to go down without a fight here. Ricks have 2-0'd their way through every single series so far. They now find themselves 1-0 down. We'll see whether Ricks can bounce back or whether Game Lord are going to kind of reassert their control and take this 2-0. One of these teams goes to the grand final on Sunday. We'll be back in a few minutes to see which one it's going to be. Welcome back to the WREC upper bracket finals, where GameLord are 1-0 up against WREC. That was an exciting first game. I'm so looking forward to getting into our second one. Stuart, I think there's a lot of things to talk about going into our game 2. I'm going to let Hells talk about it first, though, so that we don't steal all of his points, because I did that to you earlier, whereas it's like, here's 3 points, and then you're like, oh, well, some of them are what I want to talk about. So Stuart,
it's okay. I see. It's okay.
We'll get to us later. Hells, what have you got for your key points for game 2?
Thank you very much, Stress. So I have a lot of key points. First of all, both teams had great rotations. Even though Rix lost the late game, both teams did a phenomenal job in the early game. And GameLord just did a little better because they were able to get those turrets, etc., etc. And then I want to talk about Snitch. He did a great job starting team fights. We saw very early on in the game, with those charms, he was able to easily catch off an enemy and get a massive advantage in team fights. But talking about starting team fights, the same story goes for Heste, but he did an even better job. And we saw it happen into the late game, actually. Heste just going in like an absolute madman, or a mad cow, I should say, because he was playing Alistar and just doing so well and enabling GameLord to scale into the late game. And getting into the late game, the RA doesn't do as much. Before Kha'Zix wasn't able to do much, that's where GameLord was able to get into the late game and completely dominate Rick's game. So that is it for the key points for this game. Back to Stress and Stuart to get into the next game.
Hearing the word mad cow just reminds me of that time in the UK where people went on this like crazy thing about like tainted beef in the late 90s. Anyway, sorry, that's only if you're like a 30-year-old British person that you remember that one, if you're old. So, you know, me boomer over here, not able to keep up with the kids on the mobile. That's why I'm not anywhere outside of Diamond 2 yet. That's your update for today. Anyway, let's focus.
Still Diamond 2?
Yeah, I might have decayed actually. But let's focus on this series. So, game 2. We were discussing during the break. I think Ziggs has to basically be the absolute highest priority here. And we were talking about what if Rix choose blue, and they have done.
I think,
so what if Rix choose blue, Stuart? Come on.
No, I was just about to say it. So, I mean, we spoke about it during the break. I mean, if Rix pick blue side, GameLord have to ban it. They have to ban it away. They know that because Rix are now going to be on the blue side, they're going to have that first pick. And you know, they've done it before. They're going to do it again. They realized how strong it was last game as well. They're gonna ban it away. So, or they're gonna pick, you know, Rix are gonna first pick it. So GameLord now, all eyes are on their bans. I want everyone's eyes to be on Rix or GG's. Oh no, sorry, not Rix's. GameLord's first bans on the red side. And would it be the Ziggs as the first ban priority? We'll have to wait. But I think overall, I think banning out Heste as well was probably not the best idea, you know, because they banned out 4 champions for Rick, you know, for Heste, and he was still able to perform really, really well on Alistar. The Rakan still gets the high priority. Now it's going to be Ziggs. Or are they going to maybe leave it open and maybe Rix are going to be banning it away themselves? It's going to be Fiora for now. So same bans at the moment, but as you mentioned, I don't think Rix are going to ban it away themselves again. It's just support bans on the side of Rix towards Heste again.
Yeah, Rix have to just go, okay, we'll see where the GameLord third ban it. GameLord will probably third ban it, if I'm going to guess, because there's no chance really that Rix bans Ziggs in my mind. Like, Doom has played it so many times and looked very well on it, looked very good on it. GameLord have now the opportunity. So Redemption is going to lose his Corki. Ziggs shoots up in priority now because now he's the absolute best bot laner. Not that it wasn't really contended before. There it is. Makes sense. So now where do we go? Camille is available. Fiora's available. No, not available. Sorry, ban. It's Set that's available. Jace is up. A lot's still there.
Oh, it's going to be the Camille picked up by Rick, so they're going to get that guaranteed engage that I spoke about before. And it is a bit of a flex pick as well that can be played in multiple roles, but most likely it is going to be up in the Baron lane. But now, do GameLord pick up Varus here? We saw a bit of a high priority on Varus from Rix once Corki and once Ziggs get taken off the board. I have to see it's going to be the same thing again. Other champions that we've seen, we saw Morgana being played a lot in the duo lane. Brand as
Also,
well we saw today.
Redemption and Hester, they played the Seraphine bot lane, and I think without
true.
the Ziggs there, you're now looking towards like more damage over time, and that sustain comes back in from Seraphine. So like I would say Gamelord have shown us a little bit more there in that bottom lane of variance that Rix haven't as yet shown us.
I think it was Seraphine Sona, if I remember correctly, from last week. And there you go. This is the power of red sides. You take one, you take the Camille, but we take Jace and Set. Two huge picks for Gamelord right now. Again, we saw Ruiz pick up the Jace, but it can still be jungle Jace as well. They do have that flexibility, and they do have the red side now, so they do have that option to leave it for the last pick. Olaf has been open, so that's going to be the pick now. And is it going to be? Is it going to be Yuumi? Is it going to be Olaf Yuumi here for the side of Rix? Will they risk it? It's actually going to be Orianna, so it's probably going to be banned away from Gamelords.
So that potentially gives me some information that they really want Doom to be on something that is safe for him. Akali picked up as a bit of an assassin threat to try and get into the back line and take out Doom. If they do end up like getting an odd composition with this, where Lulu and Yuumi get banned away, then I think Rix, again, over prioritizing Doom's comfort.
Yeah, it seems like it. They're going to be picking up the Orianna, like you said, just making sure that Doom is on a champion that he's comfortable with. They don't want it to be banned away. But now Rix can start to ban dual lane champions. There you go. The Kai'Sa being banned away, and also champions like maybe Morgana, etc. as well could be banned away. But Gamelord don't have a dual lane, but maybe Seraphine might be banned. We'll have to see if that's going to be one of the champions.
Yeah, it surely has to be like an option here for Rix. I don't even know that I would be that afraid of a Kai'Sa right now. We'll see. We'll see how the rest of this draft goes. This Gamelord Lulu has to be the ban. There it is. It comes through too strong with that Olaf. So now Olaf, I mean, what do we go towards? A Nami, something like that, which is not great, or do you go with further engage to come through? Either way, Olaf is not going to have that big potency that we've seen. And I actually think Olaf has struggled a little bit when we've seen him in fights when there's nobody else to start the fight for him. They have a Camille to do it this time around.
Yeah, they do have the Camille as helping hand for Olaf, but I feel like you don't pick Seraphine here, because I feel like Olaf with the Ragnarok can just run onto you, and the lockdown from Camille as well. It's going to be Ari. Hold on a second.
So is this the Jace bot lane that we've seen once or twice? We've seen it only in a handful of games. This could be Jace in the bottom lane, Ari mid lane, Akali top set support or jungle. We're obviously going to use that red side flex to see where the set ends up going. That's
the only time
the most sensible thing from now that I can see.
Yeah. We've only seen Hydro play Jace AD carry like ever. I think ever in Wild Rift Esports in Europe, we've only ever seen Jace being picked by Hydro. But now I'm really interested with this Gamelord draft. We'll have to wait and see what the last pick is as well. Like you said, it could be the set support as well. It could maybe be Arin. Oh, it's an Akshan. That's going to be Akshan mid, it looks like, for Snitch. And a very, very interesting pick. The problem is, you don't know who you're against. That's kind of the problem with Rix at the moment. You actually have no idea. It could be Ari, could be Akali, could be Jace, could even be Set as well.
With that in mind, I mean, there's a slight chance it could be Ori mid as well. I think it's more likely on Doom. But having a ranged matchup at least gives you an opportunity. And a Xayah, so Jace jungle, Xayah set bot lane, Akali top lane, and Ari in the middle lane, surely. So
I think that is going to be it, yeah.
The Xayah obviously gives Gamelord a little bit of late game security and ability to kind of reposition in team fights, but it's a different comp. It's a little bit squishier than you'd typically expect. 4 squishy champions coming through for Gamelord.
Yeah, not really a lot of tankiness at all, because even though you might see like Jason set as a bruiser, they're still going to be building a lot of damage. I really like the Xayah pick here though, because if you can use the Featherstorm, if you actually time it perfectly, you can actually stop the Hextech ultimatum from Camille, which is going to be very, very important to keep your eyes out on in the second game. But when you're getting run down by an Olaf, when you're getting jumped on by an Akshan as well, it's going to be really hard. And I think Olaf might be having a pretty free time here on this SC7 on this Olaf, because when you're running in onto the members of Gamelord, they don't really have anything to really burst him down and stop him, because he's going to be unstoppable as well. But 2 different drafts going into this second one. We got Akshan, we got Xayah. we're going to be having another great game. I can't wait.
What do you know? When Ziggs isn't available, the game changes drastically. It's almost like the champion should probably get nerfed again. As Ziggs has really reared his head here in Europe. There's a ball delivery system with that Olaf paired with the Orianna there as well. So REC, if they can get these team fights to work for themselves, they might be able to get a lot of work done there. Gamelord versus REC. Game 2. Let's see where this Gamelord draft is going to drop. As it's as expected. Lonely Kid taking that Akali in the top lane. We don't see a whole lot of Akali top lane. It finds itself from time to time being played, but it's more of a solo queue pick, right?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time you're seeing Ori in the mid lane now. There was changes that happened to her quite a while ago, which actually nerfed her early game quite a lot. And wow, the numbers have turned, Stress. The Gamelord fans have come out of this. Yeah. They turned around. They were REC fans last game, but now they're Gamelord fans. They want them channel points. But no, sorry, back to the Akali points. So, yeah, you might play Akali now in the mid lane as always. Early exhaust goes down. Not going to be doing anything there, but yeah, the early laning phase is going to be really hard for Lonely Kid, especially against Random as well, because Random could just do this, can just trade, there you go, really easily against Akali. You can see already the struggle that Akali has in this early game. She has one of the, the lowest base healths in the entire game. Her armor and magic resist is not that great as well, and her trading is not that great because she uses energy, which sometimes she can run out with really quite often in the early game. But if Akali can scale, or if when you're against the likes of an Akshan, of an Orianna, even Nami as well, you just need to wait again and scale into the late game, and you could be that scary assassin that REC do not want to deal with.
Importantly, Doom flashed in that bottom lane where that exhaust went out, so that's not going to be available for a little while. I don't think it's going to have the impact. It will be back up before the first fights, but if they were able to catch some crowd control there, that would be an opportunity, of course, to punish as Random and Lonely Kid going to duel in the top lane, back and forth. These are basically two of our absolute top Baron laners, so always fun to see different matchups get played out by these, and this is certainly one that I think we get to see less often. Hester on this set. I said during the break off camera that I actually think Hester is the best support in the league right now. On these engaged champions especially, I think he is uncontested with his ability to start fights and punish enemies.
I totally agree with you. I mean, you can see that even if you ban out, 4 or 5 champions against him, he can still pick up, these unique picks that we're not seeing too much. And Set is another one as well. We saw Set being played a little bit by Zero Zone previously in the tournament, and Floor played it as well. But we haven't seen on Hester, so we're going to be seeing how he shapes things up. He is going for Aftershock, so he's probably going to go for a full tank build, is what we've seen before. But the great thing about Set is when he roams. When he roams around, he has that early game kind of pressure. Especially against a Nami as well, because Nami can't really do that much when roaming around in the early game. You can see that Hester is already looking to roam, but he can use the likes of the Face Breaker, even the Haymaker as well to survive. And then when it gets into the late game, he's going to be used as kind of that disengaged tool. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Hester focusing on Random with these suplexes to kind of stop the initial engage.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see that interaction as well with Set against Olaf, because I'm pretty sure if Set, obviously I think this is pretty obvious, but if Set ulties SC7, he won't be able to do anything. But there you go, there's the top lane.
Yeah, no suplex available yet, though, as Random is caught in place. Random backs away, and they can't quite find that kill. They're going to try and get damage down, and he has to step off the honey fruit because it's too easy to telegraph as REC. They defend the dive top lane, and there's one thing actually, as you were talking through that, hang on a second, snitch. That snitch dropping very low. Ruiz doesn't quite get the kill. 5v5 fights, Gamelord are going to want to avoid those later on in this game, because there really is no way of starting the fight, but REC have a ton of ways of ending it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think both teams, they don't really have this kind of ease of engage, what I spoke about in the previous game. You got Random's ultimate, but other than that, it's pretty much all skill shots across the board for both teams. So it's going to be really interesting. It's going to go down again to these little decision-making moments before these two teams. And now the Dragon and the Herald have both spawned. It looks like both teams are kind of hovering around mid lane at the moment, trying to get that mid lane priority. And it looks like it's going to be Gamelord that go towards this Dragon. They are going to start up, but REC do have vision. So now do they decide to contest this Dragon, or do they just trade? It looks like they're going to contest the Dragon, but I'll be honest, I think they're too late. Yeah.
Yeah, Ricks are late on this. Clue is going to need to somehow land some crowd controllers. There's the tidal wave going through. That's a big shockwave, but the damage is not there for Orianna yet. Action ult from afar picks up first blood for the sniper, and Game Lord back themselves away after picking up the dragon, and 1 kill to start this off for Ricks.
Yeah, Game Lord going for the objective control again, being able to easily pick up the Infernal Dragon as Ruiz. That's not where you want to be. Bubble misses though.
Yeah, they don't get the crowd control. In goes George of the Jungle himself there as Snitch swings into action. Can't quite get anything on top of it. That is a huge shock blast from Zephyr, putting the damage down as Snitch has to back away to survive for himself. And Game Lord are going to go back-to-back on objectives here.
Yeah, they're going to get the Dragon. They're going to get the Rift Herald as well. Like you said, the acceleration gauge shock blast is so huge. Even this early on in the game as well, it's absolutely massive. And SC7 as well needs to be a little bit careful, but he's fine. But I've already spoken about, Ruiz on this Ahri. I think Ahri is like his most comfortable, one of his most played champions. And you can see that he feels so comfortable when he is playing champions like the Ahri that he can use as this initial engagement as well onto Ricks. And he was able to get a few picks there, but nothing really too crazy. But yeah, like you said already, two objectives going over to Game Lords, and then now it's on the side of Ricks to see what they're going to do to respond to that.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that next passage of play. Random bought a Hex Drinker, by the way, when he backed. So opting out of the usual Camille, just like rush Trinity Force and see what you can do, to, okay, I just need to survive against Akali, and she probably can't kill me. She has no Ignite. She has no real way of cutting through both Random's passive shield and a Hex Drinker and all of the health. So Random already preparing for those engages in the side lane as Clue's gone up to top lane. Rift Herald is popped in the bottom lane to try and push it down. I mean, the race is already won by Game Lord, but Ricks are going to try and rush it at the same time.
Yeah, they're just going to trade objectives. But again, I feel like Ricks are just a little bit too slow. And it looks like they're even going to go for a second tower as well. And with Snitch only down here, he needs to be a little bit careful. But they're just going to take 2 towers for this.
Yeah, Snitch was forced to flash there. Essentially knowing that if he gets caught, it's even worse because they can keep pushing at least a little bit through, maybe transfer that pressure towards that middle lane, as that was where Doom was clearing it out. It's a tense game for Ricks. Of course, if they lose this game, they are going to be knocked down to the lower bracket. Game Lord will advance to the finals, and this is already a 3,000 gold lead for Game Lord. And once again, it's not like the Game Lord composition doesn't have late game here. The Xayah is always to be feared late game.
Yeah, the Xayah, you got the Jace as well that's also scaling, even Lonely Kid as well on the Akali. You do have the late game scaling on the side of Game Lord. Ricks also do have a little bit of, I feel like the scaling is kind of even-ish. I mean, I don't know if you really agree with that, but I think it's definitely a bit even. I think Orianna definitely does scale really well, but Game Lords still have late game scaling as well. So again, it's going to come down to it. But yeah, look at this. It's already a 2,000 goal lead again for Game Lord. I feel like both of these games, they've been the one, House spoke a little bit about these early game rotations, but it's Game Lord that have been the ones that have been proactive, and Ricks are trying to be reactive play style, but it's just not working out for them. When they're the ones not being proactive and making these plays, they're just one step behind the pace.
Yeah, I feel like the Game Lord have kind of picked up a little bit of pace the last few weeks. I think it was Redemption in an interview that said we're not quite where we wanted to be, but we're getting there. Whereas Ricks, I think, have looked very strong for the first 5 weeks. This is looking a little bit more towards the Ricks we saw at the very beginning of the year, which was a Ricks that couldn't find the plays to make a lead happen and then couldn't come back into a game either. Ruiz is going to come over the wall. Shock Blast is going to come out to try and get some damage down, but it's the Ocean Drake going down to Game Lord. And I mean, we have to look a little bit towards the itemization. We have to look towards where things are going. For the late game, Redemption opting heavily into wave clear. This is one area that Xayah does have a little bit in her kit, but that is a very fast Hurricane.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I mean, there's quite a few items which are quite interesting in this game. One of them being Runa's Hurricane, which doesn't really work too well. There was a situation before, well, I'm talking way before now, I'm talking like PC League, where like Hurricane used to work with Xayah's feathers, so you can get like multiple feathers out at the same time, but it doesn't work like that. So it's a really interesting pick, but we don't have time to talk items, so there's going to be a fight.
Yeah, Herald has already gone down to Rix, and they're going to try and get away from this fight. As into the back line goes Lonely Kid. They're getting damaged down as
That's a charm.
Hester may very well be caught, but it's the first kill going over to Game Lord. Comeuppance comes through, and it's going to curve around. Snitch gets the kill around the wall, but can't quite get some more, although he stayed alive.
He's still alive.
Can he actually take a 1 versus 3? Round and round he goes, where he stops only Rix knows. And it's going to be Game Lord taking the fight. Oh, Snitch nearly outplayed the hell out of Game Lord. Doom is the only member of Rix alive. Game Lord have managed to win the fight. They lose the Rift Herald and get the turret top lane.
Ring around the rosy. Snitch, unfortunately, he wasn't able to survive in the end, but it was Rix that started off the Rift Herald, but Game Lord afterwards, a huge suplex by Hester and the Haymaker afterwards did so much damage. And this ultimate here by Snitch, he uses the third ability to go around WREC and around Zefta and pick up Lonely Kid in the backline. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the play again in the top side. Oh, we will. And then Snitch tries his hardest. He dodges the Q, he dodges everything, and SC7 afterwards, look, he eats the minion. SC7, what are you doing? He ate the minion, Zefta survives, and in the end, I think it was an even trade. I don't even know what the trade was in the end. I think it was completely even, but we're going to get to another fight as well. WREC is caught.
Yeah, Ruiz is going to get dropped very low. In goes the bubble. That was huge from Clue, but Clue has fallen. Game Lord just have too much damage. It doesn't even matter that the crowd control landed, as it's again only Snitch trying to save Rix from this position, but he's no flash, no barrier, no ultimate, and Game Lord are just edging these fights forward. I said it was only Snitch. Clue did actually survive, but Snitch going to try and find Ruiz. Charm has landed, can't close the distance, and Snitch is going to go down towards that bottom lane to de-push the wave.
Oh, that bubble by Clue was nearly the difference there. And like you said, even though Clue landed the bubble, it was Lonely Kid, again, just being able to easily dive onto the backline. Look at the triple bubble, the Herald on top as well. But Lonely Kid, look, he dashes back in. He goes into the backline with that Shroud as well, turning invisible. And that's an easy double kill. He tried to flash forward to get a triple kill as well on the Snitch. He wasn't able to get it, but Rex kind of got a little bit baited there. I think the Herald definitely helped out as well. The Herald knocked back the members of Game Lord on top of the bubble as well. But wow, Lonely Kid on this Akali coming up huge. And Zefta, please block it.
They're trying to block. They're trying to block. Doesn't get enough damage, or at least doesn't have enough health to survive through. And Rix maybe very well have found how strong Snitch is right now. In the last fight, we saw Clue respawn because of the kill from Akshan. That was why Clue was back into the fight already using that movement speed. Oh, that's a flash forward from Hester trying to get the fight continuing in Game Lord's favor. But this is more in Rix's favor. They have all 5 members still available as Zefta is dead.
Lonely
10
Kid.
seconds. Dragon is up soon, and Lonely Kid is getting dropped quite low. Random is waiting for him. Hextech Ultimatum is going to lock Lonely Kid in place, but they can't quite get the damage to finish him. Stasis comes out. Random pops the second charge of hook shot, and Random has had to flash. This is such an extended fight. Zefta is back available as the Cloud Drake has spawned, and Ruiz is on a ward looking for a flank.
Oh, Random just trying to catch out Lonely Kid, but it's so hard to catch out Lonely Kid. Oh, the charm just misses by Ruiz, but this is another dragon. This is a third dragon, but they don't want to stop this. The teleports are coming in.
TP from Random comes through. Tidal Wave is going to begin the fight. Hester's going to slam into Doom and the rest of Rix. Comeuppance from the bot lane as Clue is dead. Can they get it to land as Redemption drops low? In goes Random, tries to get an SC7. Is running rampant through the back of the line. Here is a double kill already. Rix have found the fight that they needed, but SC7, he died and respawned thanks to Akshan's passive, and now Rix are on to the Baron.
We talk about ring around the rosies with Snitch. You know, SC7 jumps in. He's like, cool, I'm dead. Oh, I'm back alive again. Let's go and take this Baron. Akshan's passive coming in completely clutch here for Rix, and that was the team fight they were looking for. Huge flash by SC7 to get on there, and interesting shockwave in the end. That's kind of rude for Baron. I wouldn't really do that to Baron. I think Baron's quite a nice person, you know, in my opinion, but Rix in the end, I mean, Game Lord still have the lead, but that's what they wanted. I feel like this Baron, I don't know if they're going to take much with this Baron, but this is just to stall out Game Lord, because at the moment, Game Lord are just in full control of this game. We're going to look back at SC7, jumps in, double kill, even with the exhaust on top of him as well. Just the true damage that's coming out as well. And there you can see, he's dead. Oh, he's back alive. You know, he's coming back from base again. And
we're seeing the squishy targets from Game Lord get chunked through now, like Ricks have so much damage in their kit that really some of these engages that Snitch has been taking on like multiple members, it's only Stasis that has kept them alive long enough that they don't just get run through this entire fight. That 3 versus 1 on top lane with the tower, 2 Stasis with the difference between both of them dying, and Snitch pulling out a monster play.
It's a game of millimeters, Stress. You know, it's a game of small margins, and you can see why these two are two of the top teams that we have in Europe. But yeah, Heste on the flank.
If he finds Doom,
he's going to go in.
Or Snitch, he's going to go for Doom. Doom stasis immediately, and now Heste is locked 1 versus 3 in place, and he is dead. Shut down by Ricks as they're going to go in. 1 stasis can only buy Zefta so much time as the bubble is going to lock him in place. Shockwave hits 2, and in comes Random from the side as well. Comeuppance surely will deal damage as Game Lord now forced under the tower. The Baron buff is going to help these minions push in, and it's the side lane. Random is doing what he can. Lonely Kid goes in on this Akali. He has found 1 already as Doom is in the death chamber. The Snitch has been forced out as well. They've pulled Random from the side, and it looked like they might have been able to do this for Ricks. In goes SC7 on low health with Random. Can they pick up the kill? The charm does land. Ruiz playing on the edge of destiny, and Ruiz survives for just long enough. The Random survives too. Flash goes forward. They've done enough with Redemption. The feathers get pulled in. Nobody is there. Random's going to jump over the wall looking for some honey fruit and stays alive, but that is a fight that Game Lord should not maybe have won, and Game Lord have steadied themselves in this game for now.
Stress, what is going on in this game? This is just back and forth team fight after team fight. I don't even know how to call it. Game Lord are going to be able to take up this mid lane tower, and we're going to look back at this team fight again. Just Shockwave on top of the bubble kills off Zefta at the start of this fight. But meanwhile, while this was all happening, Random was pushing down in the bot lane. You can see he goes back to the bot lane as well, and that means that Lonely Kid can look to engage. And with all this mobility that Lonely Kid has on this Akali, he's able to dash multiple times. But SC7 and Random, they feel really confident. Random has full health, and they were all really low. The W on top of the Hextech ultimatum from Random, he was so close to taking down. You can see Maurice with a sliver of health as well, survived for so long in this, but Redemption, Random, sorry, did pick him up in the end, and he was able to survive as well, the stasis in the end as well. We're getting into more fights. The Action Ultimate doesn't really do too much, but this Elder Dragon is up, but it's actually, funny enough, Ricks have control over this river. Even though they've been behind throughout the whole of this game, they actually in the river themselves, and now they're going to look to try and get a pick.
And it's important to block this Elder as well. That's a Ragnarok going from Zefta. Look at where Random is, though. It's so far away. I don't know that this is the right fight for Ricks to be looking to take. Shockwave is going to eat through some of the damage there as his Redemption forced to back away. Did not pop the Feather Storm yet, though, and Game Lord have been forced back away. If Ricks turn for this Dragon, maybe they can deny the Elder here, as Game Lord need to push back out mid and look to get some health for themselves. But look, this is dying quickly. Charm doesn't quite connect. That's a rare miss from Ruiz as Ricks have peeled away from the Dragon Comeuppance. He's going to eat through the front line. Ruiz cannot tank some of that damage up, so they balance it between Zefta. In they go, trying to find Heste. He's been forced to flash out over the wall. Shockwave is going to connect as it was back available once again. Random survives through the damage, but look how healthy Snitch is. I think that has to be one of the factors for Game Lord, that if they cannot get this Akshan out of the fight, then everything that comes in Game Lord's way first may get undone very quickly. Teleport comes through. Game Lord are going to rush this down. Ricks have not been able to get that dragon down fast enough.
No one's dead. No one's dead at all. And Game Lord, they have the health advantages now. The poke from Jace, but the Dragon resets, but Maurice is coming in.
Tidal Wave comes through as Random drops low. Hextech Ultimatum is going to get suplexed back out of him. Random is in no man's land. Lonely Kid shrouds himself up for long enough, but he will get dropped eventually by SC7. Random somehow survived. I was focused on the bottom side of the fight, but Random has made his way out and looks like he got a kill. That's the Akshan Ultimate. Dragon's going to be the tank on that one. As Game Lord, they're going to start this up. They think that Ricks are respawning, or at least recalling from here, because they had such low health bars. Clue uses the plant to get the vision down. The teleport is going to put Olaf right next to Redemption. He's back on full health. Ricks have reset the dragon again for this fight. As Zefta drops low. Another massive shockwave for this fight is now Snitch. They're using the healing that's coming from Nami. If Random can lock them out of the pit, I think they're going to be able to do it, as Ruiz is going to dash his way through the fight. Ricks have surely done it from this situation. They've taken the Elder Dragon for themselves. They've aced Game Lord, and they'll look towards the Baron.
Oh my God, Stress. Okay, I'll let you take a breather after that one. My God, that was a full 3 minutes of team fights. In the end, Doom used Shockwave 3 times in that entire team fight. It just shows you how much you can get with all this ability haze. But Lonely Kid's going to try and stop this Baron, but I don't think they're going to be able to get in the end. And Rix come back at the Lonely Kids.
Yeah, Lonely Kid was trying to get to top lane the quick way, and now he's going to find out the quick way to being killed here as Lonely Kid, his comeuppance is sealed with a far kill from Snitch. Baron minions will push through now. It's only a matter of time before Rix, with the 19-minute Baron buff and also the Elder Drake, should be able to close this out.
Oh, wow. I mean, I think we need like a whole episode or something of that whole team fight that happened around the Elder Dragon. It just shows how important Elder Dragon is in this game because of the extra damage you can get, and especially because Rix know if Game Lord take the dragon with already 3 dragons, you know, under their belt, then there's pretty much game over from there on out. But now Random's by himself at the moment.
Yeah, on this Camille, his Guardian Angel is not available, and Ruiz will punish him. Is that the mistake the Game Lord need to get back in this game? They got Baron minions coming through mid lane. They should be able to push through as long as Doom doesn't overextend. Oh, that is a massive, massive play as Snitch lands the damage down, trying to go in aggressive as Hester. We've seen him do that so well, so many times, but this tower is going to fall. That inhibitor is down in the middle lane, and Rix, surely that's the advantage they need. It's still tooth and nail from Game Lord. They will fight Rix for every single advantage, and we are dead even on the goal 21.5 minutes in.
Dead even on gold, pretty much dead even on kills as well. 18 kills to 17. This game could honestly still go either way. Even though Rix has taken the Elder, they don't have the extra dragons there to support it. You know, Game Lord have the Infernal, they have the Ocean Dragon, they have the Cloud Dragon. Honestly, if anyone's taking Gathering Storm this game, they've got so much value. I mean, Doom maybe or something. I mean, someone has to be taking Gathering Storm. Imagine that.
A key moment here is I think SE7 just resold his boots to pick up Stoneplate again. Now, obviously, Olaf Ragnarok means that he can't get suplexed, but like a mistiming on those ultimates may come to cost Rix.
Yeah, May, and interesting enough, Camille's gone for Wit's End. You know, there's plenty of magic damage on the side of Game Lord, and the magic resist is coming in thick and fast for the side of Rix. You've got Force of Nature, you have another, I think it's called Spectre's Crow or something like that. The last item, Cow, that's the one. Yeah. For Olaf, so plenty of magic resist. Wit's End as well for Akshan, so they know that the main threats of this team is going to be the Akali. It's going to be the Ahri in the end as well. You can see that overall, it looks like the advantages are definitely over to Rix in terms of items.
Stuart, we're Baron flipping for this game. It's 30
no,
seconds for it to come up. And
missed.
this will be a 23-minute Baron. Again, referring back to Jinko's video, of course, the Baron buff gets stronger on what it gives you. AP and AD scales throughout the game. So by the time we get to this point, it will be like game ending for a fight if that goes down before. But look, there's no other objectives to take. Rix can't crack the base in the other lanes. Game Lord, all they have to do is focus out this vision around Baron, and it's the only thing to play for. This really will be a 50-50 as long as Game Lord don't get caught out by some random mistake.
Yeah, they're looking to try and get the vision control at the moment. Random is by himself, and this is honestly just going to be a complete ARAM right now, but it doesn't surprise me at all because, like you said, there's no dragons left. There's going to be no dragons for the rest of this game now. It's just all on this Baron. You can see that both teams are just posturing around this Baron. They're going to try and get some vision down as well, but it's Random the one that goes in.
Tries to find redemption, but he actually gets Ruiz at this point, and Ruiz drops very low. Redemption does as well. Doesn't quite land a bubble from Clue as SE7 is all the way into the backline, cannot connect.
Look at the shooting!
He's been run all the way through the base, and SE7 is going to drop. Rix, they got to kill him to Hester, but that is Random picking off Lonely Kid. Maybe that's enough. Maybe they say screw the Baron, get the win. Flash forward out of Snitch, can't quite get the damage down. And
they can't do it.
They can't do it. Surely they got to push bot lane in instead. Surely they got to push one of the other lanes. They were diligent, recalling to push the lanes back out, and maybe this is where it pays off. Snitch's wave clear is high, as is Doom's.
They can't take Baron as well because SC7 is dead. He overextended, but it's gonna be Rick's trying to end it.
Oh,
Shockwave
picks off Redemption because he didn't have Flash, he didn't have an ultimate, and that means he doesn't have a chance at winning game 2.
That's it.
Redemption down, Game Lord down in game 2 as Ricks have found the second inhibitor of the game. They will find the Nexus as well and take us all the way to a game 3 to determine who's going to our upper bracket finals.
I can't think of a better way to end today and end this best of 3 series. We're going to a game 3, and oh my God, Strat, how do you sum up that game? I don't know how you sum up that game at all. I think you just have to watch it back over and over again because there's little decision-making moments by these two teams that made a huge difference. And Ricks, in the end, they make the comeback happen. We're going to a game 3.
One of the most tense games we've seen so far in WREC because Game Lord was so far ahead in the sense of they were really at a point to win this series 2-0 and finally the Ricks composition came online in the way that they needed it to, and from there it got very difficult for Game Lord with this squishy comp to actually survive through a lot of the damage, and we find ourselves at this spot where around this Elder Drake we had about a 3-minute long fight by the feel of it.
I mean, this fight around Elder honestly lasted a lifetime. I felt like I was just watching the same thing over and over again. You can see that even though these are replays, these are basically from in the space of 2 minutes. But in the end, this Elder Dragon was so important for both teams. You can see how much Elder Dragon can do and how much Ricks.GG kind of focused around the Elder as well, because they know if they lose it, the game's pretty much over, and they're able to get it. They took the Baron as well, and this was kind of the last team fight as well. Random on this Camille and the Nami wave as well in the backline. Clue doing really well on this Nami. We mentioned that sometimes it could be a little bit of a struggle as a Nami, especially as a squishy member against the likes of Akali. And look, Lonely Kid here, he's trying to face check the Baron, but actually I don't even know why he's face checking the Baron. They have vision on the Baron, so I don't know why Lonely Kid stepped forward there for some reason, but that was kind of the difference. And at the stage of the game, we're looking at 45 plus second death timers, and in the end it is Ricks that end up winning this game. But it was not easy for them to stress. It was not easy for them at all.
Not at all. And I mean, I think it's a bit of a bounce back for SC7. He got focused out so hard in game 1 by Game Lord, just picking him off. That last fight, even though he died, it was all coming from a flank. You can see 7, 5, and 9 on the game. So much of his economy went into different boot upgrades this game. It's teleport, stasis, stone plate, bring it all back. But overall, I think Ruiz had so many moments in this game where he held Game Lord in, and look at that gold graph. That shows you exactly how this game was, that as soon as one team started taking a lead, the other would pull it right back. Other than a little early game moment in favor of Game Lord, and honestly I thought the game was potentially done there in Game Lord's favor.
I think we all thought, I think everyone thought at home as well that it was game over, but you can see that the gold lead there was just about 5,000 gold, which in Wild Rift is, to be honest, not really that much, to be fair. And you can see that Ricks were able to come back in the end after some crazy plays around objectives. And we have to play the game coming up, Stress. I have no idea. It could be so many different things. I hope it's not the long 3-minute thing, because we could be here all night if it's the long 3-minute fight. But
we may be here a while. Oh, it's the last fight.
Yeah, it's okay. They're not going to do the long 3-minute fight, but it's going to be that last team fight. And you can see the lockdown and the Nami wave into the backline. You can see SC7 as well. Even though he did overextend a little bit, but he just zoned out all the members. Look at this. It's 4 versus 1. Olaf against the world. He did go down in the end, but it was just what Ricks were able to do after this as well. They were able to get a pick onto Lonely Kid, and they were able to use that to push objectives after that. They used that to push the bot lane tower. The shockwaves by Doom this game, he did miss a few, but then he landed 3 shockwaves in the space of 3 minutes for that one team fight.
It's a frequency thing. If you just keep throwing them out, you're going to hit people eventually. But I think most of them actually did land. We have a lot to talk about, and we have a lot to recover from in between game 2 and game 3. If I could ask for a longer break than 3 minutes 30, I probably would right now, but that's all I'm going to get. So 3 minutes 30. We'll be back here very shortly for the final game of our upper bracket final. One of these teams is going through to the grand finals. We'll see who it's going to be. We'll be back soon. Welcome back to the final game of the upper bracket here for the Wild Rift EMEA Championship. We've been tracking these teams through a 2-bracket system for over 5 weeks now, and it is down to a single last game between WREC and Gamelord to figure out who is going through to the grand final. Stuart, I know we've barely caught our breath. There is so many things we could talk about from that game, but I think we'll leave it at Gamelord have picked blue for this last game.
Yeah, Gamelord have picked the blue side, so now it's going to be on the side of WREC. Will they ban away that Ziggs? Will they leave it open? I don't make the same mistake as game number 1. And that's going to be the interesting thing about the draft, is how both of these teams are going to adapt as well.
Yeah, we'll get into the draft in a couple of minutes' time, but first of all, Hells, what have you got for your takeaway from a very long and very exciting game 2?
Yeah, stress. I tried to make only a few points. It was hard, but let me get into it. Doom scaled hard into the late game. As you guys mentioned, using 3 Shockwave ultimates in the late game in one team fight. I mean, that's crazy, right? Like Orianna being able to use 3 ultimates, but he did it. Dealt insane damage into the late game. But now let's talk a little bit about a different player in WREC, which is Snitch. WREC was very aggressive, and why? That's because Snitch was on that Akshan. He was able to provide that backup, like in case someone dies, as we saw Olaf dying, SC7 going and killing 2 people dying, Snitch just revives him. We saw it at the Outer Dragon as well. Doom died, he gets revived by the Akshan. Just WREC perfectly playing around the composition. Gamelord did amazing macro gameplay in the early game, however. The early game was just full of Gamelord, but in the late game, it was WREC. So this makes me so interested to watch this 3rd and last game of this series, Trust the Stewart. So back to you guys to get us into it.
We're excited. Hells is excited. Hells' Bird's excited for the Zyre and Rakan picks all day today. So I'm losing track. Stuart, with games like this, who even needs bad jokes, right? Like, okay. I'm just going to let you pick where you want to go going into draft 3. You have free reign.
My God, where do you start? I think the side selection is probably the biggest thing. I mean, I touched on it very, very briefly, but it's going to be interesting to see what Gamelord are going to be first picking now on this blue side. Will WREC change up their bans as well? Will it be the same bans? Will we still get the Akshan mid as well, which we haven't seen a lot of too much in this tournament? I don't think Gamelord really need to ban it away, even though it was quite annoying. Hells mentioned that the Akshan mid did help with that crazy stupid passive that should definitely not be in the game, by the way.
I hate that passive. Like, you win a team fight most of the way, and then Akshan gets like 1 kill and everyone's back. Everyone gets a full GA.
Yeah, they all get revived, but yeah, we're gonna get into picks and bans for game number 3. Gamelord on the blue side, WREC on the red side. For now, it's gonna be the exact same bans. For now, we're gonna be Fiora being banned away, Rakan being banned away as well. And if this is gonna be the same as last time, it's probably gonna be Galio banned from the side of WREC. Olaf now being banned away from Gamelord. So instead of Olaf in the previous game on the red side, they banned Ziggs instead, which left Olaf open, and Gamelord were able to, WREC were able to pick it up. But now WREC are banning away Corki, so they're going to leave a ban open potentially for Ziggs this time.
It's going to be a Ziggs ban, right? On WREC's side of things, like you have to look towards that. Gamelord going to ban the Gragas. We've seen it flexed so much on red side, so no surprises there.
Yeah,
Ziggs banned, Rakan banned. Where does that leave us? Camille priority. I feel
Galio.
Like we could. I feel like Camille has done too much work in this series from the top lane that I would rate it personally over the Galio.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you as well. It's just Galio was the ban that WREC did before, and they obviously changed it out now for Ziggs. So I thought that might have been a priority for Gamelord. But yeah, getting Lonely Kid on a comfort pick on that Baron laner again with the Hextech ultimatum. We saw in the first game what Lonely Kid could do. We saw in the second game what Random could do as well. And Camille, as you mentioned, even though she got nerfed a few times, she still just brings so much to a competitive environment with the lockdown. And there you go. There's a Galio pick up for the side of WREC, most likely going down to Clue. But now's what's going to be the second pick here for Rex? Are they going to be maybe focusing on Jace, try and take that away from Zefta, maybe Set as well for random in the Baron lane? We'll have to see what it is. But there's a lot of picks open, and it really comes down to, you know, the coaches of both teams to see what they want to pick up.
Ricks have put a lot of priority into Doom for being safe. And I was about to say, do they over-prioritize again into this Orianna? And they are going to go that route. They obviously, I think there were a couple of picks there that could have got banned away. They might have been forced off of a Senna, off of an Orianna. So they're like, let's just pick up the Orianna now, get that. I mean, it shows you, I would say, a weakness of Ricks without actually seeing it in game. When a team drafts heavily around one player, around a small number of champions, it normally means that's a player to focus out in the draft when you can. However, Game Lord haven't gone that route in this draft. But that's information for these best of fives coming tomorrow and the next day. It's the type of info that can win you a series.
I think the main thing as well is, Heste with an early rotation on Alistar. He wants that heavy engage this game. But I think the Orianna pick is, I definitely agree with you that it's definitely a priority pick to get Doom on a safe champion. But I think it's also denying away from Redemption as well, because we've seen Redemption, how good he is on Corki and how good he is on Ziggs. And when he doesn't have these champions, he falls back to Orianna, and a Jax being picked up now as well. These are some interesting early priority picks. Alistar early priority, Jax early priority as well. Something that we're not used to seeing in the series.
Do Game Lord still have to ban Yuumi? Now, Galio is likely going to Clue, but there is a world where Snitch could play it. Depending on the matchup, and having red side would allow Ricks to flex it. And Yuumi Jax is pretty disgusting when it gets into the game, especially with like an Orianna and a Galio. Yeah, I think that's too strong, right? You have to give that a little bit of respect.
Yeah, I think you can even like maybe ban away potentially Lulu again, even though the problem is kind of that Game Lord have right now is that they know that most likely this Galio is going to go into support, but you need to ban away these champions to deny that possibility. Even it's kind of like, I guess in a way, wasted bans for Game Lord, but they know they have to do it in a way because they know the potential of that Yuumi Jax combo is there. I mean, I don't think they're going to ban Lulu here for the second one. They might be trying to ban potentially like a mid laner instead, or maybe like
set?
The set. Yeah, the set is open and it will be the set as well. But yeah, kind of a wasted ban, but a really, really nice, drafting by Ricks to kind of make that option open.
Darius here, would that make sense? You've got 2.5 melee champions in front of you, and we're talking about random here. We need a top lane matchup against Camille that at least is safe enough to pick here and can't really get counted. I guess it's Garen or Darius I'd be looking towards.
They could leave it for the last pick as well. They could pick their mid laner up here. It's going to be Garen. So this still could be mid lane Garen, depending on what they do. And this is a great thing about Red Side, is that even though you're picking this Garen, it could go up in the Baron lane, it could go in the mid lane as well. This really depends on what matchup Ricks are going to find out is going to be their mid lane matchup, because if they're against, the likes of, I don't know, any sort of range mage in the mid lane, then Garen definitely does struggle. They have banned away the Diana, they have banned away the Ahri as well. So we're looking for potentially a mid lane, and Seraphine being picked up. That's going to be a redemption pick for maybe a mid lane pick as well, actually, for Reese.
Interestingly enough, the composition right now doesn't have good ways of avoiding Seraphine ult, and has a lot of desire to go in right on top of the Seraphine, which is where she succeeds with that ultimate the most. So that potentially, we've seen Redemption and Hester play the Seraphine combinations already. So now it's going to be a Vi. That means Zefta's going... Mid. Yeah, Jace mid, Camille top, Vi in the jungle. So now Snitch gets to have his pick of the choices towards that mid lane matchup, should that Garen not be going there.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a great thing now for Ricks. They can decide whether they want that Garen in the mid lane against Jace, or they want the Garen in the top lane against Camille. And instead they're going to pick Renekton. So they're actually just going to leave it completely wide open. This could go either way. If I was to predict, I think it would probably be actually, no, I can't even really predict, to be fair, because they've both played Garen, they both played Renekton. I think Garen will probably be in the mid lane, but I feel like Renekton is. Yeah. I feel like Renekton is more of a random sort of champion where you have the AD bruises. We don't really see random too much on these tanky champions like Garen. But yeah, as you mentioned already, Seraphine now going to be in combo, with the Alistar, and this combo you don't really see too much, but it's great that you can go in with an Alistar and you can ulti on top of that as well. Kind of the similar way that Seraphine Rakan works, which we've seen a few times in the WREC. They also have the lockdown from the Vi, they have the lockdown from the Camille again, and they have the combo that they kind of had in game number 1, where instead of Ziggs now, they have the Seraphine, which can still do a lot of damage, maybe not as much as Ziggs, but especially with the ultimate as well, with the charm that can keep extending if it lands onto any of the rest of Redemption's team. It's going to be an interesting one, but Stress, here we go. This is going to be it. This is going to be determining who's going to get into the grand final. I mean, this could be a sneak peek of our grand finals, to be fair. Imagine a best of 5 between these two teams.
My voice is already dying thinking about that, but in a good way. That's exactly the kind of best of 5 that we would want to see. One of these teams will advance to Sunday's best of 5 already. That'll be our grand finals. One of them, the losing team, will drop to tomorrow's series to face off against Viv. I think that's how today started. That last game scrambled my brain. Yeah. So Viv await the loser of this series in the lower bracket. So, Gamelord and Rix, 1 game apiece. I kind of feel like the Renekton pick, which is going top, by the way, I feel like it also plays into Seraphine's strengths. It's another champion that wants to get in close and get denied by that Seraphine ultimate.
Yeah, it's quite nice that Redemption is able to pick up the Seraphine. Like you said, you don't feel like Seraphine's going to be under a lot of threat this game, even though there's a lot of dive-heavy champions, but that's why you've got like your shield, your root, your ultimate on top of that as well. And that's why it can be a little bit easier for Seraphine, because you don't have anything like a Brom that's going to stop you, or any assassins really as well. There's no assassins that can really easily get onto you. So it could be a pretty good game. And honestly, if coming out of this draft, I'd have to favor Gamelords overall. You know, they kind of go for the same game plan as what they did in game number 1. They have the ease of access in the lockdown. There's Ruiz
flashed on by Snitch as well. The Ignite was used. Ruiz still has his Ignite, so maybe look for kill pressure a little later. That'll be both backing away from that situation. And SE7, he was killing that ward as Lonely Kid is going to back away. They know he's up there. But I think that's the one thing that Rix maybe can rely on the later the game goes, is like if SE7 is able to punish on a side lane, like Jax will just be uncontested. Not even Camille can hold Jax in the late game if he decides to push down in the side lane. So that's one thing the game would have to make sure that they're not allowing Rix the room to do.
Yeah, we've seen that actually a point that Hell's put out in the first game, where with Vi you normally do like a full clear of the entire jungle. That's exactly what Zefta's doing at the moment, a full clear of the entire jungle. You can see that Zefta is now level 5, so he's going to be looking to make them early game plays. It's going to go back to base for now, but he has level 5 available. Now he can look to roam around the map. He does give up the double scuttler, but he's a little bit far ahead. As you can see, he's about half a level ahead, even though SC7 does still have the whole of his blue side. So a little bit of an early... Oh my god, there's more fights in this mid lane as well between Ruiz and Snitch, but no one's going down just yet. But yeah, now that Zefta has level 5, he is going to go up towards this Baron lane. Heste's here as well, but so is Clue as well to defend. So again, more priority on these Baron laners.
Ooh, the timing by Clue, though, is that ward had already gone invisible by the time he got into the brush. So Clue doesn't know that he's been fully warded this entire time, and now Random is able to force that Dominus out. He's trying to flash down on the tower, ticking down. Will be first blood for Lonely Kid in that top lane.
Huge play for Gamelords. And again, it kind of goes back to the point I mentioned about Zefta, where he just full cleared his entire jungle. He went back to base. He got a few items. He just went straight up to the Baron lane. And now his full bot side's up and available. So now he can go to the bot side. He can keep farming, you know, the whole of that. And honestly, it's just great map rotation, a great jungle rotation by Zefta, which we don't really see too much on this Vi pick, but he's doing really well. He knows what he needs to do on Vi. Heste's in the mid lane, but SC7's here as well.
Is here. Didn't have the Counter-Strike Ronin when he gets into lane, but no flash. Gets punished as Ruiz. A matter of seconds before that would have been back available again. And Rix go blow for blow, and they are now slightly ahead on the gold.
Yep, they are slightly ahead, but it's basically even, and it's actually going to the Gamelord favor as well. But I think these Dragon fights and Herald fights are going to be very important for both these teams. I feel like Gamelord definitely wants a team fight. I mean, if you look at Gamelord's Game Lord's team, they're like, go in, team fight, use all our ultimates, and just try and kill as many people as we can. But, you know, you still have the bruises as well for Ricks that come into play out of that as well. You see Game Lord and Zefto are going to look to maybe start this Rift Herald, and it's going to start it up. It looks like it's just going to be a trade for now. But you can see SC7's playing a lot more passive in this game because he is on the Jax.
Zefto's struggling against Rift Herald. They didn't want to come away from the wall and show him the eye. Cloud Drake goes down in favor of SC7. Just in case there are people watching that don't know this, if you're taking Rift Herald, that eye on the back, if you hit it from the back when the eye is open, you'll deal a massive amount of damage to it. Just in case you're one of those players in solo queue that wants to just 1v1 the Rift Herald and keep it against the wall. Don't do that.
Tips from a Diamond 2 player. You love to see it.
Hey, I've seen Grandmaster junglers holding that Rift Herald against the wall on Master Yi not doing anything, and I think, how the hell did you get to Grandmaster other than 5-queuing with your friends and getting insanely boosted to a point that you shouldn't be playing? But that is a rant for another day.
I think that could be. I think that could be something that we could maybe discuss about. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
another
speaking
time.
of
But
Grandmaster players that shouldn't have been there, Stuart, why don't you tell us more about this game?
okay, Stress. Okay, I
deserve
that. Yeah, I deserve that one. I have to admit, I definitely deserve that one. But anyway, getting back into the game. Yeah, I've been struggling with solo queue. Solo queue's tough, but it's fine. You know, the season's nearly ending. The new season's going to be soon.
It's
But
a
anyway,
struggle for Random as he's blasted back into the top lane. Galio Ultimate is only going to deliver Clue right
dead as
into
well.
the exchange. Yeah, 3 versus 1. Oh, SE7, if he can get a good stun here. How did Clue survive for so long? Did he have Stoneplate bought him some time there as SE7 is going to fend off the rest of Game Lord from that engage? But once again, it's Random getting really punished in this Baron lane.
yeah, Random's getting focused a lot in this Baron lane, and it kind of happened in previous games as well. You can see that Game Lord know if Random gets ahead on this Renekton, he can just look to kind of steamroll this entire game. But the Rift Herald does get used, but SC7 and Doom are both up there with Clue as well, who came back from base after that. So Rift Herald going down, didn't get anything in the end, but look at Random. Look at Random's positioning here. This is really interesting. I don't think he's going to do anything. Yeah, he's just going to back off for now. I think it's a little bit too deep for Random. He doesn't want to be that far into the enemy jungle, but now Heste seems to be in a little bit of trouble. He's not going to be in trouble at all. He's going to be completely fine. But yeah, again,
Snitch
more
ignited
focus.
Ruiz and gets the kill. Ruiz had been pushing bot lane, and Snitch, quite literally, I watched it on the minimap, ran into lane, like span on him and ignited, pushed him under the tower, ults, gets the kill.
Snitch with the 2 solo kills now onto Ruiz. 2 and 0 for Snitch, 0 and 2 for Ruiz, and looks like they're just playing the Garen game now. There's no way, right? I mean, this is just Garen things. I mean, level 9 to level 8, you have the level advantage. Like, okay, I'm Garen. I'm just going to run towards you, hit all my abilities, flash in, boom. Okay. It's as easy as that. And there you go. If you want to climb in solo queue, just pick Garen. That's what we have to do. Oh, there we go.
Hang on, why was Doom being picked off on that side of the fight? It's going to be Redemption, the trade of the Dragon Lane carries, and that means it's down to Snitch and Random to spin through this fight, and Ruiz is down again.
Spin to win.
He's spun to 1 all over this is Clue. That's going to be the taunt. Justice Punch is going to deal some damage to Zefta, but Honeyfruit will keep that alive. SC7 flashes. Lonely Kid, he leap strikes out. No way. SC7 counter-strike. How did Lonely Kid not read that as the counter-strike eats the damage from Lonely Kid, and SC7 outplays under the turret?
Oh my god, SE7, he was kind of the talking point at the start of the game, the battle of the junglers, and how SE7 took a lot of time to kind of adapt with the Rick's playstyle, but my god, what insane plays are no way. No way.
Oh, the cojones on this guy. I was going to say something totally different on this. As Hester goes aggressive under the tower. Oh, not under the tower, into the lane. I've lost my mind in this game of how close this is.
Oh my god, I want to see a replay. Can we get a replay? We're not even going to get time for a replay. There's a dragon up and available, so we're going to have to hopefully talk about that a bit later on, but that's one of the highlight reels, definitely. Heste going in!
Yeah, Doom has been caught. Big Seraphine ultimate cuts through the fight as well. The damage down onto Rix as Clue is backing away. Tries to use the ultimate to keep Doom alive, and he did for a moment as Doom has finally fallen. Stasis out from Zefta, but he gets followed by SE7. Zefta manages to survive. Random's going to try and chase him down, and Lonely Kid is going to Hextech ultimatum in place. We'll keep the Renekton there, but the Stasis, it's just all about that Zhonya's effect, keeping everybody alive throughout this fight. Rix win the fight, they take the dragon, and they're going to push through bottom lane.
Honestly, I have no idea how Doom survived so long in the backline, and he was just stalling for the rest of his team, because SE7 came back, Snitch was able to go in, Random was able to go in, and they didn't even kill Doom and in the end. Well, they did right at the end, but they took so long to take down Doom that they were able to catch, and then you got another one.
Two stunned by it is Zefta.
He's alive!
Ruiz has backed himself away. In goes the engage from Hester. They put damage down onto Snitch, who's forced back away from the fight. Shock Blast gets eaten by SE7, and Zefta has picked up a kill for himself, but they have to continue this and try to get a little bit more, because Rix are just going to back themselves away towards that Rift Herald and look to take the objective for themselves.
Rix are trying to catch out Game Lord off guard. You can see that SE7 is just doing the dragon by himself, but Zefta's caught.
Yeah, damage goes down onto Zefta. It forces him away. That is going to be the Rift Herald. And this is a scary moment for Game Lord, because this is now a Jax with a Rift Herald, which for the next few minutes, if you leave him alone, he will take 2 towers very quickly. And it could even be an inhibitor from the bottom lane if he has enough time to do it.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful now as... We're gonna have
Hextech ultimatum doesn't even matter though, as Random has not been able to get there in time. The rest of the team is closing in. Clue did not have the ultimate to keep SE7 available, so a quick trip back to respawn as Lonely Kid is dropping low. Snitch, he's found himself another kill. This Garen is becoming unstoppable as Rix have bounced back with a kill in the top lane.
Yeah, SE7 getting caught out in the end, but he was just able to buy enough time with Random as well with the ultimate. Even though they took the tower in the Baron lane, they're going to go in. No!
With a 4-man headbutt pulverize combination, and Zefta gets denied on the ultimate from the Stasis, but he's already going to find a kill as Game Lord have at least won half of the fight, but on the back end, Redemption and Zefta are going to walk through the rest of this one. Snitch is trying to do what he can. He stays alive for a moment longer. It's been long enough for SE7 to be here. Is he going to bait it?
Here we go!
Counter strike lands, leap strike as well. The empowered auto attacks are going to eat through Zefta, and SE7 has done enough to at least take 2 more. These 2 teams could not be closer. 4 kills apiece in the second half of that fight.
Back and forth. It was Game Lord, the ones that looked for the engage, and it was a huge engage as well. You can see they're all trapping in the bush. They know they're all going to be there. Huge headbutt pulverize. The flash by Redemption as well. Unfortunately, he didn't have his ultimate, but he didn't need it. And Rix were trying so hard to take that tower, but they just overextended a little bit too much. But now it's the tank, Snitch and Clue. They were able to survive long enough, and look at the minimap. SE7 sprint straight to the Baron lane. The Seraphine ultimate gets used. You can see he's hiding for a little bit, uses the jump, uses the flash into the second part of the counter-strike as well, and uses a smite to slow down Zefta. And even though in the end it was Game Lord that was able to win that team fight, it's SE7 that comes in and cleans up that fight. But he's dead. How did SE7 die?
SE7 died after that. I mean, maybe we'll get a replay. That's really key, though. There's no objectives up right now. And that means that the Game Lord can't punish that any harder than they already have. Lonely Kid pushed out the bottom lane tower. Mid lane still stands for both teams at this point in the game. And this game could not be more even. And I think SE7 probably has just about the late game scaling with this Orianna as well over Game Lord. But it's not like it's heavily one-sided.
I totally agree with you. I think there is a little bit on the side of Rix because they have the Orianna, they have the Jax as well, and also they have the tank of Garen as well, who's, by the way, Snitch is 7, 2, and 3 on this Garen. But I can even complete it. Seraph's Gauge completed, nearly has Dead Man's Plate as well, and even has the Stone Plate as well. So even though even if he was hard to kill before, he's going to be even harder. And I think the problem is that Seraphine doesn't really do too well into Garen because, okay, you have the charm and you have like a little bit of burst damage, but honestly, it's not enough. You're not a Ziggs or anyone that could just keep throwing bomb after bomb after bomb. Seraphine has a lot longer cooldowns, and Random looks to catch out Lonely Kid. He stops the hook shot.
Yeah, Random's trying to get more damage
It's
down.
another
The rest
fight,
of the
though.
fight has started, though. Snitch is going to spin.
Where's the
all
Seraphine
way
ulti? There it is.
through. The Seraphine ultimate is going to lock Snitch in place for a moment. Galio is going to be able to enter this fight for a second phase as Game Lord are dropping low. That's another kill for Snitch, as maybe this is it for Rix. Maybe they found enough here as Clue lands a two-man taunt. It's enough for SC7 to be able to get into the fight as well, but he drops. He doesn't have the ability to survive. Another kill goes over to Random, and with the Rift Herald pushing through, Rix have been able to finally crack the mid lane tower. That's a good stun out from Redemption to try and slow this push down, but it's the only member of Game Lord left, and with a 3 health Rift Herald, it won't charge again as long as Seraphine gets some damage down, but actually can't find a spot that's going to crack the inhibitor. The unlikeliest of Rift Herald charges on 1 HP survived through. Inhib has been cracked. Baron is up. Ocean Dragon is up. Rix have finally found themselves a commanding position in this game.
Yeah, Rix get the opening. They get the mid lane inhibitor, which they were trying so hard. They defended the Rift Herald in the end. It did get the last charge on 1 HP, but now Game Lord are going to try and go for this dragon. But to be honest with you, they're kind of slow to this, and Rix already pretty much back onto the Rift.
They're already there. Game Lord have found themselves an opportunity for half a second, but look, Snitch is playing the front line. He is so incredibly tanky and still deals a bunch of damage as there's damage coming through onto Clue, but Clue has been able to eat it all, and the health bars are just dropping as that's a massive taunt. A big entrance into this fight as Rix have just got to get these last bits of damage down, and they will be able to take the fight, but Clue has already fallen. SC7 is basically full health, and despite the fact that Game Lord have found themselves a low health Doom on the side, it is not going to be enough against this Jax. Hester lands another big set of crowd control, but Rix, this might just be it. Ruiz has fallen. Super minions are pushing through the base as it's an ace for Rix. They only lose 2, and Rix are looking to put themselves in the grand finals. It's 15 seconds left on the death timers. With this Jax, they will be able to do it. Rix bounce back in this series and advance to the grand finals over Game Lord 2-1.
What a crazy comeback from Rix. So pretty much we thought the Game Lord were going to end this series 2-0, but it's Rix the ones that come back in the end. They take the second game. They take this third game as well, but it was just another really close game. It was just tooth and nail, really, and it was just back and forth over and over again. And you can see on these replays as well, it was just fights just going back and forth, and in the end, it was Rix that come out on top. But I want to see more games with these two teams. I mean, we kind of built it up throughout the whole of today that these could be our 2 titans. It could be our 2 grand finalists. But now we're going to be seeing, you know, Rix against Viv Game Lord against Viv Esports, which is a rematch of what was in the, I believe, in the semi-finals of the upper bracket as well. So that's going to be really interesting to see if Viv comes back. But yeah, going back to this game, I mean, overall, a really intense series, and probably one of the best series that I've watched of the WREC so far. And if we have these 2 teams again in the grand final, I honestly, I hope we get all 5 games.
Yeah, and I mean, this series followed a pretty distinct pattern of like Game Lord really wanted to shut SE7 out of this series, and you can see that when SE7 has the room to make these plays, he can carry through. Like Snitch was a monster in this third game, but like also that Jax is just always multi-person stunning, always getting into the backline there. I feel like Rix kind of grew throughout the series. Game 1, the Varus comp they drafted themselves into was a real rough situation. Then they kind of got the download a little bit on Game Lord and said, okay, we now know what we should prioritize. Let's swap things back up a little bit for ourselves, and finally got themselves a composition where like SE7 had a lot of freedom. Random and Snitch played frontline, and then Doom had great team fights basically through game 2 and game 3. So it looked like Rix in game 3 finally found that form that we were coming to expect from them.
Yeah, maybe they just needed a little bit of a warm-up game in game number 1, as you can see by the stats here. Look at Snitch. 11, 2, and 6 on Garen. And if that doesn't tell me, like, get rid of Garen and just ban it for the rest of the tournament, then I don't know what does, to be fair.
When was the last time you saw Ruiz have 7 deaths? in a game. And that's
True.
not about Ruiz, that's a lot about how hard it is to play against the Garen, and a lot about how Snitch and Rix played that. In the same way that SC7 struggled in game 1, Ruiz struggled a lot in game 3 here, where like Rix were constantly attacking him on the side lane, and Ruiz just couldn't survive through it.
You can see the damage output. Actually, it looks like overall, actually, it was Game Lord that had more damage overall, but it was just the kind of the tankiness as well of the front line of Snitch and Clue, and it kind of goes all the way back to the draft really in the third and final game. As you can see, absolute roller coaster of a game. I think every single game has been pretty much a roller coaster. To be fair, even though Game Lord did have a steady goal lead throughout the whole game, it was still an up and down graph overall. But yeah, going back to the draft, I mean, it goes back to that Garen pick that was picked in, I believe it was R4, like the first pick of the second phase on red side, and they left it for that flex pick, and they said, okay, we don't want random on Garen instead, we're going to put Snitch on Garen instead, because we know now that Jace is going to go into mid lane, because Game Lord had that flex. They had the flex whether they could have put Jace in the jungle, Jace in the mid lane. They decided to put Jace in the mid lane, which means that Snitch is like, okay, put me on Garen in mid lane, I won't be able to die at all. I won't be able to, basically Ruiz won't be able to do anything against me. I'm just a meat shield for the whole team.
Yeah, an immovable object. So Rix advance, and this isn't going to be confusing at all, but we're going to go to an interview with Dooms, the coach of Rix. Not Doom, Dooms. Hells, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stress, and welcome, Dooms. And first of all, man, you defeated Game Lord. Congrats, massive congrats. And how are you and the team feeling after this series?
We were really great. Like, if you could hear the voice comes, they were absolutely ecstatic at the end. Like, we're shouting out loud, crazy. But yeah, we knew like there was no pressure. Like, we knew worst case we just drop to the lower bracket and fight our way back in. But yeah, we're feeling really good, confident, and can't wait to see who we face Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about the lower bracket, how do you feel about the matchup that's about to happen in the lower bracket? Viv against Game Lord. Do you think you'll be up against Game Lord again, or do you think Viv may be able to take that one?
I think it's going to be a great match for sure. Like, I spent hours reviewing Viv GLD in the last couple of days, so for sure it's going to be a great match and plenty of data to watch that. I think Game Lord is still going to win though. Like, if I had to bet on it, it would be Game Lord because they're really great individually as a team. Like, we've seen it today. It was so tough, so much pressure. Game 2 was one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen. So yeah, I think it's going to be Game Lord, and we're going to spend some time preparing for it. But we expect Viv just as much, and we'll be just as serious for both of those.
All right, and you as a coach from WREC, I want to ask you this question. Are you 100% satisfied with the performance of your team today? And do you feel that you're fully prepared for the grand finals, or do you feel like you still need many more hours of research, especially after the bottom grand finals?
The team in SE played super well. Like, I'm really happy and proud of my guys who were amazing, and we've kept growing throughout the series. That's maybe the biggest takeaway from which I'm really satisfied with. I'm maybe not satisfied with my work as a coach, but we're going to work on that again, and the more data we have, the better. But yeah, I think the players can definitely be proud, whether it's Snitch, Doom, 7, Random, and who's the last one? Clue again. Don't want to annoy him too much. But yeah, I know everyone can be really proud of their gameplay today, and we're just going to step up even more, but I'm happy for sure.
Yeah, definitely. You guys can be proud for sure. And I'm going to leave you alone. You can have a party with your guys. And yeah, hopefully I'll be speaking to one of you guys after the grand finals as well here. So best of luck for that. And yeah, see you guys later. Back to the casters.
See you.
Thank you very much, Hells and Dooms. Always good to hear a coach be like, oh, my guys were all great, taking that responsibility. I think that's why the best coaches can kind of, put themselves in that position where it's just like everybody's responsible for the game, but at the end of the day, there's a lot shouldered by the coach. So yeah, Dooms, I think Rix looked great. Let's take a look at their play of the game from game number 3, just to wrap things up and see which it was. Lots of plays. Again, it could be. There haven't been many games decided just off one play, but this fight sealed the deal.
Yeah, it definitely did seal the deal right at the end here. You can see that Seraphine Ultimate wasn't too much in the end. The Seraphine didn't really work out for Redemption in the end. You can see the team fight overall. It was just the tanks, really, the side of Rex. It was Clue, it was Random, it was Snitch, and you can see the problem that Game Lord had. They didn't really have enough damage to break through these frontline tanks for the side of Rex, and that was just basically kind of what we were expecting from Rex. They were just going to run forward, they were just going to engage, they were just going to fight, and that's what they did in the end, and it worked out for them. But I mean, as Doom said, you know, we got Game Lord versus Viv now in the lower bracket, and then we could be seeing a best of 5 between these two teams in the grand final. Which, wow, if it's anything like today, I mean, for me, that was probably the best series of the entire WREC so far.
I'd agree with that. And the best series requires us to crown, I don't really want to say the best player because I know who's MVP, and he's been shading me quite a lot this week. I've seen him already tweeting me in this broadcast telling me that I finally predicted the right thing. Our MVP of our upper bracket finals is going to be Snitch. I mean, the Akshan performance is good. The Garen was immovable, and just Snitch having a great performance.
Yeah, Snitch did have a great performance overall with, you know, it's kind of, I guess, a pocket pick in the end with the Akshan, something that we don't really see too much in WREC, but he brought out in game number 2 and it worked out with all the revives and everything. And then, yeah, it's just Garen doing Garen things. Spin to win, stone play, ulti. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much else to say about that, to be fair, but just how tanky and how insane. And this is the last team fight. Actually, that last team fight wasn't in the replay, but I'm pretty sure SC7, I wanted to watch it again because I wanted to watch it back. SC7 landed a flash 3-man counter-strike or 4-man counter-strike on the side of Game Lord, which was absolutely huge. I don't think that was in the replay in the end, but wow, in the end, a great performance by Rex and a great performance by Game Lord again.
Can we go back and give MVP to SC7? Because like I'm not the Snitch. I'm not happy with these two. Actually, I took your advice. Maybe that goes into your MVP. Like
I didn't apparently. I went the wrong way.
it's Stuart that you don't want to rag on because I'm now a believer of Rex. I've seen them over a number of weeks. I mean, this is the end of the upper bracket, which means we've been watching for nearly 6 weeks now of these teams, and I feel like Ricks have slowly got better. And Hells, thanks for joining us for the end of the show. Like, what's your feeling on like where Ricks started and where Ricks are going to be ending this bracket?
Yeah, definitely. That's why I asked Dooms as well about how he's feeling about Rix right now. And just as he's feeling, I think Rix is in a really good spot right now. They've already secured themselves a spot in the grand finals. You know, a team can always get better, but as he said, like, they did a phenomenal job. And I think, exactly, like in the beginning, they couldn't show as much, but Rix didn't win everything too easily. We saw them struggle a little bit against some teams, which I feel like they shouldn't. But now we can see the true Rix, right? They win against a team like Game Lord. And I feel they have even more in battle, to be honest, Stress.
Yeah, I would love to see what extra they have in the tank. We, of course, do have Game Lord against Viv starting tomorrow. That's one heck of a series already. I mean, last time they met, it was a 2-1 to Game Lord, but it showed how close the Viv were. Then we'll figure out who is going to be advancing to our grand finals on Sunday. Rix versus who? Stuart, if you had to put your money on it right now, is it going to be Game Lord or Viv that make it through?
I think it's going to be Game Lord again, but I think this series is going to be really, really close. I think both times I've watched these two teams play against each other over the past few weeks, we obviously saw last week it was only a 2-1 victory for Game Lord. During the week as well, during the Purge tournament, that was only a 2-1 victory as well. And this is going to be a best of 5 tomorrow as well between these two teams. And sometimes there's a huge difference between best of 3s and best of 5s, and that's really where the draft comes in a lot more often. It's a lot less about gameplay. It's more about the draft. What do you prioritize? We've seen these priority picks now on the Ziggs, on the Rakan, on these other champions as well. And can we just like skip to tomorrow already? Can we start the games today?
I need a rest after 6 games today so we can bounce back. Speaking of tomorrow, Scoundrel and Carmeline will be joining us as well for a total broadcast team as we move into best of 5s. Hells, I'm going to ask for your very quick prediction on tomorrow's series. We'll do it tomorrow as well, but who do you think is going to advance to the finals?
Viv.
Interesting. We're split. This is how close and exciting it is. Only 3 teams remain. Either Game Lord or Viv will advance to the grand finals. I've been Stressed, joined by Stuart and Hells. That's the end of our upper bracket. We'll be back tomorrow with a best of 5 to see who's facing off against Rix for that spot in Barcelona. We'll see you tomorrow.
That's right.
Obrigado, hombre.
I breathe fire. Your eyes so